11. Middle name. The Black Widowers Club is Stag, no women admitted, only because the real-life club on which it is modeled is Stag. This involves me in a paradox. On the one hand, I am a feminist, and fight strongly against sexism in all its aspects. What's more, I get tremendous enjoyment out of being in the company of women. And yet, once in the company of women, no amount of philosophic and intellectual determination to the contrary can keep me from treating them as sex objects. Furthermore, I must admit that when I am in the womb of one of my Stag Club meetings, and am surrounded by men only, there is a certain ease and relaxation that engulfs me. Sure, I feel guilty, and that's why every once in a while I am forced to take up the matter of sexism in a Black Widower story. This one temporarily exorcised some of the guilt, for which I am grateful to it. Roger Halstead looked a bit doleful and said, "I almost didn't get here tonight." Geoffrey Avalon looked down at him from his straight-backed 74 inches and said, "Automobile accident?" "Nothing so dramatic," said Halstead. "Alice was in one of her feminist moods this afternoon, and objected rather strenuously to the fact that the Black Widowers Society is a stag organization." "But she's known that from the start, hasn't she?" asked Avalon. "Of course, and it's gravelled her from the start, too," said Halstead. "Sometimes it's worse than other times, that's all. And today, well, she may have seen something on TV, read something in the newspapers, had a talk with a friend or whatever. Anyway, she was upset, and the trouble is I rather sympathize with her." Emmanuel Rubin walked over from the other end of the room, where he had been exchanging insults with Mario Gonzalo, host at this month's Black Widowers banquet. Rubin said, "Are you talking about your wife, Roger?" "Yes, as a matter of fact." "I could tell by the troubled look on your face. Bad form. Black widowers don't have wives." "Yes," said Halstead sharply. "Have you told that to Jane?" "I mean during the banquets, and you know that's what I mean." "I've heard you mention Jane at the banquets, and besides, my own discussion is germane to the banquets. I would hate to have to give them up." "Who can make you?" demanded Rubin scornfully, his scanty beard bristling. Halstead said, "My own conscience, for one thing, and it's not worth breaking up a marriage over." "Why should it break up a marriage?" said Rubin. "Even if we grant equality for women, political, economic, and social, why should that prevent me from spending one evening a month with friends of my own choosing who just happen to be male?" Avalon said, "You know better than that, Manny. They don't just happen to be male. They are forbidden by the rules of the club to be anything but male." "And anything but intelligent," said Rubin, "and anything but compatible. If any one of us takes a dislike to any one proposed for membership, however trivial or even non-existent the cause of that dislike might be, that potential member can be blackballed. Just one of us can do it, regardless of the wishes of the rest, and we don't have to explain either." "Manny," said Avalon, "you're not usually so obtuse. A woman can't be blackballed because she can't even be proposed for membership. Don't you see the difference? Whichever one of us is host for the evening can bring any guest he wishes, even one who would be instantly blackballed if he were proposed for membership. But the guest must be male. No woman can be brought. Don't you see the difference?" "Exactly," said Halstead. "If it were a black that we ruled out, or a Jew, or an Irishman, that would be bigotry, and not one of us could live with it. But since it's only women, we don't seem to mind. What moral blindness!" "Well, then," said Rubin, "are you two suggesting that we permit women to join the society?" "No," said Avalon and Halstead, in quick and emphatic simultaneity. "Then what are we arguing about?" Halstead said, "I'm just pointing out that we ought to recognize the immorality of it." "You mean as long as we know something is immoral, we are free to be immoral?" "Of course I don't," said Halstead. "I happen to think that hypocrisy aggravates any sin.
Nothing is so male chauvinist as to say, I'm not a male chauvinist, but, as I've heard Manny say.
Mario Gonzalo joined them and said with clear self-satisfaction,
I don't say I'm not a male chauvinist, but I am a male chauvinist. I expect a woman to take care of me. That's just an admission you can't take care of yourself, said Reuben, which is something I've always suspected, Mario.
Gonzalo looked over his shoulder hurriedly in the direction of his guest, and then said in a low voice,
Listen, keep talking feminism during the dinner off and on. It's a stroke of luck you've started on your own.
Why? Said Evelyn in a voice that had not been hushed since its invention. What dire plot are you— Shh, said Gonzalo.
I want to draw out my guest. He's got something eating him he won't talk about. That's why I brought him. It could be interesting. Do you know what it is? Asked Halstead.
Only in a general way, said Gonzalo. Henry, whose elegant service at the banquets ennobled the occasion, interrupted in his soft way. If you don't mind, Mr. Gonzalo, dinner is served. Gonzalo placed his guest immediately to his right and said, Has everyone met Mr. Washburn now? There was a general murmur of agreement. Lionel Washburn was an almost classically handsome individual, with a head of thick, dark hair, cut neatly, with black-rimmed glasses, white shirt, dark blue suit, and shiny black shoes. He looked dressed up without being uncomfortable. He did not yet seem to have passed his 30th birthday. He said to Gonzalo somberly, Is there some argument about whether the organization is to be stag, Mario? I heard— No argument, said Gonzalo quickly. It is stag. I invited you. I didn't suggest you bring a girlfriend. I don't have one, said Washburn, biting off each word. Then, more normally, How long have you been stag? From the start, but it's Jim's story. Jim, my guest would like to hear how the society got its start. If you don't mind, that is. James Drake smiled and held his cigarette to one side so that he could see the other's face clearly. I don't mind, though I'm sure the others are pretty sick of it. Still, any objections? Thomas Trumbull, who was cutting into his rack of lamb, said, Plenty of objections, but you go ahead and I'll attend to the inner man. Henry, if you can scare up an extra helping of mint sauce, I would be infinitely appreciative. And, Jim, I would suggest you get our personal book of Genesis printed up and handed out at the start of each banquet to the guest. The rest of us can then be spared. Thank you, Henry. Drake said, Now that we have Tom out of the way, I'll go on. About 30 years ago, I married. But then we all make mistakes, don't we? I believe I was fascinated at the time, though I don't remember why. My friends, however, were not fascinated. Avalon drew in his breath in a long, rumbling sniff. We remember why. I'm sure you do, agreed Drake good-humoredly. As a result, I found myself outcast. My friends fell away, and I couldn't endure her friends, or, after a time, her. It occurred to Ralph Otter, then, he lives in California now, I'm sorry to say, to start a club for the sole purpose of seeing me without my wife. Naturally, this would only work if the club were stag. So, there you are. We called it the Black Widowers because black widow spiders are quite apt to devour their mates, and we were determined to survive. Washburn said, And does your wife know the nature of the origin of the club? She's not my wife, said Drake. Any more, that is. I divorced her after 7 years. And were you all members at the start? Drake shook his head. Jeff, Tom, and I are charter members. The others joined later. Some members have died or now live too far away to attend. But the reason for the men-only character of the club is gone. Why do you— Because we want to, said Gonzalo quickly. Because I like women in their place, and I know exactly where that place is, and here isn't it. That's a disgusting statement, said Halstead, with a slight stutter that came when he grew emotional. Gonzalo said coolly, "You've got to say that because you're married, and you're afraid that if you don't keep in practice you'll let something chauvinistic, so-called, slip in front of your wife, and then you'll be in trouble. I'm not married, so I'm a free man. My girlfriends know where I stand, and if they don't like it, they can leave." Avalon said, "There's an uncomfortable Don Juanism about that statement. Don't you care if they leave?" "Sometimes," admitted Gonzalo. "But I'd care a lot more if they stayed and argued with me. And there are always others." "Disgusting," said Halstead again. "The truth usually is," said Gonzalo. "Why don't all you highly moral feminists tell me why you don't want women at these meetings, and see if you can make the reason non-chauvinist?" There was an uncomfortable silence about the table, and Gonzalo said, "Henry, you're a black widower too, and I'm not letting you escape. Would you like to see women at these meetings?" Henry's face crinkled into a pleasant smile. "No, Mr. Gonzalo, I would not." "Aha!" said Gonzalo. "Now you're an honest man, Henry, unlike these black hypocriticers you wait on. Tell me why not." Henry said, "Like you, Mr. Gonzalo, I am not married, but I'm afraid I lack your variegated experience with young women." "What's that got to do with it?" Henry said, "I was merely explaining the situation in case my theory on the subject should prove to be childishly foolish to other more experienced men. It seems to me that most men during their childhood have had their mothers as their chief authority figures. Even when the father is held up as a mysterious and ogreish dispenser of punishments, it is, in fact, the mother whose outcries, yanks, pushes, and slaps perpetually stand in the way of what we want to do, and we never recover." Reuben said in a voice of deep masculine disdain, "Come, Henry, are you trying to say that men are afraid of women?" Henry said, "I believe many are. Certainly many feel a sense of relief and freedom when in the company of men only, and feel particularly free when women are not allowed to intrude. This society originated as a haven from women, under the guise of being won from a particular woman. That particular woman is gone, but the haven is still needed, and still persists." Avalon said, "Well, that is at least not an example of outright chauvinism." "And totally untrue," said Reuben, his eyes flashing behind the thick lenses that covered them. "How many here are afraid of women?" It was Washburn who intervened at this point. With his handsome face contorted into a mask of fury, he brought his fist down with a smash that rattled the dishes and caused Henry to pause in his task of pouring the coffee. Washburn said, "You don't expect anyone to admit it, do you? Your waiter is correct, but he doesn't go far enough. Of course we're afraid of women. Why shouldn't we be? They're man-eaters, cannibals, harpies. They're bound by no rules, no canons of sportsmanship. They're the ruin of men and of all that is decent and human. I don't care if I never see another one in my life." He paused, drew a deep breath, and passed a hand over his forehead, which had dampened with perspiration, and said, "Pardon me, gentlemen, I did not mean to lose my temper." Trumbull said, "But why?" and stopped at Gonzalo's raised hand. Gonzalo was grinning in triumph. "Later, Tom. It's almost grilling time, and I'll choose you as inquisitor, and you can ask your question." And indeed it was not long before Gonzalo began the ritualistic tapping of the water-glass as the brandy was being distributed. He said, "It's up to you, Tom." Trumbull frowned ferociously under his white and crisply waved hair and said, "I will assume, Mr. Washburn, that Mario has explained to you that the payment for what we hope you will agree is a fine dinner, and at least partly edifying conversation, is a grilling. To our questions you will be expected to answer fully and truthfully, even when that may be embarrassing. I must assure you that nothing said here ever leaves these four walls. With that preamble, let me say this. I am not a judge of masculine pulchritude, Mr. Washburn, but it seems to me that women would judge you to be handsome." Washburn flushed and said, "I would not try to account for women's tastes. Still, it is true that I have found that I can, on occasion, attract women." "That's a very modest way of putting it," said Trumbull. Does the converse hold as well? Do women attract you?"
For a moment Washburn looked puzzled. Then he frowned and said, "Are you asking me if I am gay?" Trumbull shrugged and said in a level voice,
"In these times it is a permissible question, and it is even permissible to answer in an open affirmative, if that should happen to be the case. I ask out of no personal interest, I assure you, but merely out of curiosity over your earlier angry remarks about women as a group."
Washburn relaxed.
"I see your point. No, I'm interested in women. Far too interested. And it was not the sex as a whole that I was really berating. I was striking out at one woman. And myself."
Trumbull hesitated.
"The logical thing," he said, "would be to question you, Mr. Washburn, concerning this woman who so distresses you. Yet I hesitate. On the one hand, it is a peculiarly private matter, which I do not wish to probe, and on the other, if you don't mind my saying so, the details are likely to be peculiarly uninteresting. I suppose every one of us in our time—"
Avalon interrupted.
"If you don't mind, Tom, you are displaying an uncommon combination of delicacy and insensitivity. I am prepared, with your permission, to take over the grilling." "If you think you can do so, Jeff, within the bounds of good taste," said Trumbull huffily.
Avalon lifted his dense eyebrows to maximum and said,
"I think highly of you, Tom, and yet have never considered you an arbiter of good taste. Mr. Washburn, I have no wish to probe wounds unnecessarily, but let me guess. Your outburst came during a discussion of the pros and cons of feminism. May we take it, then, that your unhappy experience, whatever it was, involved feminism?"
Washburn nodded and said, "It sure as hell did."
"Good. Now, it may be superfluous to ask this, but was whatever it was that happened something that has happened to many others? Putting aside the great pain it may have caused you, and the unique unhappiness you may consider you have felt, would you, in your calmer moments, think that it might be the common lot of male humanity?"
Washburn seemed lost in thought, and Avalon went on as gently as he could.
"After all, millions have been jilted, millions have been sold out, millions have been betrayed by their lovers and their friends."
"What happened to me," said Washburn, between remarkably white and even teeth, "has in a way happened to very many, as you suggest. I recognize that. To lose the woman one loves is not so rare. To be laughed at and humiliated," he swallowed, "may be the lot of many. But in one respect I have been ill-used particularly. In one respect." Avalon nodded.
"Very good. I won't ask you any leading questions. Just tell us about that one respect."
Washburn bent his glance down to his brandy-snifter and spoke in a hurried tone of voice.
"I fell in love. It wasn't the first time. She was not the most beautiful woman I've ever known, nor the pleasantest. In fact, we did not get along. Her company was always a maddening, bumpy ride in a springless cart down a rough road. But, oh God, I couldn't help myself. I still can't seem to. Don't ask me to analyze it. All I can say is that I was caught, tangled, trapped, and I wanted her. And I couldn't get her. She acted as though she hated me. She acted as though she wanted me to want her, just so she could show the world I couldn't have her. She was a feminist. Her nerve endings stuck out 6 inches beyond her skin on that subject. She was successful. She was a magazine illustrator at the top of her field and commanded high fees. It wasn't enough, though. To make it right for her, I had to fail. And there was no way I could argue effectively with her. She won every time. Of course, she was an intellectual, and I'm not, though I like to think I'm intelligent."
Reuben said, "Intelligence is the diamond, and intellectualism only the facets. I've known many a beautifully faceted rhinestone." "What do you do for a living?"
Washburn said, "I'm a stockbroker."
"Do you do well? I mean, as well as your feminist?"
Washburn flushed. "Yes, and I've inherited a rather sizable trust fund. She seemed to resent that."
"Let me guess," said Reuben dryly. "You make more money with less brains because you're a man. You get farther with less deserving because you're a man. You probably even inherited the trust fund because you were a man. Your sister would have gotten less."
"That's about it," said Washburn. "She said the way I dressed, the way I held myself, everything about me, was designed to show my masculine wealth and power. She said I might as well wear a neon sign saying, 'I can buy women.'" Trumbull said, "Did you ever try to defend yourself?" "Sure," said Washburn, "and that meant a fight. I asked her why, if she thought she should be considered as a human being and as an intellectual, without being penalized for her sex, she insisted on emphasizing her sex. Why didn't she remove her makeup and meet the world with an unpainted face, as men did? Why didn't she wear less revealing clothes and accentuate her breasts and hips less? I said she might as well wear a neon sign saying, 'I sell for a high price.'"
"She must have loved that,"
muttered Reuben. "You bet she didn't," said Washburn grimly. "She said a masculine society forced that on her in self-defense, and she wouldn't give up the only weapon they granted her. I said she needed no weapon with me. I said I would marry her without enticement or allure, straight out of the shower with wet hair and a pimple on her shoulder if she had one. And she said, 'To do what? To cook your dinner and clean your house for you?' And I said, 'I have a housekeeper for that.' And she said, 'Of course, another woman.'"
Halstead said, "What good would it have done you to marry her? You would have fought like that every day. It would have been a purgatory. Why not just walk away from that?"
"Why not?" said Washburn. "Sure, why not? Why not just kick the heroin habit? Why not just stop breathing if the air gets polluted? How do I know why not? It's not the sort of thing you can reason out. Maybe, if I had the chance, I could win her over."
"You wouldn't have," said Reuben flatly. "She's a ball-buster, and she'd stay one." Halstead said, "That's a stupid phrase, Manny. It's part of a routine bigotry of the chauvinist. A man is ambitious. A woman is unscrupulous. A man is firm. A woman is stubborn. A man is witty. A woman is bitchy. A man is competitive. A woman is abrasive. A man is a hard-driving leader. A woman is a ball-buster." Reuben said, "Call it what you want. Say she's a lily of the valley if you want. I say her ambition and occupation would have been to make our friend here wish she had never been born. And she would have succeeded."
Turning to Washburn, he said,
"I assume from your early outburst your failure with her was complete. If so, I congratulate you, and if I knew of a way to help you succeed, I would refuse to give it to you."
Washburn shook his head. "No fear. She's married someone else, a dumb creep, and the last I've heard, she is cooking and cleaning house." "Did she give up her career?" said Avalon in astonishment. "No," said Washburn. "But she does the other too. What I'll never understand is why him."
Trumbull said, "There's no accounting for the nature of attraction. Maybe this other fellow makes her laugh. Maybe he dominates her without bothering to argue the point. Maybe she likes the way he smells. How can you tell? How do you account for the way she attracts you? Nothing you've said makes her attractive to me."
"If she liked him better," said Washburn, fuming, "why not say so, for whatever reason, or for no reason? Why make it look like a straightforward test? Why humiliate me?"
"Test?" said Reuben. "What test?"
"That's what I referred to when I said earlier that in one way I had been particularly ill-used. She said she would see if I were the kind of man she could live with. She dared me to give her a one-syllable middle name to represent what every school-child knew, and yet didn't know. She implied that she was giving the other fellow the same test. I knew about him, and I didn't worry about him. My God, he was a stupid advertising copywriter who shambled about in turtleneck sweaters and drank beer." Avalon said, "Surely you couldn't believe a woman would choose one man over another according to whether he could solve a puzzle. That happens in fairy tales, perhaps. Otherwise not." Washburn said, "I see that now. She married him, though. She said he had the answer. That idiot passed, she said, and I failed. Not getting her was bad enough, but she arranged to make me lose in a battle of wits to someone I despised. Or at least she said I had lost. It wasn't a test. It was nonsense. Suppose you choose a middle name with one syllable. John, Charles, Ray, George, any one of them. Who's to say the answer is right or wrong except her? If she were going to marry him anyway, she might have done that without going out of her way to make me look foolish in my own eyes.
Halstead said, "What if the question were a legitimate one? What if he had gotten the correct answer and you hadn't? Would that make you feel better?"
"I suppose so," said Washburn. "But the more I think of it, the more certain I am that it's a fake."
"Let me see now," said Halstead thoughtfully. "We need a one-syllable middle name that every schoolboy knows, and yet doesn't know."
"Schoolchild," growled Washburn. "Schoolboy is chauvinistic."
Gonzalo said, "Go ahead, Roger. You teach school. What does every schoolchild know, and yet not know?" "In my class at the junior high school," said Halstead gloomily, "every schoolchild knows he ought to know algebra, and what he doesn't know is algebra. If algebra were a one-syllable middle name, that would be the answer."
Drake said,
Let's be systematic. Only people have middle names in the usual meaning of the word, so we can start with that. If we find a person whom every schoolchild knows, and yet doesn't know, then that person will have a middle name, and that middle name will be the answer."
"And if you think that," said Washburn, "where does it get you? For one thing, how is it possible to know something or someone and yet not know? If it were possible, then it's quite impossible that this should be true of only one person. How would you pick out the correct person? Now, that witch was playing games." "Actually," said Evelyn, "middle names are, on the whole, uncommon. Nowadays everyone gets one, but they were much against the rule in the past, it seems to me. Think of some famous people: George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Napoleon Bonaparte, William Shakespeare. No middle names in the lot. The Greeks had only one name: Socrates, Plato, Demosthenes, Creon. It limits the field somewhat."
Halstead said, "There's Robert Louis Stevenson, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Gustavus Adolphus Vasa." "Who's Gustavus Adolphus Vasa?" asked Gonzalo. "A king of Sweden in the early 1600s, said Halstead.
Gonzalo said, "I suppose every Swedish schoolchild would know him, but we should stick to the knowledge of American schoolchildren." "I agree," said Evelyn.
Reuben said thoughtfully, "The Romans had 3 names as a matter of course. Julius Caesar was really Gaius Julius Caesar. His assassin, Cassius, was Gaius Cassius Longinus. Every American schoolchild would know the names Julius Caesar and Cassius from Shakespeare's play Julius Caesar, which every American schoolchild is put through. Yet he wouldn't know the names Gaius Julius Caesar and Gaius Cassius Longinus. He would think Julius was a first name and Cassius was a last name, but each would be a middle name. That would be the sort of thing we're after."
Evelyn said, "Many cultures use patronymics as routine middle names. Every Russian has one. Peter I of Russia, or Peter the Great, as he's usually known, was really Peter Alexeyevich Romanov. Every schoolchild knows Peter the Great, and yet doesn't know his middle name, or even that he has one."
Reuben said, "There are other possibilities. Some middle names are treated as first names, even for Americans. President Grover Cleveland was really Stephen Grover Cleveland. He dropped his first name and used his middle name, so every schoolchild knows Grover Cleveland and doesn't know Stephen Grover Cleveland. The same is true for Thomas Woodrow Wilson and John Calvin Coolidge. Then again, some middle names are lost in pen names. Mark Twain was really Samuel Langhorne Clemens. and Lewis Carroll was really Charles Lutwidge Dodgson. Every school child knows Mark Twain and Lewis Carroll, but probably doesn't know Langhorne and Lutwidge.
Washburn said impatiently, "Pardon me, gentlemen, but what good is all this? How does it help with the problem?
You can rattle off 1,000,000 middle names, but which one did that female want?"
Avalon said solemnly, "We are merely outlining the dimensions of the problem, Mr. Washburn."
"And doing it all wrong," said Gonzalo. "Look, every middle name I've heard, from Julius to Lutwidge, has more than one syllable. Why not think of a one-syllable middle name and work backward? If we want to consider American presidents, we can start with the letter S. You can't be more one-syllable than a single letter. Well, it was Harry S. Truman, and the S was just S and stood for nothing. Every school child has heard of Harry S. Truman, but how many of them know S doesn't stand for anything?"
Drake said,
"For that matter, every school child knows Jimmy Carter. But his name really is James Earl Carter, Jr. The school children don't know about Earl, and that's one syllable."
Washburn said, "You still have 1,000,000 answers, and you don't have one."
Trumbull suddenly roared out angrily,
"Damn it to hell, gentlemen! You're leaving out the third and crucial clue. I'm sitting here waiting for one of you to realize this fact, and you just run around in solemn, pedantic circles."
"What third clue, Tom?" asked Avalon quietly.
"You need a one-syllable middle name. That's one. You need that rigmarole about school children. That's two. And you have the fact that the woman said that the puzzle was intended to indicate whether Washburn was a man she could live with. That's three. It means that the puzzle must somehow involve male chauvinism, since the woman is an ardent feminist. The implication is that a male chauvinist, such as she firmly believes Washburn to be, would not get the answer."
Reuben said,
"Good Lord, Tom, you've made sense. What next? Don't tell me you've worked out the answer, too."
Trumbull shook his head.
"Not exactly, but I suggest we confine ourselves to women's names. A feminist would argue that many women have played important roles in history, but that male chauvinism tends to blot them out. Therefore, every school child should know them, but doesn't."
Halstead said, "No, Tom, that's not the clue. It's not something every school child should know, but doesn't. It's something every school child knows and doesn't. That's different." "Besides," said Reuben, "even if we confine ourselves to women, we have no clear route to the answer. If we stick to historic feminists, for instance, we have Susan Brownell Anthony, Carrie Chapman Catt, Helen Gurley Brown, Gloria Steinem, Betty Friedan. Who's got a one-syllable middle name?"
Drake said,
"It needn't be a feminist."
His little eyes seemed to peer thoughtfully into the middle distance. "It might just be a woman who contributed to history, like the one who wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin and helped cause the Civil War, as Lincoln said."
"Harriet Beecher Stowe," said Reuben impatiently, "and Beecher has 2 syllables.
"Yes," said Drake, "but I merely mentioned it as an example. What about the woman who wrote the Battle Hymn of the Republic, Julia Ward Howe? How many syllables in Ward?"
Avalon said, "How is that something every school child knows and yet doesn't know?"
Drake said, "Every school child knows mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord, and yet doesn't know the author because she's a woman. At least that's what a feminist might claim."
There was a confused outcry of objections, and Avalon's deep voice suddenly rose into an overtopping bellow. "How about Little Women, which was written by Louisa May Alcott? Which would the answer be, Ward or May?" Washburn suddenly cut in sharply. "Neither one."
Drake said, "Why not? How do you know?"
Washburn said, "Because she sent me what she said was the answer when she wrote to say she was married. And it isn't either Ward or May." Reuben said indignantly,
"You've withheld information, sir.
"No, I haven't," said Washburn. "I didn't have that information when I tried to get the answer, and now that I have it, I still don't see why. I think she just chose an answer at random as a continuing part of her intention of making me feel like an idiot. Nor will I give you the solution now, since you'll be able to dream up a reason once you have the name, and that's not good. The point is to be able to get a solution and reason it out without knowing the answer in advance. Though she did hand me a feminine name, I'll give Mr. Trumbull that much."
Gonzalo said, "If we can reason out the name she gave and tell you what it is and why, will you feel better?"
Washburn said gloomily, "I think so. At least I might imagine it was a fair test, and that I might have had her if I were brighter and she wasn't just laughing at me. But can anyone tell me what the middle name is?" He looked about the table and met 6 thoughtful stares. Gonzalo said, "Do you have any ideas on the subject, Henry?" The waiter, who was removing the brandy glasses, said quietly, "Unless the middle name in question is Anne, Mr. Gonzalo, I'm afraid I am helpless." Washburn let out an incoherent cry, pushed back his chair with a loud scraping noise, and jumped up. "But it is Anne!" he cried out. "How did you come to decide on that? Was it a guess, or do you have a reason?" He had reached out almost as though he were going to seize Henry by his shoulders and shake the answers out of him, but controlled himself with obvious difficulty. Henry said, "The gentleman of the Black Widowers supplied the pieces, sir. I needed only to put them together." Mr. Rubin said that a middle name might be hidden by a pseudonym, as in the case of Mark Twain. Mr. Trumbull pointed out that feminism was involved. It seemed to me quite possible that at times in history someone who was a woman might hide under a male pseudonym, and I pondered over whether there were such a case in connection with something every schoolchild would know. Surely one book that schoolchildren have notoriously been required to read for decade after decade has been Silas Marner. Every schoolchild knows it, and the further fact that it was written by George Eliot. It seemed to me, though, that that was a pseudonym. I checked it in an encyclopedia on the reference shelf, while the discussion raged, and I found that Eliot's real name is Mary Ann Evans. Washburn said, eyes big with wonder, "Then it was a fair question. I'm glad of that." "But do you mean that the jerk she married figured it out?" Henry said, "He may well have. I think it would be best for you, sir, to believe that he did." 12. 60 million trillion combinations. I love to feel ingenious. Suppose you have 60 million trillion possible combinations of letters, and from that enormous number you have to choose exactly one. Can you do it? Unfortunately, I don't remember any longer exactly how long it took me to think up the gimmick to this story, but I suspect that, like all such things, it came to me in a flash. People ask me, where do you get your ideas? A young man, an aspiring writer, called me from South Dakota last night, thinking that perhaps I had a magic formula I could give him. I said I didn't. I just thought and thought. The thing is that the thinking goes on unconsciously while I am doing other things, and then, apparently out of nowhere, it comes up with something and surfaces. Then I feel ingenious and love the story. Since it was Thomas Trumbull who was going to act as host for the Black Widowers that month, he did not, as was his wont, arrive at the last minute, gasping for his preprandial drink. There he was, having arrived in early dignity, conferring with Henry, that peerless waiter, on the details of the menu for the evening, and greeting each of the others as he arrived. Mario Gonzalo, who arrived last, took off his light overcoat with care, shook it gently, as though to remove the dust of the taxicab, and hung it up in the cloakroom. He came back, rubbing his hands, and said, "There's an autumn chill in the air. I think summer's over." "Good riddance," called out Emmanuel Rubin, from where he stood conversing with Geoffrey Avalon and James Drake. "I'm not complaining," called back Gonzalo. Then to Trumbull,
Hasn't your guest arrived yet? Trumbull said distinctly, as though tired of explaining,
I have not brought a guest.
Oh? Said Gonzalo blankly. There was nothing absolutely irregular about that. The rules of the Black Widowers did not require a guest, although not to have one was most unusual. Well, I guess that's all right.
It's more than all right,
said Geoffrey Avalon, who had just drifted in their direction, gazing down from his straight-backed height of 74 inches. His thick graying eyebrows hunched over his eyes, and he said,
At least that guarantees us one meeting in which we can talk aimlessly and relax.
Gonzalo said, I don't know about that. I'm used to the problems that come up. I don't think any of us will feel comfortable without one. Besides, what about Henry? He looked at Henry as he spoke, and Henry allowed a discreet smile to cross his unlined 60-ish face. Please don't be concerned, Mr. Gonzalo. It will be my pleasure to serve the meal and attend the conversation, even if there is nothing of moment to puzzle us.
Well,
said Trumbull, scowling, his crisply waved hair startlingly white over his tanned face,
you won't have that pleasure, Henry. I'm the one with the problem, and I hope someone can solve it. You, at least, Henry.
Avalon's lips tightened.
Now, by Beelzebub's brazen bottom, Tom, you might have given us one old-fashioned—
Trumbull shrugged and turned away, and Roger Halstead said to Avalon in his soft voice, What's that Beelzebub bit? Where'd you pick that up? Avalon looked pleased.
Oh, well, Manny is writing some sort of adventure yarn set in Elizabeth's England. Elizabeth first, of course. And it seems—
Reuben, having heard the magic sound of his name, approached and said, It's a sea story. Halstead said, Are you tired of mysteries? It's a mystery also, said Reuben, his eyes flashing behind the thick lenses of his glasses. What makes you think you can't have a mystery angle to any kind of story?
In any case, said Avalon, Manny has one character forever swearing alliteratively, and never the same twice, and he needs a few more resounding oaths. Beelzebub's brazen bottom is good, I think.
Or Mammon's munificent memories, said Halstead.
Trumbull said violently, There you are! If I don't come up with some problem that will occupy us in worthwhile fashion and engage our Henry's superlative mind, the whole evening would degenerate into stupid triplets. By Tutankhamun's tin trumpet.
It gets you after a while, grinned Reuben, unabashed.
Well, get off it, said Trumbull. Is dinner ready, Henry?
Yes, it is, Mr. Trumbull.
All right, then. If you idiots keep this alliteration up for more than 2 minutes, I'm walking out. Host or no host?
The table seemed empty, with only 6 about it, and conversation seemed a bit subdued, with no guest to sparkle before. Gonzalo, who sat next to Trumbull, said, I ought to draw a cartoon of you for our collection, since you're your own guest, so to speak. He looked up complacently at the long list of guest caricatures that lined the wall in rank and file. We're going to run out of space in a couple of years.
Then don't bother with me, said Trumbull sourly. And we can always make space by burning those foolish scrawls.
Scrawls? Gonzalo seemed to debate within himself briefly concerning the possibility of taking offense. Then he compromised by saying, You seem to be in a foul mood, Tom.
I seem so because I am. I'm in the situation of the Chaldean wise men facing Nebuchadnezzar.
Avalon leaned over from across the table.
Are you talking about the Book of Daniel, Tom? That's where it is, isn't it?
Gonzalo said, Pardon me, but I didn't have my Bible lesson yesterday. What are these wise men?
Tell him, Jeff, said Trumbull. Pontificating is your job.
Avalon said,
It's not pontificating to tell a simple tale. If you would rather, Gonzalo said.
I'd rather you did, Jeff. You do it much more authoritatively.
Well, said Avalon, it's Reuben, not I, who was once a boy preacher. But I'll do my poor best. The 2nd chapter of the Book of Daniel tells that Nebuchadnezzar was once troubled by a bad dream, and he sent for his Chaldean wise men for an interpretation. The wise men offered to do so at once, as soon as they heard the dream, but
Nebuchadnezzar couldn't remember the dream, only that he had been disturbed by it. He reasoned, however, that if wise men could interpret a dream, they could work out the dream too, so he ordered them to tell him both the dream and the interpretation. When they couldn't do this, he very reasonably, by the standards of Oriental potentates, ordered them all killed. Fortunately for them, Daniel, a captive Jew in Babylon, could do the job.
Gonzalo said, "And that's your situation too, Tom."
"In a way. I have a problem that involves a cryptogram, but I don't have the cryptogram. I have to work out the cryptogram."
"Or you'll be killed?" asked Reuben.
"No. If I fail, I won't be killed. But it won't do me any good either."
Gonzalo said, "No wonder you didn't feel it necessary to bring a guest. Tell us all about it."
"Before the brandy?"
said Avalon, scandalized.
"Tom's host,"
said Gonzalo, defensively. "If he wants to tell us now—"
"I don't," said Trumbull. "We'll wait for the brandy as we always do, and I'll be my own griller, if you don't mind."
When Henry was pouring the brandy, Trumbull rang his spoon against his water-glass and said,
"Gentlemen, I will dispense with the opening question by admitting openly that I cannot justify my existence. Without pretending to go on by question and answer, I will simply state the problem. You are free to ask questions, but for God's sake, don't get me off on any wild goose chases. This is serious."
Avalon said,
"Go ahead, Tom. We will do our best to listen."
Trumbull said, with a certain weariness,
"It involves a fellow named Pochik. I've got to tell you a little about him in order to let you understand the problem, but as is usual in these cases, I hope you don't mind if I tell you nothing that isn't relevant. In the first place, he's from Eastern Europe, from some place in Slovenia, I think, and he came here at about 14. He taught himself English, went to night school and to university extension, working every step of the way. He worked as a waiter for 10 years, while he was taking his various courses, and you know what that means. Sorry, Henry."
Henry said tranquilly, "It is not necessarily a pleasant occupation. Not everyone waits on the Black Widowers, Mr. Trumbull."
"Thank you, Henry. That's very diplomatic of you. However, he wouldn't have made it if it weren't plain from the start that he was a mathematical wizard. He was the kind of young man that no mathematics professor in his right mind wouldn't have moved heaven and earth to keep in school. He was their claim to a mark in the history books, that they had taught Pochik. Do you understand?"
Avalon said, "We understand, Tom."
Trumbull said, "At least that's what they tell me. He's working for the government now, which is where I come in. They tell me he's something else. They tell me he's in a class by himself. They tell me he can do things no one else can. They tell me they've got to have him. I don't even know what he's working on, but they've got to have him."
Reuben said, "Well, they've got him, haven't they? He hasn't been kidnapped and hijacked back across the Iron Curtain, has he?"
"No, no," said Trumbull. "Nothing like that. It's a lot more irritating. Look, apparently a great mathematician can be an idiot in every other respect."
"Literally an idiot?" asked Avalon. "Usually idiots savants have remarkable memories and can play remarkable tricks in computation, but that is far from being any kind of mathematician, let alone a great one."
"No, nothing like that either."
Trumbull was perspiring and paused to mop at his forehead.
"I mean, he's childish. He's not really learned in anything but mathematics, and that's all right. Mathematics is what we want out of him. The trouble is that he feels backward. He feels stupid. Damn it, he feels inferior. And when he feels too inferior, he stops working and hides in his room."
Gonzalo said, "So what's the problem? Everyone just has to keep telling him how great he is all the time."
"He's dealing with other mathematicians, and they're almost as crazy as he is. One of them, Sandino, hates being second best, and every once in a while he gets Pochik into a screaming fit. He's got a sense of humor, this Sandino, and he likes to call out to Pochik, 'Hey, waiter, bring the check.'
Pochik can't ever learn to take it.
Drake said,
Read this Sandino the Riot Act. Tell him you'll dismember him if he tries anything like that again.
They did, said Trumbull, or at least as far as they quite dared to. They don't want to lose Sandino, either. In any case, the horseplay stopped, but something much worse happened. You see, there's something called, if I've got it right, Goldbox conjecture.
Roger Halstead galvanized into a position of sharp interest at once.
Sir, he said, very famous.
You know about it? said Trumbull.
Halstead stiffened.
I may just teach algebra to junior high school students, but yes, I know about Goldbox conjecture. Teaching a junior high school student doesn't make me a junior.
All right, I apologize. It was stupid of me, said Trumbull. And since you're a mathematician, you can be temperamental, too. Anyway, can you explain Goldbox conjecture? Because I'm not sure I can.
Actually, said Halstead, it's very simple. Back in 1742, I think, a Russian mathematician, Christian Goldbach, stated that he believed every even number greater than 2 could be written as the sum of 2 primes, where a prime is any number that can't be divided evenly by any other number but itself and 1. For instance, 4 equals 2 plus 2. 6 equals 3 plus 3. 8 equals 3 plus 5. 10 equals 3 plus 7. 12 equals 5 plus 7, and so on, as far as you want to go.
Gonzalo said, So what's the big deal?
Goldbach wasn't able to prove it, and in the 200-and-something years since his time, neither has anyone else. The greatest mathematicians haven't been able to show that it's true.
Gonzalo said, So? Halstead said patiently,
Every even number that has ever been checked always works out to be the sum of 2 primes. They've gone awfully high, and mathematicians are convinced the conjecture is true, but no one can prove it.
Gonzalo said, If they can't find any exceptions, doesn't that prove it?
No, because there are always numbers higher than the highest we've checked, and besides, we don't know all the prime numbers and can't. And the higher we go, then the harder it is to tell whether a particular number is prime or not. What is needed is a general proof that tells us we don't have to look for exceptions because there just aren't any. It bothers mathematicians that a problem can be stated so simply and seems to work out, too, and yet that it can't be proved.
Trumbull had been nodding his head.
All right, Roger, all right. We get it. But tell me, does it matter? Does it really matter to anyone who isn't a mathematician whether Goldbach's conjecture is true or not? Whether there are any exceptions or not?
No, said Halstead, not to anyone who isn't a mathematician, but to anyone who is, and who manages either to prove or disprove Goldbach's conjecture. There is an immediate and permanent niche in the Mathematical Hall of Fame.
Trumbull shrugged.
There you are. What Pochik's really doing is of great importance. I'm not sure whether it's for the Department of Defense, the Department of Energy, NASA, or what, but it's vital. What he's interested in, however, is Goldbach's conjecture, and for that he's been using a computer.
To try higher numbers? Asked Gonzalo. Halstead said promptly,
No, that would do no good. These days, though, you can use computers on some pretty recalcitrant problems. It doesn't yield an elegant solution, but it is a solution. If you can reduce a problem to a finite number of possible situations, say 1,000,000, you can program a computer to try every one of them. If every one of them checks out as it's supposed to, then you have your proof. They recently solved the 4-color mapping problem that way, a problem as well known and as recalcitrant as Goldbach's conjecture.
Good, said Trumbull. Then that's what Pochik's been doing. Apparently he had worked out the solution to a particular lemma. Now, what's a lemma?
Halstead said, "It's a part-way solution. If you're climbing a mountain peak and you set up stations at various levels, the lemmas are analogous to those stations, and the solution to the mountain peak."
If he solves the lemma, will he solve the conjecture?
"Not necessarily," said Halstead. "Any more than you'll climb the mountain if you reach a particular station on the slopes. But if you don't solve the lemma, you're not likely to solve the problem, at least not from that direction."
"All right, then," said Trumbull, sitting back. "Well, Sandino came up with a lemma first, and sent it in for publication."
Drake was bent over the table, listening closely.
He said, "Tough luck for Pochik."
Trumbull said, "Except that Pochik says it wasn't luck. He claims Sandino doesn't have the brains for it, and couldn't have taken the steps he did independently. That it is asking too much of coincidence."
Drake said,
"That's a serious charge. Has Pochik got any evidence?"
"No, of course not. The only way that Sandino could have stolen it from Pochik would have been to tap the computer for Pochik's data, and Pochik himself says Sandino couldn't have done that."
"Why not?" said Avalon.
"Because," said Trumbull, "Pochik used a code word. The code word has to be used to alert the computer to a particular person's questioning. Without that code word, everything that went in with the code word is safely locked away."
Avalon said, "It could be that Sandino learned the code word."
"Pochik says that is impossible," said Trumbull. "He was afraid of theft, particularly with respect to Sandino, and he never wrote down the code word, never used it except when he was alone in the room. What's more, he used one that was 14 letters long, he says. Millions of trillions of possibilities, he says. No one could have guessed it, he says."
Reuben said,
"What does Sandino say?"
"He says he worked it out himself. He rejects the claim of theft as the ravings of a madman. Frankly, one could argue that he's right."
Drake said,
"Well, let's consider. Sandino is a good mathematician, and he's innocent till proven guilty. Pochik has nothing to support his claim, and Pochik actually denies that Sandino could possibly have gotten the code word, which is the only way the theft could possibly have taken place. I think Pochik has to be wrong and Sandino right."
Trumbull said,
"I said one could argue that Sandino's right, but the point is that Pochik won't work. He's sulking in his room and reading poetry, and he says he will never work again. He says Sandino has robbed him of his immortality, and life means nothing to him without it."
Gonzalo said, "If you need this guy so badly, can you talk Sandino into letting him have his lemma?"
"Sandino won't make the sacrifice, and we can't make him unless we have reason to think that fraud was involved. If we get any evidence to that effect, we can lean on him hard enough to squash him flat. But now listen. I think it's possible Sandino did steal it."
Avalon said, "How?"
"By getting the code word. If I knew what the code word was, I'm sure I could figure out a logical way in which Sandino could have found it out or guessed it. Pochik, however, simply won't let me have the code word. He shrieked at me when I asked. I explained why, but he said it was impossible. He said Sandino did it some other way. But there is no other way."
Avalon said, "Pochik wants an interpretation, but he won't tell you the dream. And you have to figure out the dream first, and then get the interpretation."
"Exactly like the Chaldean wise men."
"What are you going to do?"
"I'm going to try to do what Sandino must have done. I'm going to try to figure out what the 14-letter code word was, and present it to Pochik. If I'm right, then it will be clear that what I could do, Sandino could do, and that the lemma was very likely stolen."
There was a silence around the table, and then Gonzalo said, "Do you think you can do it, Tom?"
"I don't think so. That's why I've brought the problem here. I want us all to try. I told Pochik I would call him before 10:30 p.m. tonight."
Trumbull looked at his watch.
"With the code word, just to show him it could be broken. I presume he's waiting at the phone."
Avalon said,
"And if we don't get it, then we have no reasonable way of supposing the lemma was stolen, and no really ethical way of trying to force it away from Sandino. But at least we'll be no worse off.
Avalon said,
Then you go first. You've clearly been thinking about it longer than we have, and it's your line of work.
Trumbull cleared his throat.
All right. My reasoning is that if Pochik doesn't write the thing down, then he's got to remember it. There are some people with trick memories, and such a talent is fairly common among mathematicians. However, even great mathematicians don't always have the ability to remember long strings of disjointed symbols, and upon questioning of his co-workers, it would seem quite certain that Pochik's memory is an ordinary one. He can't rely on being able to remember the code unless it's easy to remember. That would limit it to some common phrase or some regular progression that you couldn't possibly forget. Suppose it were Albert Einstein, for instance. That's 14 letters, and there would be no fear of forgetting it. Or Sir Isaac Newton, or A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, or for that matter, N, M, L, K, J, I, H, G, F, E, D, C, B, A. If Pochik tried something like this, it could be that Sandino tried various obvious combinations, and one of them worked.
Drake said,
If that's true, then we haven't a prayer of solving the problem. Sandino might have tried any number of different possibilities over a period of months. One of them finally worked. If he got it by hit and miss over a long time, we have no chance in getting the right one in an hour and a half, without even trying any of them on the computer.
There's that, of course, said Trumbull. And it may well be that Sandino had been working on the problem for months. Sandino pulled the waiter routine on Pochik last June, and Pochik, out of his mind, screamed at him that he would show him when his proof was ready. Sandino may have put this together with Pochik's frequent use of the computer and gotten to work. He may have had months at that.
Did Pochik say something on that occasion that gave the code word away? Asked Avalon.
Pochik swears all he said was, I'll show you when the proof is ready. But who knows? Would Pochik remember his own exact words when he was beside himself?
Halstead said, I'm surprised that Pochik didn't try to beat up this Sandino.
Trumbull said,
You wouldn't be surprised if you knew them. Sandino is built like a football player, and Pochik weighs 110 pounds with his clothes on.
Gonzalo said suddenly, What's this guy's first name?
Trumbull said, Vladimir.
Gonzalo paused a while, with all eyes upon him, and then he said, I knew it. Vladimir Pochik has 14 letters. He used his own name.
Reuben said,
Ridiculous. It would be the first combination anyone would try. Sure, the purloined letter bit. It would be so obvious that no one would think to use it. Ask him.
Trumbull shook his head.
No, I can't believe he'd use that.
Reuben said thoughtfully, Did you say he was sitting in his room reading poetry?
Yes.
Is that the passion of his? Poetry? I thought you said that outside mathematics he was not particularly educated.
Trumbull said sarcastically, You don't have to be a Ph.D. to read poetry. Avalon said mournfully, You would have to be an idiot to read modern poetry.
That's a point, said Reuben. Does Pochik read contemporary poetry?
Trumbull said,
It never occurred to me to ask. When I visited him, he was reading from a book of Wordsworth's poetry, but that's all I can say.
That's enough, said Reuben. If he likes Wordsworth, then he doesn't like contemporary poetry. No one can read that fuddy-duddy for fun and like the stuff they turn out these days.
So? What difference does it make? Asked Trumbull.
The older poetry with its rhyme and rhythm is easy to remember, and it could make for code words. The code word could be a 14-letter passage from one of Wordsworth's poems, possibly a common one. Lonely as a cloud has 14 letters, or any 14-letter combinations from such lines as The child is father of the man, or Trailing clouds of glory, or Milton, thou shouldst be living at this hour, or maybe from some other poet of the type.
Avalon said, Even if we restrict ourselves to passages from the classic and romantic poets, that's a huge field to guess from.
Drake said, I repeat, it's an impossible task. We don't have the time to try them all, and we can't tell one from another without trying.
Halstead said. "That's even more impossible than you think, Jim. I don't think the code word was in English words."
Trumbull said, frowning. "You mean he used his native language?"
"No, I mean he used a random collection of letters. You say that Pochik said the code word was unbreakable because there were millions of trillions of possibilities in a 14-letter combination. Well, suppose that the first letter could be any of the 26, and the second letter could be any of the 26, and the third letter, and so on. In that case, the total number of combinations would be 26 times 26 times 26, and so on. You would have to get the product of 14 26s multiplied together, and the result would be—"
He took out his pocket calculator and manipulated it for a while.
"About 64 million trillion different possibilities. Now, if you used an English phrase, or a phrase in any reasonable European language, most of the letter combinations simply don't occur. You're not going to have an HGF, or a QXZ, or an LLLLC. If we include only possible letter combinations in words, then we might have trillions of possibilities, probably less, but certainly not millions of trillions. Pochik, being a mathematician, wouldn't say millions of trillions unless he meant exactly that. So I expect the code word is a random set of letters."
Trumbull said.
"He doesn't have the kind of memory," Halstead said.
"Even a normal memory will handle 14 random letters if you stick to it long enough."
Gonzalo said. "Wait a while. If there are only so many combinations, you could use a computer. The computer could try every possible combination and stop at the one that unlocks it."
Halstead said. "You don't realize how big a number like 64 million trillion really is, Mario. Suppose you arranged to have the computer test 1 billion different combinations every second. It would take 2,000 solid years of work, day and night, to test all the possible combinations."
Gonzalo said, "But you wouldn't have to test them all. The right one might come up in the first 2 hours. Maybe the code was AAAA, and it happened to be the first one the computer tried."
"Very unlikely," said Halstead. "He wouldn't use a solid A code any more than he would use his own name. Besides, Sandino is enough of a mathematician not to start a computer attempt he would know could take 100 lifetimes."
Reuben said thoughtfully,
"If he did use a random code, I bet it wasn't truly random."
Avalon said. "How do you mean, Manny?"
"I mean, if he doesn't have a superlative memory, and he didn't write it down, how could he go over and over it in his mind in order to memorize it? Just repeat 14 random letters to yourself and see if you can be confident of repeating them again in the exact order immediately afterward. And even if he had worked out a random collection of letters and managed to memorize it, it's clear he had very little self-confidence in anything except mathematical reasoning. Could he face the possibility of not being able to retrieve his own information because he had forgotten the code?"
"He could start all over,"
said Trumbull. "With a new random code? And forget that too," said Reuben. "No. Even if the code word seems random, I'll bet Pochik has some foolproof way of remembering it. And if we can figure out the foolproof way, we'd have the answer. In fact, if Pochik would give us the code word, we'd see how he memorized it, and then see how Sandino broke the code."
Trumbull said, "And if Nebuchadnezzar would only have remembered the dream, the wise men could have interpreted it. Pochik won't give us the code word, and if we work it with hindsight, we'll never be sufficiently sure Sandino cracked it without hindsight. All right, we'll have to give it up."
"It may not be necessary to give it up," said Henry suddenly. "I think—" All turned to Henry expectantly.
"Yes, Henry,"
said Avalon. "I have a wild guess. It may be all wrong. Perhaps it might be possible to call up Mr. Pochik, Mr. Trumbull, and ask him if the code word is WEALTMDITEBIAT, said Henry. Trumbull said,
"What?"
Halstead said, his eyebrows high,
"That's some wild guess, all right. Why that?"
Gonzalo said, "It makes no sense." No one could recall ever having seen Henry blush, but he was distinctly red now. He said, "If I may be excused, I don't wish to explain my reasoning until the combination is tried. If I am wrong, I would appear too foolish. And on second thought, I don't urge it be tried."
Trumbull said, "No, we have nothing to lose. Could you write down that letter combination, Henry?"
"I have already done so, sir." Trumbull looked at it, walked over to the phone in the corner of the room, and dialed. He waited for 4 rings, which could be clearly heard in the breath-holding silence of the room. There was a click, and a sharp, high-pitched, "Hello?"
Trumbull said, "Dr. Pochick, listen, I'm going to read some letters to you. No, Dr. Pochick, I'm not saying I've worked out the code. This is It's an experiment, sir. We may be wrong. No, I can't say how. Listen. W-E-A-L. Oh, good God."
He placed his hand over the mouthpiece.
"The man is having a fit."
"Because it's right or because it's wrong?" asked Reuben.
"I don't know."
Trumbull put the phone back to his ear.
"Dr. Pochick, are you there? Dr. Pochick?" "The rest is—" He consulted the paper. "T-M-D-I-T-E-B-I-A-T."
He listened.
"Yes, sir. I think Sandino cracked it too, the same way we did. We'll have a meeting with you and Dr. Sandino, and we'll settle everything." "Yes. Please, Dr. Pochick, we will do our best."
Trumbull hung up, heaved an enormous sigh, then said,
"Sandino is going to think Jupiter fell on him." "All right, Henry. But if you don't tell us how you got that, you won't have to wait for Jupiter. I will kill you personally."
"No need, Mr. Trumbull," said Henry. "I will tell you at once. I merely listened to all of you. Mr. Halstead pointed out it would have to be some random collection of letters. Mr. Reuben said, backing my own feeling in the matter, that there had to be some system of remembering in that case. Mr. Avalon, early in the evening, was playing the game of alliterative oaths, which pointed up the importance of initial letters. You yourself mentioned Mr. Pochick's liking for old-fashioned poetry like that of Wordsworth. It occurred to me then that 14 was the number of lines in a sonnet, and if we took the initial letters of each line of some sonnet, we would have an apparently random collection of 14 letters that could not be forgotten as long as the sonnet was memorized, or could at worst be looked up. The question was, which sonnet? It was very likely to be a well-known one, and Wordsworth had written some that were. In fact, Mr. Reuben mentioned the first line of one of them. "Milton, thou shouldst be living at this hour." That made me think of Milton, and it came to me that it had to be his sonnet on his blindness, which, as it happens, I know by heart. Please note the first letters of the successive lines. It goes, "When I consider how my light is spent ere half my days, in this dark world and wide, and that one talent which is death to hide, lodged with me useless, though my soul more bent to serve therewith my Maker, and present my true account, lest he returning chide, doth God exact day labour, light denied? I fondly ask, but patience to prevent that murmur soon replies, God doth not need either man's work or his own gifts, who best bear his mild yoke, they serve him best. His state is kingly. Thousands at his bidding speed, and post o'er land and ocean without rest." Henry paused and said softly, "I think it is the most beautiful sonnet in the language. Shakespeare's not excepted, but that was not the reason I felt it must hold the answer. It was that Dr. Pochick had been a waiter and was conscious of it, and I am one, which is why I have memorized the sonnet. A foolish fancy, no doubt, but the last line which I have not quoted, and which is perhaps among the most famous lines Milton ever constructed." "Go ahead, Henry," said Reuben. "Say it." "Thank you, sir," said Henry, and then he said solemnly, "They also serve who only stand and wait." 13. The Good Samaritan. 2 stories ago I mentioned the matter of the stag nature of the Black Widowers. I might mention also that I routinely suggest the entrance of women into membership at occasional meetings of the real club, and I am promptly wiped out. But lest I sound as though I'm trying to get credit for virtue, I would admit that I never resigned my membership in anger at being rebuffed. Nevertheless, I felt that on one occasion, at least, there ought to be a real fight over the matter in my fictional club, even if I never have the guts to reduce it to that in my real-life club. So I wrote The Good Samaritan, and had a great deal of pleasure in watching Manny Rubin's reaction to the whole thing. The Black Widowers had learned by hard experience that when Mario Gonzalo took his turn as host of the monthly banquet, they had to expect the unusual. They had reached the point where they steeled themselves, quite automatically, for disaster. When his guest arrived, there was a lightening of spirit if it turned out he had the usual quota of heads and could speak at least broken English. When the last of the Black Widowers arrived, therefore, and when Henry's efficient setting of the table was nearly complete, Geoffrey Avalon, standing as always straight and tall, sounded almost light-hearted as he said, "I see that your guest has not arrived yet, Mario." Gonzalo, whose crimson velvet jacket and lightly striped blue pants reduced everything else in the room to monochrome, said, "Well," Avalon said, "what's more, a quick count of the settings placed at the table by our inestimable Henry shows that 6 people, and no more, are to be seated. And since all 6 of us are here, I can only conclude that you have not brought a guest."
"Thank Anacreon," said Emmanuel Rubin, raising his drink, "or whatever spirit it is that presides over convivial banquets of kindred souls."
Thomas Trumbull scowled and brushed back his crisply waved white hair with one hand.
"What are you doing, Mario? Saving money?"
"Well," said Gonzalo again, staring at his own drink with a totally spurious concentration.
Roger Halstead said,
"I don't know that this is so good. I like the grilling sessions."
"It won't hurt us," said Avalon in his deepest voice, "to have a quiet conversation once in a while. If we can't amuse each other without a guest, then the Black Widowers are not what once they were, and we should prepare sorrowing for oblivion. Shall we offer Mario a vote of thanks for his unwonted discretion?"
"Well," said Gonzalo a third time.
James Drake interposed, stubbing out a cigarette and clearing his throat.
"It seems to me, gentlemen, that Mario is trying to say something, and is amazingly bashful about it. If he has something he hesitates to say, I fear we are not going to like it. May I suggest we all keep quiet and let him talk?"
"Well," said Gonzalo, and stopped. This time, though, there was a prolonged and anxious silence. "Well," said Gonzalo again, "I do have a guest," and once more he stopped. Rubin said, "Then where the hell is he?" "Downstairs in the main dining room, ordering dinner. At my expense, of course." Gonzalo received 5 blank stares. Then Trumbull said,
"May I ask what dunder-headed reason you can possibly advance for that?"
"Aside," said Rubin, "from being a congenital dunderhead?"
Gonzalo put his drink down, took a deep breath, and said firmly,
"Because I thought she would be more comfortable down there."
Rubin managed to get out an
"And why?"
before the significance of the pronoun became plain. He seized the lapels of Gonzalo's jacket.
"Did you say she?"
Gonzalo caught at the other's wrists.
"Hands off, Manny. If you want to talk, use your lips, not your hands. Yes, I said she."
Henry, his 60-ish unlined face showing a little concern, raised his voice a diplomatic notch and said, "Gentlemen, dinner is served." Rubin, having released Gonzalo, waved imperiously at Henry and said,
"Sorry, Henry, there may be no banquet." "Mario, you damned jackass! No woman can attend these meetings."
There was, in fact, a general uproar. While no one quite achieved the anger and decibels of Rubin, Gonzalo found himself at bay with the 5 others around him in a semicircle. Their individual comments were lost in the general explosion of anger. Gonzalo, waving his arms madly, leaped onto a chair and shouted, "Let me speak!" over and over, until out of exhaustion, it seemed, the opposition died off into a low growl. Gonzalo said, "She is not our guest at the banquet. She's just a woman with a problem, an old woman, and it won't do us any harm if we see her after dinner." There was no immediate response, and Gonzalo said, "She needn't sit at the table. She can sit in the doorway." Reuben said, "Mario, if she comes in here, I go. And if I go, damn it, I may not come back ever." Gonzalo said, "Are you saying you'll break up the Black Widowers rather than listen to an old woman in trouble?" Reuben said, "I'm saying rules are rules." Halstead, looking deeply troubled, said, "Listen, Manny, maybe we ought to do this. The rules weren't delivered to us from Mount Sinai." "You too," said Reuben savagely. "Look, it doesn't matter what any of you say. In a matter as fundamental as this, one black ball is enough, and I cast it. Either she goes, or I go, and by God you'll never see me again. In view of that, is there anyone who wants to waste his breath?" Henry, who still stood at the head of the table, waiting with markedly less than his usual imperturbability for the company to seat itself, said, "May I have a word, Mr. Reuben?" Reuben said, "Sorry, Henry, no one sits down till this is settled." Gonzalo said, "Stay out, Henry, I'll fight my own battles." It was at this point that Henry departed from his role as the epitome of all Olympian waiters, and advanced on the group. His voice was firm as he said, "Mr. Reuben, I wish to take responsibility for this. Several days ago, Mr. Gonzalo phoned me to ask if I would be so kind as to listen to a woman he knew who had the kind of problem he thought I might be helpful with. I asked him if it was something close to his heart. He said that the woman was a relative of someone who was very likely to give him a commission for an important piece of work." "Money," sneered Reuben. "Professional opportunity," snapped Gonzalo, "if you can understand that. And sympathy for a fellow human being, if you can understand that." Henry held up his hand. "Please, gentlemen, I told Mr. Gonzalo I could not help him, but urged him, if he had not already arranged a guest, to bring the woman. I suggested that there might be no objection if she did not actually attend the banquet itself." Reuben said, "And why couldn't you help her otherwise?" Henry said, "Gentlemen, I lay no claims to superior insight. I do not compare myself, as Mr. Gonzalo occasionally does on my behalf, to Sherlock Holmes. It is only after you gentlemen have discussed the problem and eliminated what is extraneous that I seem to see what remains. Therefore," Drake said,
"Well, look, Manny, I'm the oldest member here and the original reason for the prohibition. We might partially waive it just this once."
"No," said Reuben flatly. Henry said, "Mr. Reuben, it is often stated at these banquets that I am a member of the Black Widowers. If so, I wish to take the responsibility. I urged Mr. Gonzalo to do this, and I spoke to the woman concerned and assured her that she would be welcomed to our deliberations after dinner. It was an impulsive act based on my estimate of the characters of the gentlemen of the club. If the woman is now sent away, Mr. Reuben, you understand that my position here will be an impossible one, and I will be forced to resign my position as waiter at these banquets. I would have no choice." Almost imperceptibly, the atmosphere had changed while Henry spoke, and now it was Reuben who was standing at bay. He stared at the semicircle that now surrounded him and said rather gratingly, "I appreciate your services to the club, Henry, and I do not wish to place you in a dishonorable position. Therefore, on the stipulation that this is not to set a precedent, and reminding you that you must not do this again, I will withdraw my black ball." The banquet was the least comfortable in the history of the Black Widowers. Conversation was desultory and dull, and Reuben maintained a stony silence throughout. There was no need to clatter the water glass during the serving of the coffee, since there was no babble of conversation to override. Gonzalo simply said, "I'll go down and see if she's ready. Her name, by the way, is Mrs. Barbara Lindemann." Reuben looked up and said, "Make sure she's had her coffee or tea or whatever downstairs. She can't have anything up here." Avalon looked disapproving.
"The dictates of courtesy, my dear Manny."
"She'll have all she wants downstairs at Mario's expense. Up here we'll listen to her. What more can she want?" Gonzalo brought her up and led her to an armchair that Henry had obtained from the restaurant office and that he had placed well away from the table. She was a rather thin woman, with blunt, good-natured features, well-dressed and with her white hair carefully set. She carried a black purse that looked new, and she clutched it tightly. She glanced timidly at the faces of the black widowers and said, "Good evening." There was a low, chorused rumble in return, and she said, "I apologize for coming here with my ridiculous story. Mr. Gonzalo explained that my appearance here is out of the ordinary, and I have thought over my dinner that I should not disturb you. I will go if you like, and thank you for the dinner and for letting me come up here." She made as though to rise, and Avalon, looking remarkably shamefaced, said, "Madam, you are entirely welcome here, and we would like very much to hear what you have to say. We cannot promise that we will be able to help you, but we can try. I am sure that we all feel the same way about this. Don't you agree, Manny?" Reuben shot a dark look at Avalon through his thick-lensed glasses. His sparse beard bristled and his chin lifted, but he said in a remarkably mild tone, "Entirely, ma'am." There was a short pause, and then Gonzalo said, "It's our custom, Mrs. Lindemann, to question our guests, and under the circumstances I wonder if you would mind having Henry handle that. He is our waiter, but he is a member of our group." Henry stood motionless for a moment, then said, "I fear, Mr. Gonzalo, that—" Gonzalo said, "You have yourself claimed the privilege of membership earlier this evening, Henry. Privilege carries with it responsibility. Put down the brandy bottle, Henry, and sit down. Anyone who wants brandy can take his own. Here, Henry, take my seat." Gonzalo rose resolutely and walked to the sideboard. Henry sat down. Henry said mildly to Mrs. Lindemann, "Madam, would you be willing to pretend you are on the witness stand?" The woman looked about, and her look of uneasiness dissolved into a little laugh. "I never have been, and I'm not sure I know how to behave on one. I hope you won't mind if I'm nervous." "We won't, but you needn't be. This will be very informal, and we are anxious only to help you. The members of the club have a tendency to speak loudly and excitably at times, but if they do, that is merely their way, and means nothing. First, please tell us your name." She said with an anxious formality, "My name is Barbara Lindemann, Mrs. Barbara Lindemann." "And do you have any particular line of work?" "No, sir, I am retired. I am 67 years old, as you can probably tell by looking at me, and a widow. I was once a school-teacher at a junior high school." Halstead stirred and said, "That's my profession, Mrs. Lindemann. What subject did you teach?" "Mostly I taught American history." Henry said, "Now, from what Mr. Gonzalo has told me, you suffered an unpleasant experience here in New York, and—" "No, pardon me," interposed Mrs. Lindemann. "It was, on the whole, a very pleasant experience. If that weren't so, I would be only too glad to forget all about it." "Yes, of course," said Henry. "But I am under the impression that you have forgotten some key points and would like to remember them." "Yes," she said earnestly. "I am so ashamed at not remembering. It must make me appear senile. But it was a very unusual and frightening thing in a way, at least parts of it were, and I suppose that's my excuse." Henry said, "I think it would be best, then, if you tell us what happened to you in as much detail as you can, and if it will not bother you, some of us may ask questions as you go along." "It won't bother me, I assure you," said Mrs. Lindemann. "I'll welcome it as a sign of interest." She said, "I arrived in New York City 9 days ago. I was going to visit my niece, among other things, but I didn't want to stay with her. That would have been uncomfortable for her and confining for me, so I took a hotel room. I got to the hotel at about 6 p.m. on Wednesday, and after a small dinner, which was very pleasant, although the prices were simply awful, I phoned my niece and arranged to see her the next day when her husband would be at work and the children at school. That would give us some time to ourselves, and then in the evening we could have a family outing. Of course, I didn't intend to hang about their necks the entire 2 weeks I was to be in New York. I fully intended to do things on my own. In fact, that first evening after dinner I had nothing particular to do, and I certainly didn't want to sit in my room and watch television. So I thought, well, all of Manhattan is just outside, Barbara. And you've read about it all your life, and seen it in the movies, and now's your chance to see it in real life. I thought I'd just step out and wander about on my own and look at the elaborate buildings and the bright lights and the people hurrying past. I just wanted to get a feel of the city before I started taking organized tours. I've done that in other cities in these recent years when I've been traveling, and I've always so enjoyed it.
Trumbull said, "You weren't afraid of getting lost, I suppose?"
"Oh, no," said Mrs. Lindeman earnestly. "I have an excellent sense of direction, and even if I were caught up in my sightseeing and didn't notice where I had gone, I had a map of Manhattan, and the streets are all in a rectangular grid and numbered, not like Boston, London, or Paris, and I was never lost in those cities. Besides, I could always get in a taxi and give the driver the name of my hotel. In fact, I am sure anyone would give me directions if I asked."
Reuben emerged from his slough of despond to deliver himself of a ringing, "In Manhattan? Ha!"
"Why, certainly," said Mrs. Lindeman, with mild reproof. "I've always heard that Manhattanites are unfriendly, but I have not found it so. I have been the recipient of many kindnesses, not the least of which is the manner in which you gentlemen have welcomed me, even though I am quite a stranger to you."
Reuben found it necessary to stare intently at his fingernails.
Mrs. Lindeman said, "In any case, I did go off on my little excursion and stayed out much longer than I had planned. Everything was so colourful and busy, and the weather was so mild and pleasant. Eventually I realized I was terribly tired, and I had reached a rather quiet street and was ready to go back. I reached in one of the outer pockets of my purse for my map."
Halstead interrupted.
"I take it, Mrs. Lindeman, you are alone on this excursion?"
"Oh, yes," said Mrs. Lindeman. "I always travel alone since my husband died. To have a companion means a perpetual state of compromise as to when to arise, what to eat, where to go. No, I want to be my own woman."
"I didn't quite mean that, Mrs. Lindeman," said Halstead. "I mean to ask whether you were alone on this particular outing in a strange city, at night, with a purse."
"Yes, sir. I'm afraid so."
Halstead said, "Had no one told you that the streets of New York aren't always safe at night, particularly, for older women with purses who look, as you do, gentle and harmless?"
"Oh, dear, of course I've been told that. I've been told that of every city I've visited. My own town has districts that aren't safe. I've always felt, though, that all life is a gamble, that a no-risk situation is an impossible dream, and I wasn't going to deprive myself of pleasant experiences because of fear. And I've gone about in all sorts of places without harm."
Trumbull said, "Until that first evening in Manhattan, I take it."
Mrs. Lindeman's lips tightened, and she said,
"Until then. It was an experience I remember only in flashes, so to speak. I suppose that because I was so tired, and then so frightened, and the surroundings were so new to me, much of what happened somehow didn't register properly. Little things seemed to have vanished forever. That's the problem."
She bit her lips and looked as though she was battling to hold back the tears. Henry said softly, "Could you tell us what you remember?"
"Well," she said, clearing her throat and clutching at her purse, "as I said, the street was a quiet one. There were cars moving past, but no pedestrians, and I wasn't sure where I was. I was reaching for the map and looking about for a street sign when a young man seemed to appear from nowhere and called out, 'Got $1, lady?' He couldn't have been more than 15 years old, just a boy. Well, I would have been perfectly willing to let him have $1 if I thought he needed it. But really, he seemed perfectly fit and reasonably prosperous, and I didn't think it would be advisable to display my wallet, so I said, 'I'm afraid I don't, young man.' Of course, he didn't believe me. He came closer and said, 'Sure you do, lady. Here, let me help you look,' and he reached for my purse. Well, I wasn't going to let him have it, of course."
Trumbull said firmly,
"No, of course, about it, Mrs. Lindeman. If it ever happens again, you surrender your purse at once. You can't save it in any case, and the hoodlums will think nothing of using force, and there is nothing in the purse that can possibly be worth your life."
Mrs. Lindeman sighed.
"I suppose you're right. But at the time I just wasn't thinking clearly. I held on to my purse as a reflex action, I suppose.
and that's when I start failing to remember. I recall engaging in a tug-of-war, and I seem to recall other young men approaching. I don't know how many, but I seemed surrounded. Then I heard a shout, and some very bad language, and the loud noise of feet. There was nothing more for a while, except that my purse was gone. Then there was an anxious voice, low and polite. "Are you hurt, madam?" I said, "I don't think so, but my purse is gone." I looked about vaguely. I think I was under the impression it had fallen to the street. There was an older young man holding my elbow respectfully. He might have been 25. He said, "They got that, ma'am. I'd better get you out of here before they come back for some more fun. They'll probably have knives, and I don't." He was hurrying me away. I didn't see him clearly in the dark, but he was tall and wore a sweater. He said, "I live close by, ma'am. It's either get to my place or we'll have a battle." I think I was aware of other young men in the distance, but that may have been a delusion. I went with the new young man quite docilely. He seemed earnest and polite, and I've gotten too old to feel that I am in danger of personal harm. Besides, I was so confused and light-headed that I lacked any will to resist. The next thing I remember is being at his apartment door. I remember that it was apartment 4F. I suppose that remains in my mind because it was such a familiar combination during World War II. Then I was inside his apartment and sitting in an upholstered armchair. It was a rather run-down apartment, I noticed, but I don't remember getting to it at all. The man who had rescued me had put a glass into my hand, and I sipped at it. It was some kind of wine, I think. I did not particularly like the taste, but it warmed me, and it seemed to make me less dizzy, rather than more dizzy, as one would suppose. The man seemed anxious about my possibly being hurt, but I reassured him. I said if he would just help me get a taxi, I would get back to my hotel. He said I had better rest a while. He offered to call the police to report the incident, but I was adamant against that. And that's one of the things I remember very clearly. I knew the police could not recover my purse, and I did not want to become a newspaper item. I think I must have explained that I was from out of town because he lectured me, quite gently, on the dangers of walking on the streets of Manhattan. I've heard so much on the subject in the last week. You should hear my niece go on and on about it. I remember other bits of the conversation. He wanted to know whether I'd lost much cash, and I said, well, about $30 or $40, but that I had traveller's checks, which could, of course, be replaced. I think I had to spend some time reassuring him that I knew how to do that, and that I knew how to report my missing credit card. I had only had one in my purse. Finally, I asked him his name so that I could speak to him properly, and he laughed and said, "Oh, first names will do for that." He told me his, and I told him mine. And I said, "Isn't it astonishing how it all fits together, your name and your address and what you said back there?" I explained, and he laughed and said he would never have thought of that. So you see, I knew his address. Then we went downstairs, and it was quite late by then, at least by the clock, though of course it wasn't really very late by my insides. He made sure the streets were clear, then made me wait in the vestibule while he went out to get a cab. He told me he had paid the driver to take me wherever I wanted to go, and then before I could stop him he put a $20 bill in my hand, because he said I mustn't be left with no money at all. I tried to object, but he said he loved New York, and since I had been so mistreated on my first evening there by New Yorkers, it had to be made up for by New Yorkers. So I took it, because I knew I would pay it back. The driver took me back to the hotel, and he didn't try to collect any money. He even tried to give me change, because he said the young man had given him a $5 bill, but I was pleased with his honesty, and I wouldn't take the change. So you see, although the incident began very painfully, there was the extreme kindness of the Good Samaritan young man, and of the taxi driver. It was as though an act of unkindness was introduced into my life in order that I might experience other acts of kindness that would more than redress the balance. And I still experience them. Yours, I mean. Of course, it was quite obvious that the young man was not well off, and I strongly suspected that the $25 he had expended on me was far more than he could afford to throw away. Nor did he ask my last name or what my hotel was. It was as though he knew I would pay it back without having to be reminded. Naturally, I would. You see, I'm quite well-to-do, really, and it's not just a matter of paying it back. The Bible says that if you cast your bread upon the waters, it will be returned tenfold. So I think it's only fair that if he put out $25, he ought to get $250 back, and I can afford it. I got back to my room and slept so soundly after all that. It was quite refreshing. The next morning I arranged my affairs with respect to the credit card and the traveller's checks, and then I called my niece and spent the day with her. I told her what had happened, but just the bare essentials. After all, I had to explain why I had no bag, and why I was temporarily short of cash. She went on and on about it. I bought a new purse, this one, and it wasn't till the end of the day, when I was in bed again, that I realized that I had not made it my business to repay the young man first thing. Being with family had just preoccupied me. And then the real tragedy struck me.
Mrs. Lindeman stopped and tried to keep her face from crumpling, but failed. She began to weep quietly and to reach desperately into her bag for a handkerchief. Henry said softly, "Would you care to rest a while, Mrs. Lindeman?" Reuben said, just as softly, "Would you like a cup of tea, Mrs. Lindeman, or some brandy?" Then he glared about as though daring anyone to say a word. Mrs. Lindeman said, "No, I'm all right. I apologize for behaving so. But I found I had forgotten. I don't remember the young man's address, not at all, though I must have known it that night because I talked about it. I don't remember his first name. I stayed awake all night trying to remember, and that just made it worse. I went out the next day to try to retrace my steps, but everything looked so different by day, and by night I was afraid to try. What must the young man think of me? He's never heard from me. I took his money and just vanished with it. I am worse than those terrible young hoodlums who snatched my purse. I had never been kind to them. They owed me no gratitude."
Gonzalo said, "It's not your fault that you can't remember. You had a rough time." "Yes, but he doesn't know I can't remember. He thinks I'm an ungrateful thief." Finally, I told my nephew about my trouble, and he was just thinking of employing Mr. Gonzalo for something, and he felt that Mr. Gonzalo might have the kind of worldly wisdom that might help. Mr. Gonzalo said he would try, and in the end, here I am. But now that I've heard myself tell the story, I realize how hopeless it all sounds."
Trumbull sighed.
"Mrs. Lindeman, please don't be offended at what I am about to ask, but we must eliminate some factors. Are you sure it all really happened?"
Mrs. Lindeman looked surprised.
"Well, of course it really happened. My purse was gone."
"No," said Henry. "What Mr. Trumbull means, I think, is that after the mugging, you somehow got back to the hotel and then had a sleep that may have been filled with nightmares, so that what you remember now is partly fact and partly dream, which would account for the imperfect memory."
"No,"
said Mrs. Lindeman firmly.
"I remember what I do remember perfectly. It was not a dream."
"In that case," said Trumbull, shrugging, "we have very little to go on."
Reuben said,
"Never mind, Tom. We're not giving up. If we choose the right name for your rescuer, Mrs. Lindeman, would you recognize it, even though you can't remember it now?"
"I hope so," said Mrs. Lindeman,
"but I don't know. I've tried looking in a phone directory to see different first names, but none seemed familiar. I don't think it could have been a very common name."
Reuben said,
"Then it couldn't have been Sam."
"Oh, I'm certain that's not it."
"Why Sam, Annie?"
asked Gonzalo.
"Well, the fellow was a good Samaritan. Mrs. Lindeman called him that herself. Sam for Samaritan. His number and street may have represented the chapter and verse in the Bible where the tale of the Good Samaritan begins. You said his name and address fitted each other, and that's the only clue we have."
"Wait," put in Avalon eagerly.
The first name might have been the much less common one of Luke. That's the gospel in which the parable is to be found.
I'm afraid, said Mrs. Lindeman, that doesn't sound right either. Besides, I'm not that well acquainted with the Bible. I couldn't identify the chapter and verse of the parable.
Halstead said, Let's not get off on impossible tangents. Mrs. Lindeman taught American history in school, so it's very likely that what struck her applied to American history. For instance, suppose the address were 1812 Madison Avenue, and the young man's name was James. James Madison was president during the War of 1812.
Oh, 1492 Columbus Avenue, said Gonzalo, and the young man was named Christopher.
Or 1775 Lexington Avenue, and the name Paul, for Paul Revere, said Trumbull. Or 1623 Amsterdam Avenue, and the name Peter, said Avalon, for Peter Minuit. Or 1609 Hudson Avenue, and the name Henry. In fact, there are many named streets in Lower Manhattan. We can never pick an appropriate one unless Mrs. Lindeman remembers.
Mrs. Lindeman clasped her hands tightly together. Oh, dear, nothing sounds familiar.
Reuben said, Of course not, if we're going to guess at random. Mrs. Lindeman, I assume you are at a Midtown hotel?
I'm at the New York Hilton. Is that Midtown?
Yes, 6th Avenue and 53rd Street. The chances are you could not have walked more than a mile, probably less, before you grew tired. Therefore, let's stick to Midtown. Hudson Avenue is much too far south, and places like 1492 Columbus or 1812 Madison are much too far north. It would have to be Midtown, probably West Side. And I can't think of anything,
Drake said through a haze of cigarette smoke.
You're forgetting one item. Mrs. Lindeman said it wasn't just the name and address that fit, but what the young man said back there, that is, at the site of the rescue. What did he say back there?
It's all so hazy, said Mrs. Lindeman.
You said he called out roughly at the muggers. Can you repeat what he said?
Mrs. Lindeman coloured. I could repeat some of what he said, but I don't think I want to. The young man apologized for it afterward. He said that unless he used bad language, the hoodlums would not have been impressed and would not have scattered. Besides, I know I couldn't have referred to that at all.
Drake said thoughtfully,
That bites the dust, then. Have you thought of advertising? You know, will the young man who aided a woman in distress, and so on?
I've thought of it, said Mrs. Lindeman, but that would be so dreadful. He might not see it, and so many impostors might arrive to make a claim. Really, this is so dreadful.
Avalon, looking distressed, turned to Henry and said,
Well, Henry, does anything occur to you?
Henry said, I am not certain. Mrs. Lindeman, you said that by the time you took the taxi it was late by the clock, but not by your insides. Does that mean you arrived from the West Coast by plane, so that your perception of time was 3 hours earlier than the clock?
Yes, I did,
said Mrs. Lindeman. Perhaps from Portland, or not too far from there? Asked Henry.
Oh, yes, from just outside Portland. Had I mentioned that?
No, you hadn't, interposed Trumbull. How did you know, Henry?
Because it occurred to me, sir, said Henry, that the young man's name was Eugene, which is the name of a town only about 100 miles south of Portland.
Mrs. Lindeman rose, eyes staring.
My goodness! The name was Eugene. But that's marvelous. How could you possibly tell?
Henry said, Mr. Reuben pointed out the address had to be in Midtown Manhattan on the west side. Dr. Drake pointed out your reference to what the young man had said at the scene of the rescue, and I recalled that one thing you reported him to have said, besides the bad language, you did not describe specifically, was that you had better get to his place or there'd be a battle. Mr. Halstead pointed out that the address ought to have some significance in American history, and so I thought it might be 54 West 40th Street, since there is the well-known election slogan of 54-40 or fight, the election of 1844, I believe.
It would be particularly meaningful to Mrs. Lindeman if she were from the Northwest, since it pertained to our dispute with Great Britain over the Oregon Territory. When she said she was indeed from near Portland, Oregon, I guessed that the rescuer's name might be Eugene. Mrs. Lindeman sat down.
To my dying day I will never forget this. That is the address. How could I have forgotten it when you worked it out so neatly from what little I did remember?
And then she grew excited. She said,
But it's not too late. I must go there at once. I must pay him or shove an envelope under his door or something.
Reuben said, Will you recognize the house if you see it?
Oh, yes, said Mrs. Lindeman. I'm sure of that. And it's apartment 4F. I remembered that. If I knew his last name, I would call, but no, I want to see him and explain.
Reuben said mildly, You certainly can't go yourself, Mrs. Lindeman. Not into that neighborhood at this time of night, after what you've been through. Some of us will have to go with you. At the very least, I will.
Mrs. Lindeman said, I very much dislike inconveniencing you, Mr. Reuben.
Under the circumstances, Mrs. Lindeman, said Reuben, I consider it my duty.
Henry said, I believe we will all accompany you, Mrs. Lindeman. I know the Black Widowers.
14. Can you prove it? Another thing I don't like to do in my mysteries, there seem to be so many things I don't like to do, is to write an Iron Curtain story. For one thing, I don't like to picture good and evil as associated with different nationalities. There are many decent people and a few sourballs in every group of human beings, no matter how you slice them. I admit that back in the 1930s and 1940s I had difficulty feeling charitable toward Germans, any Germans, but even then I avoided placing German villains in my early stories. Then, too, at the present time, Soviet-American enmity poses such a threat to the world generally that I hesitate to add the tiniest trifle to that enmity. And yet enmity exists between nations, and that can serve as the necessary basis for a mystery. So here is an Iron Curtain story that I'm proud of because I did it my way. The country is not named, and the man on the other side is clearly a decent individual. Henry, the smoothly functioning waiter at the monthly Black Widowers banquet, filled the water glass of the evening's guest as though knowing in advance that that guest was reaching into his shirt pocket for a small vial of pills. The guest looked up. "Thank you, waiter, though the pills are small enough to go down au jus, so to speak." He looked about the table and sighed.
"Advancing age. In our modern times we are not allowed to grow old ad lib. Doctors follow the faltering mechanism in detail and insist on applying the grease. My blood pressure is a touch high, and I have an occasional extrasystole, so I take a pretty little orange pill 4 times a day."
Geoffrey Avalon, who sat immediately across the table, smiled with the self-conscious superiority of a man moderately stricken in years who kept himself in good shape with a vigorous system of calisthenics, and said, "How old are you, Mr. Smith?"
57. With proper care, my doctor assures me I will live out a normal lifetime."
Emmanuel Reuben's eyes flashed in magnified form behind his thick spectacles as he said,
"I doubt there's an American who reaches middle age these days who doesn't become accustomed to a regimen of pills of one kind or another. I take zinc and vitamin E and a few other things."
James Drake nodded, and said in his soft voice as he peered through his cigarette smoke,
"I have a special weekly pillbox arrangement to keep the day's dosages correct. That way you can check on whether you've taken the second pill of a particular kind. If it's in the Friday compartment, still assuming the day is Friday, you haven't taken it."
Smith said, "I take only this one kind of pill, which simplifies things. I bought a week's supply 3 years ago, 28 of them, on my doctor's prescription. I was frankly skeptical, but they helped me tremendously, and I persuaded my doctor to prescribe them for me in bottles of 1,000. Every Sunday morning I put 28 into my original vial, which I carry with me everywhere, and at all times, and which I still use. I know at all times how much I should have. Right now I should have 4 left, having just taken the 24th of the week. And
I do. In 3 years, I've missed a pill only twice.
I, said Reuben loftily, have not yet reached that pitch of senility that requires any mnemonic devices at all.
No? Asked Mario Gonzalo, spearing his last bit of baba or rum.
What pitch of senility have you reached?
Roger Halstead, who was hosting the banquet that night, forestalled Reuben's rejoinder by saying hastily,
"There's an interesting point to be made here. As increasing numbers of people pump themselves full of chemicals, there must be fewer and fewer people with untampered tissue chemistry."
"None at all," growled Thomas Trumbull. "The food we eat is loaded with additives. The water we drink is purifying chemicals. The air we breathe is half pollution of one sort or another. If you could analyze an individual's blood carefully enough, you could probably tell where he lived, what he eats, what medicines he takes."
Smith nodded. His short hair exposed prominent ears, something Gonzalo had taken full advantage of in preparing his caricature of the evening's guest. Now Smith rubbed one of them thoughtfully and said,
"Maybe you could file everyone's detailed blood pattern in some computer bank. Then if all else fails, your blood would be your identification. The pattern would be entered into the computer, which would compare it with all those in its memory files, and within a minute words would flash across a screen, saying, 'The man you have here is John Smith of Fairfield, Connecticut.' And I would stand up and bow."
Trumbull said, "If you could stand up and bow, you could stand up and identify yourself. Why bother with a blood pattern?"
"Oh, yes?"
said Smith grimly.
Halstead said, "Listen, let's not get involved in this. Henry is distributing the brandy, and it's past time for the grilling. Jeff, will you assume the task?"
"I will be glad to,"
said Avalon in his most solemn tone.
Bending his fierce and graying eyebrows over his eyes, Avalon said, with incongruous mildness,
"And just how do you justify your existence, Mr. Smith?"
"Well," said Smith cheerfully, "I inherited a going business. I did well with it, sold it profitably, invested wisely, and now live in early retirement in a posh place in Fairfield, a widower with 2 grown children, each on his own. I toil not, neither do I spin, and, like the lilies of the field, my justification is my beauty, and the way it illuminates the landscape."
A grin of self-mockery crossed his pleasantly ugly face. Avalon said indulgently,
"I suppose we can pass that. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Your name is John Smith."
"And I can prove it," said Smith quickly. "Name your poison. I have my card, a driver's license, a variety of credit cards, some personal letters addressed to me, a library card, and so on."
"I am perfectly willing to accept your word, sir. But it occurs to me that with a name like John Smith you must frequently encounter some signs of cynical disbelief. From hotel clerks, for instance. Do you have a middle initial?"
"No, sir. I am the real thing. My parents felt that any modification of the grand cliché would spoil the grandeur. I won't deny that there haven't been times when I've longed to say my name was Eustace Bartholomew of Wasservogel, but the feeling passes. Of the Smiths I am, and of that tribe. Variety, John. I remain."
Avalon cleared his throat portentously and said,
"And yet, Mr. Smith, I feel you have reason to feel annoyance at your name. You reacted to Tom's suggestion that you could merely announce your name and make the blood identification unnecessary, with a clear tone of annoyance. Have you had some special occasion of late when you failed to identify yourself?"
Trumbull said, "Let me guess that you did. Your eagerness to demonstrate your ability to prove your identity would show that some past failure to do so rankles."
Smith stared around the table in astonishment.
"Good God! Does it show that much?"
Halstead said,
"No, John, it doesn't, but this group has developed a sixth sense about mysteries. I told you when you accepted my invitation that if you were hiding a skeleton in your closet, they'd have it out of you." "And I told you, Roger," said Smith, "that I had no mystery about me." "And the matter of inability to prove identity?" said Reuben.
"Was a nightmare, rather than a mystery," said Smith. and it is something I've been asked not to talk about."
Avalon said, "Anything mentioned within the four walls of a Black Widower's banquet represents privileged communication. Feel free."
"I can't." Smith paused, then said, "Look, I don't know what it's all about. I think I was mistaken for someone once when I was visiting Europe, and after I got out of the nightmare I was visited by someone and asked not to talk about it. Though come to think of it, there is a mystery of the sort."
"Ah," said Avalon. "And what might that be?"
"I don't really know how I got out of the nightmare," said Smith.
Gonzalo, looking pleased and animated, said, "Tell us what happened, and I'll bet we tell you how you got out of it."
"I can't very well,"
began Smith. Trumbull's frowning face, having attempted to wither Gonzalo, turned to Smith.
"I understand such things, Mr. Smith," he said. "Suppose you omit the name of the country involved and the exact dates and any other such identifiable paraphernalia. Just tell it as a story out of the Arabian Nights, if the nightmare will stand up without the dangerous detail."
Smith said, "I think it will, but seriously, gentlemen, if the matter does involve national security, and I can imagine ways in which it might, how can I be sure you are all to be trusted?" Halstead said, "If you trust me, John, I'll vouch for the rest of the Black Widowers, including, of course, Henry, our esteemed waiter."
Henry, standing at the sideboard, smiled gently. Smith was visibly tempted.
"I don't say I wouldn't like to get this off my chest."
"If you choose not to," said Halstead, "I'm afraid the banquet ends. The terms of the invitation were that you were to answer all questions truthfully." Smith laughed.
"You also said I would not be asked anything designed to humiliate me, or to put me in a disgraceful light. But have it your way."
"I was visiting Europe last year," said Smith, "and I'll put the location and date no closer than that. I was a recent widower, a little lost without my wife, and rather determined to pick up the threads of life once again. I had not been much of a traveller before my retirement, and I was anxious to make up for that. I travelled alone, and I was a tourist. Nothing more than that. I want to stress that in all truthfulness. I was not serving any organ of the government, and that's true of any government, not just my own, either officially or unofficially. Nor was I there to gather information for any private organization. I was a tourist, and nothing more, and so steeped in innocence that I suppose it was too much to expect that I not get into trouble. I could not speak the language of the country, but that didn't bother me. I can't speak any language but English, and I have the usual provincial American attitude that that's enough. There would always be someone, anywhere I might be, who would speak and understand English, and as a matter of fact, that always proved to be correct. The hotel I stayed at was reasonably comfortable in appearance, though there was so foreign an aura about it that I knew I would not feel at home. But then I didn't expect to feel at home. I couldn't even pronounce its name, though that didn't bother me. I only stayed long enough to deposit my luggage, and then it was ho for the great foreign spaces where I could get to know the people. The man at the desk, the concierge, or whatever he might be called, spoke an odd version of English that, with a little thought, could be understood. I got a list of tourist attractions from him, some recommended restaurants, a stylized map of the city, not in English, so I doubted it would do me much good, and some general assertions as to how safe the city was and how friendly the inhabitants. I imagine Europeans are always eager to impress that on Americans, who are known to live dangerously. In the 19th century they thought every American city lay under imminent threat of Indian massacre. In the first half of the 20th century, every one was full of Chicago gangsters, and now they are all full of indiscriminate muggers. So I wandered off into the city cheerfully.
"Alone? Without knowing the language?" said Avalon, with manifest disapproval. "What time was it?"
The shades of evening were being drawn downward by a cosmic hand. And you're right in the implication, Mr. Avalon. Cities are never as safe as their boosters claim, and I found that out. But I started off cheerfully enough. The world was full of poetry,
and I was enjoying myself. There were signs of all kinds on buildings and in store windows that were beginning to be lit up in defense against the night. Since I could read none of them, I was spared their deadly prosiness. The people were friendly. I would smile, and they would smile in return. Many said something, I presume, in greeting, and I would smile again and nod and wave. It was a beautiful, mild evening, and I was absolutely euphoric.
I don't know how long I was walking or how far I had gone before I was
quite convinced that I was lost. But even that didn't bother me. I stepped into a tavern to ask my way to the restaurant where I had determined to go, and whose name I had painstakingly memorized. I called out the name of the restaurant, and pointed vaguely in various directions, and shrugged my shoulders, and tried to indicate that I had lost my way. Several gathered around, and one of them asked in adequate English if I was an American. I said I was, and he translated that jubilantly to the others, who seemed delighted. He said, "We don't see many Americans here." They then fell to studying my clothes and the cut of my hair, and asking where I was from, and trying to pronounce Fairfield, and offering to stand me drinks. I sang the Star-Spangled Banner because they seemed to expect it, and it was a real love feast. I did have a drink on an empty stomach, and after that things got even love-feastier. They told me the restaurant I asked for was very expensive and not very good, and then I should eat right there, and they would order for me, and it would be on the house. It was hands across the sea and building bridges, you know, and I doubt if I had ever been happier since before Regina had died. I had another drink or two. And then, after that, my memory stops, until I found myself out in the street again. It was quite dark, much cooler. There were almost no people about. I had no idea where I was, and every idea that I had a splitting headache. I sat down in a doorway, and knew, even before I felt for it, that my wallet was gone. So was my wristwatch, my pens. In fact, my trousers pockets were empty, and so were my jacket pockets. I had been Mickey-finned and rolled by my dear friends across the sea, and they had probably taken me by car to a distant part of the city and dumped me. The money taken was not terribly vital. My main supply was safely back in the hotel. Still, I had no money at the moment. I didn't know where I was. I didn't remember the name of the hotel. I felt woozy, sick, and in pain. And I needed help. I looked for a policeman, or for anyone in anything that looked like a uniform. If I had found a street cleaner, or a bus conductor, he could direct me, or better, take me to a police station. I found a policeman. Actually, it wasn't difficult. They are, I imagine, numerous and deliberately visible in that particular city. And I was then taken to a police station, in the equivalent of a paddy wagon, I think. My memory has its hazy spots. When I begin to remember a bit more clearly, I was sitting on a bench in what I guessed to be the police station. No one was paying much attention to me, and my headache was a little better. A rather short man with a large moustache entered, engaged in conversation with a man behind a massive desk, then approached me. He seemed rather indifferent, but to my relief he spoke English, and quite well, too, though he had a disconcertingly British accent. I followed him into a rather dingy room, grey and depressing, and there the questioning began. It was the questioning that was the nightmare, though the questioner remained unfailingly, if distantly, polite. He told me his name, but I don't remember it. I honestly don't. It began with a V, so I'll just call him V if I have to. He said, "You say your name is John Smith." Yes. He didn't exactly smile. He said, "It is a very common name in the United States, and I understand is frequently assumed by those who wish to avoid investigation." "It is frequently assumed because it is common," I said, "and since it is common, why shouldn't I be one of the hundreds of thousands who bear it?" "You have identification?" "I've been robbed. I've come in to complain." V raised his hand and made hushing noises through his moustache. "Your complaint has been recorded, but I have nothing to do with the people here. They merely made sure you were not wounded and then sent for me.
They have not searched you or questioned you. It is not their job. Now, do you have identification?"
Wearily and quietly I told him what had happened.
"Then," he said, "you have nothing with which to support your statement that you are John Smith of Fairfield, Connecticut?"
"Who else should I be?"
"That we would like to find out. You say you were mistreated in a tavern. Its location, please."
"I don't know."
"Its name?"
"I don't know."
"What were you doing there?"
"I told you I was merely walking to the city."
"Alone?"
"Yes, alone, I told you."
"Your starting point?"
"My hotel."
"And you have identification there?"
"Certainly. My passport is there and all my belongings."
"The name of the hotel?" I winced at that. Even to myself my answer would seem too much to accept. "I can't recall," I said in a low voice.
"Its location?"
"I don't know." V sighed. He looked at me in a near-sighted way, and I thought his eyes seemed sad, but perhaps it was only myopia. He said, "The basic question is, what is your name? We must have some identification, or this becomes a serious matter. Let me explain your position to you, Mr. Blank. Nothing compels me to do so, but I am not in love with every aspect of my work, and I shall sleep better if I make sure you understand that you are in great danger." My heart began to race. "I am not young. I am not a hero. I am not brave." I said, "But why? I am a wronged person. I have been drugged and robbed. I came voluntarily to the police, sick and lost, looking for help." Again V held up his hand. "Quietly, quietly. Some speak a little English here, and it is better we keep this between ourselves for now. Things may be as you have described, or they may not. You are an American national. My government has cause to fear Americans. That, at least, is our official position. We are expecting an American agent of great ability to penetrate our borders on a most dangerous mission. That means that any strange American, any American encountered under suspicious circumstances, has for a week now been referred instantly to my department. Your circumstances were suspicious to begin with, and have grown far more suspicious now that I have questioned you." I stared at him in horror. "Do you think I'm a spy? If I were, would I come to the police like this?" "You may not be the spy, but you may still be a spy. There are people who will think so at once. Even I view it as a possibility."
"But no kind of spy would come to the police."
"Please, it will do you good to listen. You may be a distraction. If you play chess, you will know what I mean when I say you may be a sacrifice. You are sent in to confuse and distract us, occupying our time and efforts, while the real work is done elsewhere."
I said, "But it hasn't worked, if that's what I'm supposed to be. You're not confused and distracted. No one could be fooled by anything as silly as this. It's not a reasonable sacrifice, and so it's no sacrifice at all. It's nothing but the truth I've been telling you."
V sighed. "Then what's your name?"
"John Smith. Ask me 1,000,000 times, and it will stay my name."
"But you can't prove it." "See here," he said, "you have two alternatives. One is to convince me in some reasonable way that you are telling the truth. Mere statements, however eloquent, are insufficient. There must be evidence. Have you nothing with your name on it? Nothing material you can show me?"
"I told you," I said despairingly. "I've been robbed."
"Failing that," he said, as though he hadn't heard my remark, "it will be assumed you are here to fulfill some function for your country that will not be to the interest of my country, and you will be interrogated with that in mind. It will not be my job, I am glad to say, but those who interrogate will be most thorough and most patient. I wish it were not so, but where national security is at stake—" I was in utter panic. I said, stuttering, "But I can't tell what I don't know, no matter how you interrogate." "If so, they will finally be convinced, but you will not be well off by then, and you will be imprisoned, for it will not then be politic to let you go free in your condition. If your country succeeds in what it may be attempting, there will be anger in this country, and you will surely be the victim of that and will receive a long sentence. Your country will not be able to intercede for you. It will not even try."
I screamed, "That is unjust! That is unjust!"
"Life is unjust," said V sadly. "Your own President Kennedy said that."
"But what am I to do?" I babbled.
He said, 'Convince me your story is true. Show me something. Remember something. Prove your name is John Smith. Take me to the tavern, better yet to the hotel. Present me with your passport. Give me anything, however small, as a beginning, and I will have sufficient faith in you to try for the rest. At some risk to myself, I might add.' I appreciate that, but I cannot. I am helpless. I cannot. I was babbling. All I could think of was that I was facing torture and an extended prison term for the crime of having been drugged and robbed. It was more than I could bear, and I fainted. I'm sorry. It is not a heroic action, but I told you I wasn't a hero." Halstead said, "You don't know what they had put in your drink in the tavern. You were half poisoned. You weren't yourself." "It's kind of you to say so, but the prospect of torture and imprisonment for nothing was not something I could have faced with stoicism on my best day. The next memory I have is that of lying on a bed with a vague feeling of having been manhandled. I think some of my clothing may have been removed. V was watching me with the same expression of sadness on his face. He said, "I'm sorry. Would you care for some brandy?" I remembered. The nightmare was back. I shook my head. All I wanted was to convince him of my utter innocence somehow. I said, "Listen, you must believe me. Every word I have told you is true. He placed his hand on my shoulder and shook it. "Stop, I believe you." I stared at him stupidly. "What?" He said, "I believe you. For one thing, no one who was sent on a task such as yours might have been could have portrayed utter terror so convincingly, in my opinion. But that is only my opinion. It would not have convinced my superiors, and I could not have acted on it. However, no one could be as stupid as you have now proved to be, without having been sufficiently stupid to step into a strange tavern so confidingly and to have forgotten the name of your hotel." "But I don't understand." "Enough. I have wasted enough time. I should properly now leave you to the police, but I do not wish to abandon you just yet. For the tavern and the thieves within I can do nothing now. Perhaps another time after another complaint. Let us, however, find your hotel. Tell me anything you remember, the decor, the position of the registration desk, the hair color of the man behind it. Were there flowers? Come, Mr. Smith. What kind of street was it on? Were there shops? Was there a doorman? Anything?" I wondered if it were a scheme to trap me into something, but I saw no alternative but to try to answer the questions. I tried to picture everything as it had been when I had walked into the hotel for the first time less than 12 hours before. I did my best to describe, and he hurried me on impatiently, asking questions faster than I could answer. He then looked at the hurried notes he had taken and whispered them to another official of some sort, who was on the spot without my having seen him enter. A hotel expert, perhaps. The newcomer nodded his head wisely and whispered back. V said, "Very well, then. We think we know what hotel it was, so let us go. The faster I locate your passport, the better all around." Off we went in an official car. I sat there, fearful and apprehensive, fearing that it was a device to break my spirit by offering me hope, only to smash it by taking me to prison instead. God knows my spirit needed no breaking. Or what if they took me to a hotel and it was the wrong one? Would they then listen to anything at all that I had to say? We did speed to a hotel, however. I shrugged helplessly when V asked if it was the hotel. How could I tell in pitch darkness? And I feared committing myself to what would turn out to be a mistake. But it was the correct hotel. The night man behind the desk didn't know me, of course, but there was the record of a room for a John Smith of Fairfield. We went up there, and behold, my luggage, my passport, my papers. Quite enough. V shook hands with me and said in a low voice, "A word of advice, Mr. Smith. Get out of the country quickly. I shall make my report and exonerate you, but if things go wrong in some ways, someone may decide you should be picked up again. You will be better off beyond the borders." I thanked him, and never took anyone's advice so eagerly in all my life. I checked out of the hotel, grabbed a taxi to the nearest station, and I don't think I breathed till I crossed the border. To this day, I don't know what it was all about, whether the United States really had an espionage project underway in that country at that time, or whether, if we did, we succeeded or failed. As I said, some official asked me to keep quiet about the whole thing, so I suppose the suspicions of V's government were more or less justified. In any case, I never planned to go back to that particular country.
Avalon said,
You were fortunate, Mr. Smith. I see what you mean when you said you were puzzled by the ending. V, as you call him, did make a sudden about-face, didn't he?
I don't think so, interposed Gonzalo. I think he was sympathetic to you all along, Mr. Smith. When you passed out, he called some superior, convinced him you were just a poor jerk in trouble, and then let you go.
It might be, said Drake, that it was your fainting that convinced him. If you were actually an agent, you would know the dangers you ran, and you would be more or less steeled for them. In fact, he said so, didn't he? He said you couldn't fake fear so convincingly, and you therefore had to be what you said you were, or something like that.
Reuben said, If you've told the story accurately, Mr. Smith, I would think that V is out of sympathy with the regime, or he wouldn't have urged you to get out of the country as he did. I should think he stands a good chance of being purged, or has been since that time.
Trumbull said,
I hate to agree with you, Manny, but I do. My guess is that V's failure to hang on to Smith may have been the last straw.
That doesn't make me feel very good, muttered Smith.
Roger Halstead pushed his coffee cup out of the way and placed his elbows on the table. He said earnestly,
I've heard the bare bones of the story before, and I've thought about it, and think there's more to it than that. Besides, if all 5 of you agree on something, that must be wrong.
He turned to Smith.
You told me, John, that this V was a young man.
Well, he struck me as being in his early 30s.
All right, then, said Halstead. If a youngish man is in the secret police, it must be out of conviction, and he must plan to rise in the ranks. He isn't going to run ridiculous risks for some nonentity. If he were an old man, he might remember an earlier regime and might be out of sympathy with the new government, but—
Gonzalo said,
How do you know this V wasn't a double agent? Maybe that's why our government doesn't want Smith to be talking about the matter.
If V were a double agent, said Halstead, then, considering his position in the government intelligence there, he would be enormously valuable to us. All the more reason that he wouldn't risk anything for the sake of a nonentity. I suspect that there's more than sympathy involved. He must have thought of something that authenticated John's story.
Sometimes I think that's it, said Smith morosely. I keep thinking of his remark after I came out of my faint, to the effect that I was too stupid to be guilty. He never did explain that remark.
Wait a minute, said Reuben. After you came out of your faint, you said you seemed to be in disarray. While you were out, they inspected your clothes closely, realized they were American make. What would that prove? Demanded Gonzalo, scornfully. An American spy is as likely to wear American clothes as an American jerk is. No offense, Mr. Smith.
None taken, said Smith. Besides, I had bought the clothes I was then wearing in Paris.
Gonzalo said, I guess you didn't ask him why he thought you were stupid.
Smith snorted.
You mean, did I say to him, Hey, wise guy, who you're calling stupid? No, I didn't say that, or anything like it. I just held my breath.
Avalon said, The comments on your stupidity, Mr. Smith, need not be taken to heart. You have said several times that you were not yourself at any time during that difficult time. After being drugged, you might well have seemed stupid. In any case, I don't see that we'll ever know the inwardness of V's change of mind. It would be sufficient to accept it and not question the favors of fortune. It is enough that you emerged safely from the lion's mouth.
Well, wait, said Gonzalo. We haven't asked Henry for his opinion yet.
Smith said with astonishment,
The waiter?
Then in a lower voice,
I didn't realize he was listening. Does he understand this is all confidential?
Gonzalo said,
He's a member of the club and the best man here. Henry, can you understand V's change of heart?
Henry hesitated. I do not wish to offend Mr. Smith. I would not care to call him stupid, but I can see why this foreign official, V, thought so. There was a general stir about the table. Smith said stiffly,
What do you mean, Henry?
You say the events of the nightmare took place sometime last year.
That's right, said Smith.
And you say your pockets were rifled. Were they completely emptied?
Of course,
said Smith. But that is clearly impossible. You've said you still carry the original vial of pills,
and that you have carried it everywhere and at all times, so that I suppose you had it with you when you travelled abroad, and that you had it with you when you entered the tavern, and therefore still had it with you when you left the tavern. Smith said, "Well, yes, you're right. It was in my shirt pocket, as always. Either they missed it or decided they didn't want it. You didn't say anything about that in the course of the tale you have just told us." "It never occurred to me." "Nor did you tell V about them, I suppose?" said Henry. "Look here," said Smith angrily. "I didn't think of them, but even if I did, I wouldn't voluntarily bring up the matter. They would use it to place a trumped-up charge of carrying dope against me, and in that way justify an imprisonment." "You would be right if you thought of the pills only, sir," said Henry. "What else is there to think of?" "The container," said Henry mildly. "The pills were available only by prescription, and you told us it was the original vial. May we see it, Mr. Smith?" Smith withdrew it from his shirt pocket, glanced at it, and said vehemently, "Hell!" "Exactly," said Henry. "On the label placed on the vial by the pharmacist, there should be printed the pharmacist's name and address, probably in Fairfield, and your name should be typed in as well, together with directions for use." "You're right." "And after you had denied having any identification on you, even in the face of torture, V looked through your pockets while you were unconscious and found exactly what he had been asking you to give him." "No wonder he thought I was stupid," said Smith, shaking his head. "I was stupid. Now I really feel rotten." "And yet," said Henry, "you have an explanation of something that has puzzled you for a year, and that should make you feel good." 15. The Redhead. "I dreamed this one. Yes, I did. At least I dreamed the solution. There's no point in going into the details of the dream, but the important thing is this. At the end, when I discovered the answer to what, in the dream, was puzzling me, I said, in the dream, 'What a terrific idea for a Black Widower story.' Then, when I woke up, I remembered the dream, the solution, and what I had said, and as soon as I could, I wrote the story. While I never suffer unduly in the process of getting an idea for a story, the quicker and more easily it comes, the better. I wish I could dream all my stories, but even if I can't, one successful dream is one better than none." Mario Gonzalo, host of that evening's meeting of the Black Widowers, had evidently decided to introduce his guest with éclat. At least he rattled his glass with a spoon, and when all had broken off their preprandial conversations and looked up from their cocktails, Mario made his introduction. He had even waited for Thomas Trumbull's, as usual, late arrival before doing so. "Gentlemen," he said, "this is my guest, John Anderson. That's an S-S-E-N at the end. You can discover anything you want about him in this evening's grilling. One thing, however, I must tell you now, because I know that this bunch of asexual loudmouths will never discover it on their own. John has a wife who is absolutely the most gorgeous specimen of femininity the world has ever seen, and I say this as an artist with an artist's eye." Anderson reddened and looked uncomfortable. He was a blond young man, perhaps 30, with a small moustache and a fair complexion. He was about 5'10" in height and had rather chiseled features that came together to form a handsome face. Geoffrey Avalon, looking down from his stiff-backed 74 inches, said, "I must congratulate you, Mr. Anderson, although you need not take seriously Mario's characterization of ourselves as asexual. I'm sure that each of us is quite capable of appreciating a beautiful woman. I myself, although I might be considered to be past the first flush of hot-blooded youth, can—" Trumbull said, "Spare us, Jeff, spare us. If you are going to give an embarrassing account of your prowess, you are better off being interrupted. From my point of view, the next best thing to having the young woman in our midst, if our customs allowed it, would be to see her photograph. I imagine, Mr. Anderson, you carry a photo of your fair wife in your wallet. Would you consent to let us look at it?" "No," said Anderson, emphatically. Then, blushing furiously, he said, "I don't mean you can't look at it. I mean I don't have a photograph of her with me. I'm sorry."
but he said it challengingly, and was clearly not sorry. Gonzalo, unabashed, said, "Well, that's your loss, my friends. You should see her hair. It's gloriously red, a live red that just about glows in the dark. And natural, totally natural, and no freckles." "Well," said Anderson in half a mutter, "she stays out of the sun. Her hair is her best feature." Emmanuel Reuben, who had been standing on the outskirts looking rather dour, said in a low voice, "And temper to match, I suppose." Anderson turned to him and said with an edge of bitterness, "She has a temper." He did not elaborate. Reuben said, "I don't suppose there's a more durable myth than the one that redheads are hot-tempered. The redness of the hair is that of fire, and the principles of sympathetic magic lead people to suppose that the personality should match the hair." James Drake, who shared with Avalon the dubious privilege of being the oldest of the widowers, sighed reminiscently and said,
"I've known some very hot-blooded redheads."
"So you have," said Reuben. "So has everyone. It's a self-fulfilling assumption. Red-headed children, especially girls, are forgiven for being nasty and ill-behaved. Parents sigh fatuously and mutter that it goes with the hair, and the one with the red hair in the family explains how Great-Uncle Joe would mop up the floor with anyone in the barroom who said anything that was less than a groveling compliment. Boys usually grow up and have the stuffing knocked out of them by non-red-headed peers, and that teaches them manners, but girls don't. And if they're beautiful besides, they grow up knowing they can indulge their impoliteness to the hilt. An occasional judicious kick in the fanny would do them worlds of good." Reuben carefully did not look at Anderson in the course of his comment, and Anderson said nothing at all. Henry, the indispensable waiter at all the Black Widower functions, said quietly, "Gentlemen, you may be seated." The chef at the Milano had clearly decided to be Russian for the evening, and an excellent hot borscht was followed by an even more delightful beef stroganoff on a bed of rice. Reuben, who usually endured the food with an expression of stoic disapproval, on principle, allowed a smile to play over his sparsely bearded face on this occasion, and helped himself lavishly to the dark pumpernickel. As for Roger Halstead, whose affection for a good meal was legendary, he quietly negotiated a second helping with Henry. The guest, John Anderson, ate heartily, and participated eagerly in the conversation which, through a logical association, perhaps, dealt largely with the shooting down of the Korean jetliner by the Soviets. Anderson pointed out that the ship had been widely referred to as Flight 007, which was the number on the fuselage, during the first couple of weeks. Then someone must have remembered that 007 was the code number of James Bond, so when the Soviets insisted the liner had been a spy plane, it became Flight 7 in the news media, and the 00 disappeared as though it had never been. He also maintained vigorously that the jetliner, having gone off course almost immediately after leaving Alaska, should not have been left uninformed of the fact. He was shouting, red-faced, that failure to do so when the Soviet Union was known to be on the hair-trigger with respect to American reconnaissance planes and to Reagan's evil empire rhetoric was indefensible. He paid no attention, in fact, to his dessert, a honey-drenched baklava, left his coffee half-finished, and totally ignored Henry's soft request that he make his wishes known with respect to the brandy. He was actually pounding the table when Gonzalo rattled his spoon against his water-glass. Avalon was forced to raise his baritone voice to a commanding, "Mr. Anderson, if you please." Anderson subsided, looking vaguely confused, as though he were, with difficulty, remembering where he was. Gonzalo said, "It's time for the grilling. And, Jeff, since you seem to have the commanding presence needed in case John here gets excited, suppose you do the honors." Avalon cleared his throat, gazed at Anderson solemnly for a few moments, then said, "Mr. Anderson, how do you justify your existence?" Anderson said, "What?" "You exist, sir. Why?" "Oh," said Anderson, still collecting himself. Then, in a low, harsh voice, he said, "To expiate my sins in an earlier existence, I should think." Drake, who was at the moment accepting a refresher from Henry, muttered, "So are we all. Don't you think so, Henry?"
And Henry's 60-ish unlined face remained expressionless as he said, very softly, "A black widower's banquet is surely a reward for virtue rather than an expiation for sins." Drake lifted his glass.
"A palpable hit, Henry."
Trumbull growled,
"Let's cut out the private conversations."
Avalon raised his hand.
Gentlemen, as you all know, I do not entirely approve of our custom of grilling a guest in the hope of searching out problems that might interest us. Nevertheless, I wish to call your attention to a peculiar phenomenon. We have here a young man, young certainly by the standards of old moustaches such as ourselves, well-proportioned, of excellent appearance, seeming to exude good health and an air of success in life, though we have not yet ascertained what the nature of his work is.
"He is in good health and is doing well at his work," put in Gonzalo.
"I'm glad to hear it,"
said Avalon gravely.
"In addition, he is married to a young and beautiful woman, so that one can't help but wonder why he should feel life to be such a burden as to lead him to believe that he exists only in order to expiate past sins. Consider, too, that during the meal just concluded, Mr. Anderson was animated and vivacious, not in the least abashed by our older and wiser heads. I believe he shouted down even Manny, who is not one to be shouted down with impunity."
"Anderson was making a good point," said Reuben indignantly.
"I think he was, too," said Avalon. "But what I wish to stress is that he is voluble, articulate, and not backward at expressing his views. Yet during the cocktail period, when the conversation dealt with his wife, he seemed to speak most reluctantly. From this I infer that the source of Mr. Anderson's unhappiness may be Mrs. Anderson. Is that so, Mr. Anderson?"
Anderson seemed stricken and remained silent. Gonzalo said, "John, I explained the terms. You must answer." Anderson said,
"I'm not sure how to answer."
Avalon said,
"Let me be indirect. After all, sir, there is no intention to humiliate you. And please be aware that nothing said in this room is ever repeated by any of us elsewhere. That includes our esteemed waiter, Henry. Please feel that you can speak freely. Mr. Anderson, how long have you been married?"
2 years. Actually, closer to 2.5.
"Any children, sir?"
"Not yet. We hope to have some one day."
"For that hope to exist, the marriage must not be foundering. I take it you are not contemplating divorce."
"Certainly not."
"I take it, then, that you love your wife."
"Yes, and before you ask, I'm quite satisfied she loves me."
"There is, of course, a certain problem in being married to a beautiful woman," said Avalon. "Men will flock about beauty. Are you plagued by jealousy, sir?"
"No," said Anderson. "I've no cause for it. Helen, that's my wife, has no great interest in men."
"Ah,"
said Halstead, as though a great light had dawned. "Except for myself," said Anderson indignantly. "She's not in the least bit asexual. Besides," he went on, "Mario exaggerates. She does have this luxuriant head of remarkable red hair, but aside from that she is not really spectacular. Her looks, I would say, are average, though I must rely now on your assurance that all said here is confidential. I would not want that assessment to be repeated. Her figure is good, and I find her beautiful, but there are no men caught helplessly in her toils, and I am not plagued by jealousy."
"What about her temper?"
put in Drake suddenly.
"That's been mentioned, and you've admitted she had one. I presume there's lots of fighting and dish-throwing?"
"Some fights, sure," said Anderson, "but no more than is par for the course, and no dish-throwing. As Mr. Avalon has pointed out, I'm articulate, and so is she. And we're both pretty good at shouting, but after we work off our steam, we can be just as good at kissing and hugging."
"Then am I to take it, sir, that your wife is not the source of your troubles?"
said Avalon. Anderson fell silent again.
"I must ask you to answer, Mr. Anderson,"
said Avalon.
Anderson said, "She is the problem. Just now, anyway. But it's too silly to talk about."
Reuben sat up at that and said, "On the contrary. Till now I felt that Jeff was just wasting our time over the kind of domestic irritations that we attend these dinners in part to escape. But if there's something silly involved, then we want to hear it.
"If you must know," said Anderson, "Helen says she's a witch." "Oh?" said Reuben. "Has she always claimed this, or just recently?" "Always. We joke about it. She would say she put me under enchantment to get me to marry her, and that she would cast spells and get me a promotion or a raise. Sometimes, when she is furious, she'll say, 'Well, don't blame me if you blotch out in pimples just because you're going to be that stupid and mean,' that sort of thing." Reuben said, "It sounds harmless to me." "She probably did put you under enchantment. You fell in love with her. And any woman of reasonable intelligence and looks can make a young man fall in love with her if she works hard enough being charming. You can call that enchantment if you wish. But I do get the promotions and raises." "Surely that could be because you deserve them. Do you get the pimples too?" Anderson smiled. "Well, I managed to trip and sprain an ankle, and, of course, she said she had changed the spell because she didn't want to spoil my pretty face." Halstead laughed and said, "You don't really act disturbed at this, Mr. Anderson. After all, this sort of play-acting by a young and vivacious woman isn't unusual. Personally, I find it charming. Why don't you?" Anderson said, "Because she pulled it on me once too often. She did something that I can't understand." He threw himself back in his chair and stared somberly at the table in front of him. Trumbull bent to one side as though to look into Anderson's eyes and said,
"You mean you think she really is a witch?"
"I don't know what to think. I just can't explain what she did." Avalon said forcibly,
"Mr. Anderson, I must ask you to explain just what it was that Mrs. Anderson did. Would you do that, sir?"
"Well," said Anderson, "maybe I should. If I talk about it, maybe I can forget it. But I don't think so." He brooded a bit, and the widowers waited patiently. Finally, he said, "It was just about a month ago, the 16th. We were going out for dinner, just the two of us. We do that once in a while, and we like to try new places. We were trying a new place this time, the door to which was reached by passing through the lobby of a small mid-town hotel. It was an unpretentious restaurant, but we had had good reports of it. The trouble started in the lobby. I don't remember exactly what set it off. In fact, I don't even remember what it was all about, really. What happened afterward pushed it out of my mind. What it amounted to was that we had a disagreement. In less than a minute, we would have been inside the restaurant and studying the menu, and instead we were standing to one side of the lobby, under a plastic potted plant of some sort. I can remember the sharply pointed leaves touching my hand disagreeably when I waved it to make a point. The registration desk was across the way between the door to the restaurant and the door to the street. The scene is still painted in my mind. Helen was saying, if that's your attitude, we don't have to have dinner together. I swear to all of you, I don't remember what my attitude was, but we're both of us highly vocal, and we were both of us furious, I admit. The whole thing was highly embarrassing. It was one of those times when you and someone else, usually your wife or girlfriend, I suppose, are shouting at each other in whispers. The words are being squeezed out between clenched teeth, and every once in a while one of you says, "For heaven's sake, people are staring," and the other says, "Then shut up and listen to reason," and the first one says, "You're the one who isn't listening," and it just keeps on and on. Anderson shook his head at the memory. It was the most intense argument we had ever had up to that time, or since, and yet I can't remember what it was about. Unbelievable. Then she suddenly said, "Well, then I'm going home. Goodbye." I said, "Don't you dare humiliate me by leaving me in public." And she said, "You can't stop me." And I said, "Don't attempt me, or I will stop you." And she said, "Just try," and dashed into the restaurant. That caught me by surprise. I had thought she would try to get past me to the door to the street, and I was ready to seize her wrist and hang on. It would have been better to let her go than to make a scene, I suppose, but I was past reason. In any case, she fooled me and made a dash for the restaurant. I was stunned for a moment. 2 moments, and then I hurried in after her. I may have been 20 seconds behind her. Let me describe the restaurant. It was not a large one, and it had the deliberate decor of a living room. In fact, the restaurant is called the Living Room. Are any of you acquainted with it?
There was a blank murmur about the table, but Henry, who had cleared the dishes with his usual unobtrusive efficiency, and was standing by the sideboard, said, "Yes, sir. It is, as you say, a small but well-run restaurant." "It had about a dozen tables," Anderson proceeded, "the largest of which would hold 6. There were windows with drapes, but not real windows. They had city views painted on them. There was a fireplace in the wall opposite the entrance door with artificial logs in it, and a couch facing it. The couch was real, and I suppose could be used by people who were waiting for the rest of their party to arrive. At least there was one man sitting on the left end of the couch. He had his back to me, and was reading a magazine that he held rather high and close to his head as though he were nearsighted. I judged from its typography that it was Time." Avalon put in suddenly. "You seem to be a good observer, and you are going into minutiae. Is this important that you've just told us?" "No," said Anderson, "I suppose not, but I am trying to impress on you that I was not hysterical, and that I was entirely myself and saw everything there was to see quite clearly. When I came in, about half the tables were taken, with 2 to 4 people at each. There may have been 15 to 20 people present. There were no waitresses on the scene at the moment, and the cashier was stationed just outside the restaurant, to one side of the door in a rather unobtrusive recess, so it really did look like a living room." Drake stubbed out a cigarette.
"It sounds like an idyllic place. What was present there that disturbed you?"
"Nothing was present that disturbed me. That's the point. It was what was absent there. Helen wasn't there. Look, she had gone in. I saw her go in. I am not mistaken. There was no other door on that side of the lobby. There was no crowd within which she might have been lost to view for a moment. My vision was entirely unobstructed, and she went in and did not come out. I followed in her tracks, and entered at the most 20 seconds after her, maybe less, but not more. And she was not there. I could tell that at a glance."
Trumbull growled, "You can't tell anything at a glance. A glance will fool you."
"Not in this case," said Anderson. "Mario mentioned Helen's hair. There's just nothing like it. At least I've seen nothing like it. There may have been at most 10 women there, and not one had red hair. Even if one of them had been a redhead, I doubt she would have been a redhead in quite the fluorescent and lavishly spectacular way that Helen was. Take my word for it, I looked right, left, and there was no Helen. She had disappeared." "Gone out to the street by another entrance, I suppose," said Halstead. Anderson shook his head. "There was no entrance to the street. I checked with the cashier afterward, and with the fellow at the registration desk. I've gone back there since to order lunch, and managed to look over the place. There isn't any entrance to the outside. What's more, the windows are fakes, and they're solid something or other. They don't open. There are ventilation ducts, of course, but they're not big enough for a rabbit to crawl through."
Avalon said, "Even though the windows are fake, you mentioned drapes. She might have been standing behind one of them."
"No," said Anderson. "The drapes hugged the wall. There would have been an obvious bump if she were behind one. What's more, they only came down to the bottom of the window, and there are 2 feet of bare wall beneath them. She would have been visible to mid-thigh if she were standing behind one." "What about the ladies' room?" inquired Reuben. "You know, so strong is the taboo against violating the one-sex nature of these things, we tend to forget the one we don't use is even there." "Well, I didn't," said Anderson, with clear exasperation. "I looked around for it, didn't see any indication. And when I asked later, it turned out that both restrooms were in the lobby. A waitress did show up while I was looking around, and I said to her in, I suppose, a rather distracted voice, 'Did a red-headed woman just come in here?' The waitress looked at me in a rather alarmed way and mumbled, 'I didn't see anyone,' and hastened to deliver her tray load to one of the tables. I hesitated because I was conscious of my embarrassing position, but I saw no way out. I raised my voice and said, 'Has anyone here seen a red-headed woman come in just a moment ago?' There was dead silence. Everyone looked up at me, staring stupidly. Even the man on the couch turned his head to look at me, and he shook his head at me in a clear negative. The others didn't even do that much, but their vacant stares were clear enough indication that they hadn't seen her. Then it occurred to me that the waitress must have emerged from the kitchen. For a minute I was sure that Helen was hiding there, and I felt triumphant. regardless of the fact that my actions might induce some of the staff to call hotel security, or the police even. I marched firmly through a pair of swinging doors into the kitchen. There was the chef there, a couple of assistants, and another waitress. No Helen. There was one small further door which might have been a private lavatory for the kitchen staff, and I had gone too far to back down. I walked over and flung the door open. It was a lavatory, and it was empty. By then the chef and his assistants were shouting at me, and I said sorry and left quickly. I didn't see any closets there large enough to hold a human being. I stepped back into the restaurant. Everyone was still looking at me, and I could do nothing but return to the lobby. It was as though the instant Helen had passed through the doorway into the restaurant, she had vanished. Anderson sat back, spread his hands in blank despair.
Just vanished.
Drake said,
"What did you do?"
Anderson said, I went out and talked to the cashier. She had been away from her station for a few moments, and she hadn't even seen me go in, let alone Helen. She told me about the restrooms and that there was no exit to the street. Then I went to talk to the room clerk, which demoralized me further. He was busy, and I had to wait. I wanted to yell, "This is a matter of life and death," but I was beginning to think I would be carried off to an asylum if I didn't behave in a totally proper way. And when I spoke to him, the room clerk turned out to be a total zero, though what could I really have expected from him?
"And then what did you do?"
asked Drake. I waited in the lobby for about half an hour. I thought Helen might show up again, that she had been playing some practical joke, and that she would return. Well, no Helen. I could only spend my time fantasizing as I waited, of calling the police, of hiring a private detective, of personally scouring the city. But, what do I tell the police? That my wife has been missing for an hour? That my wife vanished under my eyes? And I don't know any private detectives. For that matter, I don't know how to scour a city. So after the most miserable half hour of my whole life, I did the only thing there was to do. I hailed a taxi and went home.
Avalon said solemnly,
I trust, Mr. Anderson, that you are not going to tell us your wife has been missing ever since.
Gonzalo said, She can't be, Jeff. I saw her 2 days ago.
Anderson said, She was waiting for me when I got home. For a minute, a wave of intense thankfulness swept over me.
It had been a terrible taxi ride. All I could think of was that she would have to be missing 24 hours before I could call the police, and how would I live through the 24 hours? And what would the police be able to do? So I just grabbed her and held on to her. I was on the point of weeping. I was so glad to see her. Then, of course, I pushed her away and said, Where the hell have you been? She said coolly, I told you I was going home. I said, But you ran into the restaurant. She said, And then I went home. You don't suppose I needed a broomstick, do you? That's quite old-fashioned. I just... and I was home. She made a sweeping motion of her right hand. I was furious. I had gotten completely over my relief. I said, Do you know what you've put me through? Can you imagine how I felt? I rushed in like a damn fool and tried to find you, and then I just stood around. I almost went to the police. She grew calmer and icier and said, Well, it serves you right for what you did. Besides, I told you I was going home. There was no need for you to do anything at all but go home, too. Here I am. Just because you refuse to believe I have the power is no reason for you to begin scolding me when I did exactly what I told you I would do. I said, Come on now, you didn't fit here. Where were you in the restaurant? How did you get here? I could get no answer from her on that, nor have I been able to since. It's ruining my life. I resent her having put me through an hour of hell. I resent her making a fool of me. Avalon said,
Is the marriage breaking up as a result? Surely you need not allow one incident.
No, it's not breaking up. In fact, she's been sweet as apple pie ever since that evening. She hasn't pulled a single witch trick, but it bothers the dickens out of me. I brood about it. I dream about it. It's given her a kind of superiority. Reuben said, She's got the upper hand now, you mean? Yes, said Anderson violently. She's made a fool of me and gotten away with it. I know she's not a witch. I know there are no such things as witches. But I don't know how she did it. And I've got this sneaking suspicion she's liable to do it again, and it keeps me under. Anderson then shook his head and said in a more composed way, "It's such a silly thing, but it's poisoning my life." Again there was silence about the table, and then Avalon said,
"Mr. Anderson, we of the Black Widowers are firm disbelievers in the supernatural. Are you telling us the truth about the incident?"
Anderson said fiercely, "I assure you I have told you the truth. If you have a Bible here, I'll swear on it. Or, which is better as far as I am concerned, I'll give you my word as an honest man that everything I've told you is as completely true as my memory and my human fallibility will allow." Avalon nodded.
"I accept your word without reservation."
Gonzalo said, in an aggrieved way, "You might have told me, John. As I said, I saw Helen 2 days ago, and nothing seemed wrong to me. I had no idea. Maybe it's not too late for us to help." "How?" said Anderson. "How could you help?" Gonzalo said, "We might discuss the matter. Some of us may have some ideas." Reuben said, "I have one, and I think a very logical one. I begin by agreeing with Anderson and everyone else here that there is no witchcraft, and that, therefore, Mrs. Anderson is no witch. I think she went into the restaurant and somehow managed to evade her husband's eyes. Then, when he was busy in the kitchen or at the registration desk, she left the restaurant and the hotel quickly, took a taxi, went home, and then waited for him. Now, she won't admit what it is she has done in order to stay one-up in this needless marriage combat. My own feeling is that the marriage is useless if—"
"Never mind the homilies," said Anderson, the shortness of his temper fuse showing. "Of course that's what happened. I don't need you to explain it to me, but you skip over the hard part. You say she went into the restaurant and somehow managed to evade her husband's eyes. Would you please tell me just how she managed that trick?"
"Very well," said Reuben. "I will. You came in, looked right and left, and were at once certain she wasn't there. Why? Because you were looking for an unmistakable redhead. Have you ever heard of a wig, Mr. Anderson?"
"A wig? You mean she put on a wig?"
"Why not? If she appeared to have brown hair, your eyes would pass right over her. In fact, I suspect that her red hair is so much the most important thing you see in her, that if she were wearing a brown wig and had taken a seat at one of the tables, you could have been staring right at her face without recognizing it."
Anderson said, "I insist I would have recognized her even so, but that point is of no importance. The important thing is that Helen has never owned a wig. For her to use one is unthinkable. She is as aware of her red hair as everyone else is, and she is vain about it, and wouldn't dream of hiding it. Such vanity is natural. I'm sure everyone here is vain about his intelligence."
Reuben said, "I grant you. Intelligence is something to be vain about. Yet if it served some purpose that seemed important to me, I would pretend to be an idiot for a few minutes, or even considerably longer. I think your wife would have been willing to slip on a brown wig just long enough to escape your eye. Vanity is never an absolute in anyone who isn't an outright fool."
Anderson said, "I know her better than you do, and I say she wouldn't wear a wig. Besides, I told you this was a month ago. It was the height of summer, and it was a hot evening. All Helen was wearing was a summer dress with only summer underwear beneath, and she had a light shawl to put on against the air conditioning. She was holding a small pocketbook, just large enough to contain some money and her makeup. There was nowhere she could have hidden a wig. She had no wig with her. Why should she have brought one with her, anyway? I can't and won't believe that she was deliberately planning to have a fight and to trick me in this way in order to achieve a long-term upper hand. She's a creature of impulse, I tell you, and is incapable of making plans of that kind. I know her." Trumbull said, "Conceding her vanity and impulsiveness, what about her dignity? Would she have been willing to duck under one of the tables and let the tablecloth hide her?"
"The tablecloths did not come down to the ground. I would have seen her. I tell you, I've gone back to the restaurant and studied it in cold blood. There is nowhere she could have hidden. I was even desperate enough to wonder if she could have worked her way up to the chimney. But the fireplace isn't real and isn't attached to one."
Drake said,
"Anyone have any other ideas? I don't."
There was silence. Drake turned half about in his chair.
"Do you have anything to volunteer, Henry?"
Henry said with a small smile, Well, Dr. Drake, I have a certain reluctance to spoil Mrs. Anderson's fun.
Spoil her fun? Said Anderson in astonishment. Are you telling me, waiter, that you know what happened?
Henry said, I know what might easily have happened, sir. That would account for the disappearance without the need for any sort of witchcraft, and I assume, therefore, that that was indeed what happened.
What was it, then?
Let me be certain I understand one point. When you asked the people in the restaurant if they had seen a red-headed woman enter, the man on the couch turned around and shook his head in the negative. Is that right?
Yes, he did. I remember it well. He was the only one who really responded.
But you said the fireplace was at the wall opposite the door into the restaurant, and that the couch faced it, so that the man had his back to you. He had to turn around to look at you. That means his back was also to the door, and he was reading a magazine. Of all the people there, he was least likely to see someone enter the door, yet he was the one person to take the trouble to indicate he had seen no one. Why should he have?
What has all that got to do with it, waiter? Said Anderson.
Call him Henry, muttered Gonzalo. Henry said, I would suggest that Mrs. Anderson hurried in and took her seat on the couch, an ordinary and perfectly natural action that would have attracted no attention from a group of people engaged in dining and in conversation, even despite her red hair.
But I would have seen her as soon as I came in, said Anderson. The back of the couch only reaches a person's shoulders, and Helen is a tall woman. Her hair would have blazed out at me.
On a chair, said Henry. It is difficult to do anything but sit. On a couch, however, one can lie down.
Anderson said, There was a man already sitting on the couch.
Even so, said Henry. Your wife, acting on impulse, as you say she is apt to do, reclined. Suppose you were on a couch, and an attractive redhead with a fine figure, dressed in a skimpy summer costume, suddenly stretched out and placed her head in your lap, and that as she did so she raised her finger imploringly to her mouth, pleading for silence. It seems to me that there would be very few men who wouldn't oblige a lady under those circumstances. Anderson's lips tightened. Well, you said the man was holding his magazine high, as though he were nearsighted, but might that not be because he was holding it high enough to avoid the woman's head in his lap? And then, in his eagerness to oblige a lady, would he not turn his head and unnecessarily emphasize that he hadn't seen her? Anderson rose.
Right. I'll go home right now and have it out with her.
If I may suggest, sir, said Henry, I would not do that.
I sure will. Why not?
In the interest of family harmony, it might be well if you would let her have her victory. I imagine she rather regrets it, and is not likely to repeat it. You said she has been very well behaved this last month. Isn't it enough that you know in your heart how it was done, so that you needn't feel defeated yourself? It would be her victory without your defeat, and you would have the best of both worlds. Slowly Anderson sat down, and, amid a light patter of applause from the Black Widowers, said,
You may be right, Henry.
I think I am, said Henry. Part 2. Union Club Mysteries. 16. He wasn't there. In 1980, after I had been writing Black Widower stories for 8 years, Gallery magazine, a so-called girly magazine, asked if I would write a short mystery for them in each issue. After I had made it plain that I would not write erotica, I accepted the task. These stories are something like the Black Widower stories, but they are shorter and feature a narrator called Griswold. I have now done 46 of these Union Club mysteries, and I present 12 of them here. In the case of this first one I offer, the idea wasn't mine. It was suggested to me by Martin Gardner, that wonderful science writer. Generally, ideas that are offered to me are not useful. They are the product of another's mind, and don't fit the bent of mine. Gardner's mind, however, and I hope you'll forgive my presumption, is sufficiently like mine for the idea to pass smoothly out of his and into mine. I thank him. The mood at the Union Club was one of isolation that night as the four of us sat in the library. It was fairly late, and we had it to ourselves. Jennings must have felt that sense of removal from the rest of the world, for he said dreamily, "If we just stayed here, I wonder if anyone would ever come looking for us." "Our wives would miss us after a week or two," I said encouragingly. "The dragnet would be thrown out." "Listen," said Baranov. "You can't rely on dragnets. Back in 1930, a certain Judge Crater stepped out onto the streets of New York and was never seen again. In 50 years, not a clue." "Nowadays," I said, "with Social Security numbers, credit cards, and computers, it's not that easy to disappear." "Yes," said Baranov. "How about James Hoffa?" "I mean deliberately," I said, "while still alive." From the depth of his armchair, Griswold stirred and rumbled slowly to life.
"In some way," he said, "it's easier to disappear now, I suppose. With today's increasingly heterogeneous society, its increasingly self-centered people, who's to care if one person more or less slips quietly through the mechanical motions of minimal social involvement? I knew a man once the department was aching to find who simply wasn't there."
Jennings said quickly, "What department?" But Griswold never answers questions like that.
"I wonder,"
said Griswold,
"if you ever give thought to the careful putting together of small bricks of evidence into a careful edifice that isolates the foreign agent and neutralizes him. He doesn't have to be taken into custody and shot at sunrise. We have to know who and where he or she is. After that, he is no longer a danger. In fact, he becomes a positive help to us, particularly if the agent doesn't know he is known, for then we can see to it that he gets false information. He becomes our conduit, and not theirs. But it's not easy, or at least not always easy. There was one foreign agent who flickered always just beyond our focus of vision. Some of us called him out of focus. And yet, little by little, we narrowed the search until we were convinced his center of operations was in a particular run-down building. We had his office located, in other words. With infinite caution, we tried to track him down further without startling him into a change of base, which would mean having to redo all the weary work. We found threads of his existence at the local food stores, for instance, at the newsstands, at the post office, but we could never get a clear description or positive evidence that he was our man. He remained out of focus. We located the name he was using. It was William Smith, and that gave us an idea. Suppose a lawyer were looking for a William Smith who was a legatee for a sizable sum of money. In that case, neighbors would be delighted to help. If someone you know is likely to get a windfall, you want to help, if only because that might induce gratitude and bring about the possibility of a loan. Smith himself might instinctively stand still for one moment if the possibility of money dangled before him, and even though he would know he was not the legatee, he might not question the search. A real lawyer, amply briefed by ourselves, moved in to face William Smith. And he wasn't there. He hadn't been seen for days, and no one had any information. Only the superintendent of the small building seemed curious. After all, there was the question of the next month's rent, one might suppose. The disappearance, though frustrating, he always seemed one step ahead of us, at least gave us a chance to institute a legitimate police search. Nothing dramatic, just a missing persons case. A local detective, rather bored, asked to see the apartment. A super let him in. 2 rooms, a kitchenette, a toilet. That was it. And it told us nothing useful about the occupant, except that he might have been a writer, and the super told us that much. The days passed, and no trace of William Smith could be picked up. He was no longer merely out of focus, he was clean gone, and we all had the rotten feeling he would be forever gone, like Judge Crater, and that he would be more dangerous than ever until we managed to get on the track again. Then the boss did what he should have done in the first place. He sent me to look about the apartment.
I was always good at presenting a rather bumbling appearance, even in my younger days. A useful thing, too, because it sets people off their guard. I was sure the super would talk the more freely for feeling sorry for me when I looked about the apartment helplessly. He made no move to leave after he let me in, and of course I did not ask him to leave. He said, "Still looking for him, huh?" "Yeah," I said. "I've got to fill out a report." "His family must be plenty worried. You know he got a legacy or something, and I guess they want the money even if they don't want him." I said, "I suppose," and kept on looking around. One room was a library, not a big one, either the room or the library. The books were mostly reference and science books, so I suppose Smith could be considered a science writer. He had to have some cover. They weren't brand new. Some of them looked used. There was also one upholstered couch, one wooden rocking chair, and one end table in the room. That was all, except for the bookcases. The other room also had several bookcases, including one that contained an Encyclopedia Britannica. It had a large desk, an upholstered armchair, several filing cabinets, an electric typewriter on a typewriting stand with a small swivel chair in front of it, a globe, and the minor paraphernalia of the writer's trade, such as reams of paper, also pens, paper clips, carbon paper, paper weights, envelopes, stamps, and so on. He was a very neat fellow. Everything was in the bookcases, or in the filing cabinets, or in the desk drawers, or on top of the desk. Except for the items of furniture I've mentioned, there was nothing on the floor. Nor were there photographs of any kind, and the walls were bare of anything framed. There had been no useful fingerprints. I said to the super, "You didn't take anything out, did you?" After all, he had a key. "Who, me? With the police around? You crazy?" I said, "You sure you can't describe the guy?" "You guys asked me 1,000,000 times. I tried, but he ain't much to look at, just like 1,000,000 other people." I grunted. A successful agent has to look like 1,000,000 other people, or he's useless. They had taken the super to the local police station and had him look at endless pictures to locate someone who looked like William Smith, and he ended by picking 6 pictures. And not one of the 6 looked anything like the other 5. Smith remained out of focus. There were 2 closets in the workroom, clothes, of course, nothing unusual. I wandered into the bathroom. The usual toiletries, more or less used. In the kitchenette, a sparse collection of comestibles and jars and cans, some cutlery and pans, and a can opener. None of it looked very used. The super shrugged and said, "I suppose he ate out mostly. That's what I told the other guys." "But you don't know where." He shrugged again. "I mind my own business. In this neighborhood, you got to." "The guys at the station say you claim you talk to him sometimes." "Well, like when I come to collect the rent or fix the shower when it leaks, like that." "What kind of stuff does he write?" "I don't know. Nothing I read, I can tell you that." He snickered. I said, "I don't see any books around with his name on them." He said once he wrote for the magazines a lot. Maybe he don't write books. I don't think he used his own name, either. I think he said that once." "What magazines did he write for?" "I don't know." "What name did he use?" "I don't know that either. He never told me, and I didn't ask. No business of mine." "His typing ever bother the neighbors?" "Nobody ain't never complained. Listen, in this house you could beat up on your old lady at 3 in the morning and set her to screaming like a banshee, and no one would complain." "Did you ever hear the typing?"
"You mean in my apartment?" "Nah, I'm 2 floors down."
"I mean in the hall."
"Sure, once in a while. Very light. An old building like this got good walls."
"Ever see him type?"
"Sure. I'd come to fix something, and I'd hear the typewriter going, tap, tap, like I said, lightly. He'd let me in, and then he'd sit down again and go back to typing. Probably didn't make much money out of it, or he wouldn't live here." He sniggered again. I grunted and left. There were 3 other neighbors on the floor. None could describe the missing man. All insisted they knew nothing about him. One thought she could hear the typing sometimes, but she never paid any attention. "We keep ourselves to ourselves, mister," she said. They surely did. There was no use pursuing the case any further. For one thing, we didn't have to. Smith was now clearly in focus. Without his knowing it, we knew where he was and who he was, and from that point on, Smith was useless to the opposition and very useful to us. Until such time as the opposition realized his cover had been broken.
At that time we took him neatly into custody before they could arrange a fatal accident for him. But if you don't mind, I'll go freshen my drink."
Griswold made as though to rise, but Jennings pulled his own chair in front of Griswold's and said, "You'll simply have to die of thirst unless you tell us first where and who he was." Griswold drew his white eyebrows together in an annoyed frown.
"You mean it isn't obvious?" "There was no William Smith. He was a decoy designed to deflect the department's attention if they ever got too close. And it almost worked. Thanks to one forgotten detail, however, it was clear to me that no one ever used that apartment for writing of any kind. And since the super claimed he had actually seen Smith typing, the conclusion was that it was the super himself who was maintaining the deception, and that he was our man. That's all simplicity itself."
"No, it isn't," said Baranov. "How could you tell the apartment was never used for writing?"
"It lacked the essential. You can write without a library and without reference books. You can write without a desk. You can write without a typewriter. You don't even have to have ordinary paper. You can write on the back of envelopes or on shopping bags or in the margins of newspapers. But, gentlemen, any writer will tell you that there is one object that no writer can possibly do without, and that object was not in the apartment. I told you everything that was in the apartment, and I didn't mention that object."
"But what was it?"
I demanded.
Griswold's white moustache bristled.
"A waste-paper basket. How can a professional writer do without that?"
17. Hide and Seek. A sizable number of my Union Club mysteries are spy stories. Griswold himself has been involved with some unnamed department, and it may sound to some not very experienced readers as though I must have some inside knowledge of the world of secret agents. Not so at all. I know nothing about it. I am totally ignorant. I make it all up. I keep waiting for people to write to me and tell me that I've got it all wrong, and I will then apologize and say that I'm just writing puzzle stories. So far, though, I haven't been beaten over the head in the matter. And I like this story because, in my imagination, it describes exactly how staunchly upright Sunday school and apple pie agents might act.
"I see,"
said Baranov, peering slyly in the direction of Griswold,
"where 2 agents have been convicted of searching a place without a warrant."
He paused, and neither Jennings nor I said anything. Griswold was at right angles to us, facing the fireplace in which a log smouldered, for it was a rather chilly fall evening. For a wonder he wasn't asleep, for his scotch and soda moved slowly to his lips and then away again, but he said nothing. Baranov tried again.
"This sort of thing makes it hard for law enforcement agencies to do their work, especially if they must work in secrecy and in the interest of national security."
Another pause. Jennings said in a slightly higher voice, "On the other hand, you can't let law enforcement agents break the law they are sworn to defend. That puts the liberties of the people in direct jeopardy." At that point Griswold swiveled his chair, faced the 3 of us with his eyebrows hunched over his china-blue eyes and his white moustache twitching. He said,
"You're trying to get a reaction out of me, and you're wasting your time. It is not so much a question of law as of prudence. They could have done what they did with impunity, if they had been given a direct mandate by those who were entitled to judge when something was a matter of national security. They did not obtain the proper authority, and not merely a search warrant. Let me tell you, what can hold back an organization far more than just legal constraints is its own set of mind, which can be foolish. For instance—"
He took another delicate sip at his scotch and soda, and then went on.
"For instance," said Griswold, "back in the days when the agency was run by you-know-who, there wasn't an agent who dared lift his voice against any ukase, however ridiculous. After all, senators threw themselves over mud puddles so the chief could use them to avoid getting his shoes muddy, and presidents cowered in the corner when he frowned. You could tell an agent a mile away by their chief-imposed uniforms. No one else had shirts so white, so glossy, so buttoned down, or ties so narrow and so neatly centered, or suits so subdued, or waistlines so carefully flat, or hair so short or so neatly parted, or was scented in so masculine a fashion, or seemed so much younger and callower than his years. Well, they might just possibly have been mistaken for Mormon missionaries, but for nothing else. And, of course, they were all in a state of constant terror. It was not so much that they might make a mistake. That might be forgiven. The real fear was that they might make the agency and the chief look foolish. For that it was evisceration the first time. There was no forgiveness, and the agents knew it. Naturally, I could never make it with the agency in any official capacity. I wouldn't shave my mustache, which was dark in those days, but almost as impressive as it is now. And I wouldn't wear the uniform. And worst of all, I once chose to look over the head of the chief, which was easy to do, and to pretend I didn't see him. He might forget anything else, but he never forgot a slur on his height, however indirect. It didn't matter, I made out. When things got tough, there was many an agency official who came to me for help. Jack Winslow came to me once, I remember, with an ingratiating smile on his face and some telltale beads of sweat on his forehead, despite the rule that no agent must perspire. Jack Winslow was his real name, by the way, which helped him a lot at the agency. The only better name would have been Jack Armstrong. He said, "Listen, Griswold, the damnedest thing happened today, and I'd appreciate it if you would let me have your thoughts on it." "Tell me what happened," I said, "and I'll tell you if I have any thoughts about it. And I won't tell the chief who asked me." He thanked me very sincerely for that. But, of course, there was no way I could tell the chief if I wanted to. We were not on speaking terms, which suited me fine. There's no point in telling you Winslow's story in full detail, because he's an awfully tedious fellow. Still is, I understand, though he's retired now. I'll give you the essentials in brief. The agency had gotten on to the fringes of an operation it was important to stop. They had located a pawn in the game. They could pick him up any time they wanted to, but it would have done them no good. He wouldn't know enough, and he could be too easily replaced. If he were left at large, however, he might be used as a wedge that could pry out something far more useful than himself. It was tedious and delicate work, and sometimes this sort of thing was fumbled, and no agent was ever allowed to enjoy that fumble. So Winslow was in a difficult position. The goal at this particular time was to spot a relay, the passage of something important from one person to another. 2 items of information were desired: the manner of the surreptitious passage, because that could be an important clue to the system of thought being used by these people, and the identity of the pickup, that is, the one who received the item, for the pickup was likely, but not certain, to be more important than the transmitter. The pawn had been maneuvered into accepting something to put through the relay. It was something that was legitimately important, though not as important as the others had been led to believe. Still, they were not fools, and had to be fed something in order to make them bite. It was important enough, at any rate, to make the agents prefer not to lose it without having gained something at least equally important. The real coup was the shape of the object to be transferred. Somehow the opposition had been persuaded to order their pawn to pick up a package which, while not heavy, was 6 feet long and about 4 inches wide. It looked like a packaged fishing rod, and there was no way in which it could be disguised or made to look inconspicuous. Winslow was proud of this, and wouldn't tell me how the trick had been turned, but I didn't care. I knew that, as a general rule, the people we fight against are as vulnerable as we are. There were 5 agents at various places and in various forms watching the progress of the pawn, or rather of the very conspicuous package. They didn't stay close, they couldn't have, or they would have been easily spotted by their white shirts and beautiful grey fedoras in a neighborhood in which neither was ever seen on the inhabitants. The pawn walked into a crummy restaurant in this slummish neighborhood. He had to maneuver the package to get it through the door, and Winslow held his breath lest he break it, but he got it into the restaurant in one piece. He stayed there about 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 23 seconds, Winslow told me, since he had stupidly been watching his watch instead of the restaurant. And then he came out. He didn't have the package with him, or anything that could possibly have held it. They expected that,
Somehow, though, they expected that it would come out in the hands of someone else, or in some fashion, and it never did. After 2 hours, Winslow got very uneasy. Could they have frightened off the pickup by being insufficiently clandestine in their surveillance? They couldn't help that as long as they wore their uniform, but that wouldn't protect them against the chief's wrath. Worse yet, could they have allowed the package, 6 feet long, 4 inches wide, to be slipped out under their noses somehow? If so, their careers were finished. Finally, Winslow could stand no more. In desperation, he ordered his men into the restaurant, and then came the final blow. "It wasn't there," said Winslow desperately. "It wasn't such a damned big place, and the package just wasn't there. As soon as I could see that was the situation, I came here. I remembered you lived only a mile away and hoped you might be in." He looked decidedly grateful I was in. I said, "I suppose I can trust your agents to find it if it's there. Something 6 feet long isn't exactly a diamond or a piece of microfilm. It's not there." "Could it have been dismembered, taken apart, hidden in parts, or, for that matter, taken out in parts?" "No, it would then be broken, useless. It had to be intact. I'm not telling you what it is, mind you." "I'm not asking, and you probably don't know yourself." "Did you look over the people in the restaurant?" "Certainly. They were the type who were completely uncooperative, who turned sullen and resentful at the least sign of the law. But there's no way something like that could be hidden on anyone's person." "By the way," I said, "do you have a search warrant?" Winslow reddened a bit. "We have a sort of catch-all search warrant for safety violations. Never mind about that." I'm sure it wouldn't have held up in court, but in those days such things weren't questioned. I said, "Maybe it was taken upstairs." "There is no upstairs. It's a crummy little one-story greasy spoon restaurant between 2 tenements." "Well, then," I said, "there must be an entrance into one of the adjoining tenements, or both." "Not a chance. Solid wall both ways. Cellar. We looked through it. A junkyard with some food staples. What we wanted wasn't there." "Entrances into the adjoining tenements through the cellar?" "No. Damn it, Griswold, give us some credit for brains." "Kitchen. Plenty of cockroaches. Nothing of what we wanted." "Egress from the kitchen?" "There was a door to a back alley, where they put out the garbage, such garbage as they didn't serve. But we had a man there, and I assure you he's reliable. People came out long enough to dump garbage and then went back in, and before you ask, he looked through the garbage can, something that didn't require much detail work, since an intact 6-foot package would stick out like a sore thumb. Restrooms. I looked through it carefully myself, personally. 2 stalls. I looked in both of them, and both were empty, thank goodness. I even checked the urinals, so help me, just in case they were loose and you could slip a 6-foot package into the wall behind them. There was a small window, caked with dust and old paint, no way of opening it, and the glass was unbroken." I said, "If the pawn took it in and didn't take it out, then it must still be in the restaurant." "But it isn't, I swear." "Then if it isn't there, it must have been sneaked out, a 6-foot package with 5 agents watching." Winslow winced. "That couldn't be." "One or the other," I said. But Winslow looked so miserable, I relented. I said, "Stop suffering, Winslow. I'll save your hide. I know where it is." And it was where I knew it was. And I did save his hide. Griswold just sat there, smiling at us fatuously. Then he leaned back in his chair, as though he were about to close his eyes. I said, "Come on, Griswold. This time you've gone too far. You couldn't possibly know where it was. I defy you to explain yourself." "Defy? Defy? Good God, man, it was so easy. I told you what agents were like and what their chief had trained them to be. They might dash fearlessly into enemy fire. They might fearlessly search a place quite illegally. But not one of the chief's men would think of doing anything that was downright unmannerly and crude. They would poke about everywhere but one place, a place they probably didn't even let themselves realize existed." "What are you talking about?" said I. "With regard to the restrooms," Winslow said, "I looked through it carefully myself. It, singular. It was the men's room because it had urinals. He mentioned them.
Well, a restaurant can't possibly have a men's room without having one for women, too. Our culture demands that symmetry. But what respectable agent would dream of walking into a ladies' room, even in a slum restaurant?
You mean the pawn hid it there?
Sure. I imagine he listened to make sure it was empty, then he opened it and propped it up against one corner. Any woman entering that crummy rest room would have neither leisure nor desire to investigate the package, or do anything but go in and get out. Even if the room were not empty, it could be done so quickly. The woman inside would have had no time to scream. In any case, that's where Winslow and his men found the package when they forced themselves to look.
But why would he put it there?
As it turned out, on another occasion, the pickup was a woman. So why not?
18. Dollars and cents. Considering the state of the world today, a great many thrillers deal with terrorism. Again, I am at a disadvantage, since I don't want to be too grisly. It makes me wonder why I am so intent on writing mysteries. But then, when I was in high school, I passed through a phase when I wanted to be a surgeon. And if I didn't have that on record, I would refuse to believe it. Anyway, I didn't become a surgeon. But here is a terrorist plot, and as you can guess, nobody gets hurt. At least, I demonstrate that I can do it. After a fashion.
My own feeling, said Jennings, as we sat in the somewhat brooding and melancholy atmosphere of the Union Club library, is that in order to cut down on terrorist activity, it would be best to bring down an absolute curtain of silence over it.
You mean, I said sarcastically,
like not letting anyone know that the president has been shot, in case he's shot. No, said Jennings, that's not what I mean at all. I mean you don't release the name of the would-be assassin, or anything about him, or show any pictures or talk about him. He becomes a non-person, and so does anyone who's involved in terrorist activity. What's more, you cut down on all television coverage particularly, except for the bare announcement of what is happening.
Baranov said, I take it you are trying to imply that terrorists do it for the publicity involved. Take away the publicity, and there's no point in doing it.
To a certain extent, yes, said Jennings. Let's say there's some movement for independence for Fairfield, Connecticut. A Fairfield Liberation Committee is established by 5 nuts. They call themselves the FLC and begin a campaign of tire slashing in Hartford, sending letters to the newspapers taking credit for it. As the tire slashings continue and as the media give it full exposure, not only does this make the 5 nuts feel powerful and important, but the publicity actually gets lots of weak-minded people to thinking that there may be something to the notion of making Fairfield independent. On the other hand, if the tire slashings are investigated under cover of a strict news blackout,
it just isn't possible, I said,
for 2 reasons. First, the people whose tires are slashed are going to talk, and rumors will get around that will be worse than the truth. Second, once the principle is established that you can set up a news blackout over something like that, you can do it over anything you conceive as dangerous for people to know, and that means anything. Never in the United States, I hope. Sooner the occasional terrorism.
Besides, boomed out Griswold's voice suddenly, there comes a time when the blackout may break down. How do you keep it secret when you have to evacuate a hotel in the evening rush hour and must send out every fire engine in the area?
He had both eyes open, the blue of them blazing at us, and he sat erect. It was the widest awake I'd seen him in years.
Something you were involved in, Griswold? I asked.
It began, said Griswold, when a reporter at one of the New York newspapers received a neatly typed, unsigned note, delivered through the mail, to the effect that a dummy bomb had been deposited in a particular room in a particular hotel. The number of the room was given.
The reporter wondered what to do about it, decided it was some sort of gag being pulled on him by one of the jokers about the place. Then, after a while, decided he couldn't take the chance. He fished the crumpled letter out of the wastebasket and took it to the police. It meant running the risk of making a fool of himself, but he felt he had no choice. The police were not in the least sympathetic. They thought it was a gag being pulled on the reporter, too, but they had no choice. They sent a member of the bomb squad to the hotel, and he was gotten into the room in question.
Fortunately, the occupant was not there at the time. Under the eyes of a disapproving hotel official, and feeling very much the jerk, the policeman searched the room rather perfunctorily, and in no time at all found a box on the shelf in the closet where the extra blankets were stored. On the outside it said in straggly capital letters, "Bomb." On the inside was Excelsior, nothing else. They checked the box for fingerprints, of course, nothing. The letter was covered by the reporter's fingerprints. It still seemed like a gag of some sort, but more serious than it had been considered at first. The reporter was instructed to bring any further letter to the police forthwith, and to try not to handle it. He took to opening his letters while wearing kid gloves. It turned out to be a useful precaution, because 3 days later he received another letter. It named another hotel and gave the room number again. He brought it in at once, and a member of the bomb squad was sent out. A box filled with bits of cardboard was found in the bathroom, wedged behind the toilet seat. It also said, "Bomb." No fingerprints anywhere. The police had informed all the general newspapers of the city of what had happened, and asked for no publicity to avert panic, and had urged them all to watch for the letters. A good thing, too, for the third letter came to a different reporter on a different paper. Same as the others, except that this time there was an additional paragraph which said, "I trust you understand all this is practice. One of these days it will be the real thing. In that case, of course, I will not give you the room number." By that time the police called me in and showed me the letters. I said, "What has the lab found out?" My friend on the force, a police lieutenant named Cassidy, said, "It's an electric typewriter, undoubtedly an IBM product, and the fake bomber is a man of education and an accomplished typist. No fingerprints. Nothing distinctive about either paper or envelope, or about the fake bombs, for that matter. The postmark indicates the letters were posted from different places, but all in Manhattan." "That doesn't seem particularly helpful." Cassidy curled his lip. "It sure doesn't. Do you know how many IBM electric typewriters there are in Manhattan, and how many good typists with some education there are? If he sends enough letters, though, we'll be able to gather some more information, I hope." I could see nothing further to do either. I may be extraordinarily good at understanding the trifles that escape others, uncanny even, but it is only everyone else who considers me a miracle man. I make no such claims on my own behalf. Still, I stayed in close touch for the duration of the case. Additional letters did come, and they did contain more information, at least as to motive. The mysterious bomber began to express himself more freely. He was apparently sick and tired of our money-mad society, and wanted a return to a purer, more spiritual day. Just how this would be affected by his antics he didn't say. I said to Cassidy, "He clearly doesn't have any trouble getting into hotel rooms, but then there's no reason why he should." "Oh," said Cassidy, "skeleton keys? Simpler." I said, "Every room is cleaned every day. The cleaning women occasionally wander off on some errand while cleaning and leave doors open, especially if the room is between occupants and there are no personal items in it to be stolen. In fact, I have seen hotel room doors open and cleaning women nowhere in sight, even when there is luggage and clothing in clear view. No one stops anyone from wandering about hotel corridors, so all our bomber has to do is to find an open door." The word went out to every hotel in New York that cleaning women were on no account to leave room doors open. Some of the hotels instructed the women to keep an eye out for small boxes and to call anything that seemed suspicious to the attention of the management. One box turned up and reached police headquarters before the letter announcing it arrived. The letter was delayed in the mail, which is not really surprising. "I hope," said Cassidy dolefully, "that when it's the real thing he doesn't announce it by mail. It will never come in time to give us a chance." The precautions about leaving doors open slowed up the bomber. The letters were fewer, but they didn't stop altogether. Increasing difficulty seemed to make him more irritable. He denounced the banks and financiers generally. The police psychologists tried to work up a personality profile of the letter-writer from what he said. Banks were asked whether anyone had been refused a loan who had reacted to that refusal with unusual bitterness or with threats. Continued analysis of the postmarks on the letters seemed to pinpoint some neighborhoods in preference to others as the bomber's home ground.
Cassidy said. "If he keeps it up long enough, we'll get him." "But one of these days," I said, "it will be the real thing, and very likely before we've managed to squeeze him out of the several million who live or work in Manhattan." "This may go on quite a while, though. He may be in no position to make or get a bomb. All this fake bomb stuff is a way of blowing off steam, and when he's blown off enough, he'll stop." "That would be nice," I said. "But these days I imagine anyone can manage to get an explosive device or learn to make one if he tries long enough." And then one day a police officer came hurriedly to Cassidy. He said, "A guy claiming to be the fake bomber was on the phone." Cassidy started to his feet, but the officer said, "He's off the phone. We couldn't hold him. He says he'll call again, and he says it's the real thing now." He called a half-dozen times at intervals from different public coin telephones. The bomb, he said, was placed, the real bomb. He named the hotel, only the newest in Manhattan, and he named the time for which it was set, 5 p.m. that day, only the peak of the rush hour. "You have time to evacuate the hotel," he said in a hoarse whisper. "I don't want anyone to die. I just want to strike at property, to teach a lesson to those who place property before humanity." It was a little after 2 p.m. when he finally gave us the place and time. There was time to do the job, but considering not only the evacuation, but the cordoning off of the area and the gathering of fire engines, there would be an incredible tie-up of Manhattan traffic. Cassidy on the phone did his best. "Look," he said, in as ingratiating a manner as he could manage, "you're an idealist, you're a man of honor. You want no one hurt. Suppose we don't manage to get everyone out. Suppose we leave a child behind, despite all we can do. Would you want that on your conscience? Just let us have the room number. Do that, and I will guarantee you a fair hearing on your grievances." The bomber wasn't buying that. He said, "I'll call back." 15 interminable minutes later, during which the police and the bomb squad were making for the spot, we got the call. "All right," he said. "Dollars and cents. That's all people think about. Dollars and cents. If you're too dumb to understand that, then I'm not responsible. You are." He hung up. Cassidy stared at the dead phone. What the devil did he mean by that? But I had heard the conversation on the conference call tie-in and said urgently, "Hold off on the evacuation just a few minutes. The bomb squad is on the scene by now. Get in touch with them. I think I've got the room number, and they may be able to handle the bomb on the spot." I was right. The bomb, a simple but real one, was easily dismantled without disturbing anyone in the hotel. We didn't get the bomber, but he's never tried again. He'd apparently had enough, and since no one was hurt... Griswold's words trailed off into a soft snore, and Jennings called out, "Don't go to sleep, damn it! Where did you get the room number from? What was the clue?" I followed my usual practice of stamping on Griswold's nearer foot, but he was prepared for me this time and kicked my ankle rather sharply. He said, "I told you the clue. The bomber said dollars and cents, and said if we were too dumb to understand that, we were responsible." "That's a clue," said Baranov. "That's just his standard complaint about the Money-Man Society." "It could be that, too, but I felt it to be the clue. I told you the man was an expert typist, and a typist tends to think of words in terms of typewriter keys." I said, "I'm an expert typist, and the phrase means nothing to me." "I'm not surprised about that," said Griswold rather nastily. "But if you type dollars and cents and are pressed for time, you are quite likely to type the symbols $, ampersand, cent sign." And he made the signs in the air. "You can do that by tapping 3 typewriter keys on the IBM Electrics, with the Shift key depressed. If you don't depress the Shift key, those same keys give you the number 476. Try it and see." So I thought we might gamble on room 476. And that was it. 19. The Sign. I had to write these Union Club mysteries one a month, with the inexorability of a pendulum ticking off the seconds.
Sometimes it meant that I had a hard time coming up with a sensible ending. What I did in such cases was to think of something that I had never dealt with in any of my mysteries, and worry it like a dog chewing a rubber bone till something happened. I never did a Zodiac story. I would say to myself, Zodiac, Zodiac, Zodiac. Then I came up with the following story and was very pleased, for I was off the hook. But only for another month. Baranov said, "According to the forecast in the daily paper, today was a good day for taking financial risks. So I bet a friend of mine 50 cents it wouldn't rain this afternoon, and you saw what happened. It poured. The question is, should I sue the forecaster?" I said with infinite disdain, for I had carefully carried an umbrella, "By forecast, I presume you mean the astrological column?" "Do you suppose I meant the weather forecast?" said Baranov tartly. "Of course I meant the astrologer. Who else would tell me to take financial risks?"
"The weatherman," said Jennings, "said partly cloudy. He didn't predict rain either."
I refused to be lured off the track.
"Asking a stupid question isn't as bad as falling for stupid mysticism. Since when has astrology impressed you as a substitute for financial acumen?"
"Reading the column is an amusement," said Baranov stiffly, "and I can afford 50 cents.
"The question is whether you can afford intellectual decay. I think not," I said.
In his high-backed armchair in the library of the Union Club, where we all sat, Griswold was comfortably asleep to the tune of a faint snoring. But now he attracted our attention when he scraped the sole of his shoe on the floor as he shifted position without spilling the drink he held in his hand. I said softly, "You know the way he's always reminded of a story by anything we say. I'll bet if we wake him up and talk about astrology, he won't be able to think of a thing." Baranov said eagerly, "I'll take that bet. 50 cents. I want to make it back." At this point, Griswold's drink moved toward his lips. He sipped daintily, his eyes still closed. He said, "As it happens, I do have an astrological story to tell. So hand over the $50." The last was addressed to me, and Griswold opened his eyes now to reinforce the remark. I said, "You'll have to tell the story first."
"The most delicate job a spy can have," said Griswold, "is recruiting. How do you persuade someone else to betray his country without revealing your own position? For that matter, the problem is a difficult one for the person being recruited. There have been cases of perfectly loyal government employees, whether civilian or armed service, who allowed recruiting efforts to go on because they honestly didn't understand what was happening or because they thought the other fellow was joking. By the time they do report, if they do, there may be people in government intelligence who have grown suspicious of them, and their careers may therefore be inhibited or ruined, without their having ever really done anything out of the way. In fact, I have known cases where the recruiting agent deliberately spread suspicion against his victim in order to enrage the poor person against the government for falsely suspecting him. The person in question is then actually recruited. The man I am going to tell you about, whom I shall refer to as Davis, avoided the obvious pitfalls. He carefully reported the first sign of recruitment to his superior, whom we shall call Lindstrom, at a time when, in fact, what had occurred might well have been only idle conversation. It was, however, during those years when Senator McCarthy had inflamed American public opinion and had reduced men in public office to near hysteria. Davis was, however, a man of integrity. Though he reported the incident, he refused to give the name of the Army officer who was involved. His reasoning was that it might indeed have been an innocent conversation, and that, in the heat of the times, his testimony could serve to destroy a man unjustly. That put Lindstrom in a delicate position. He himself might be victimized if things went wrong. Nevertheless, he was a man of integrity too, so he accepted Davis's reserve, assured him he could bear witness to his loyalty in reporting, and in writing, carefully worded, you may be sure, ordered him to play along until he was certain that the person involved was really disloyal, and then to give his name. Davis was worth recruiting, you understand.
It was before the days when computers became omnipresent, and Davis was one of the very few who had his finger on the statistical records of the government. He knew where all the dossiers were, and he had access to them. He could conjure up more rapidly than one would believe possible, considering that he had no computer to help him, the intimate details of any one of millions of people. It would make, of course, an unparalleled instrument for blackmail if Davis could be persuaded in that direction. But Davis, a single man who could afford to be single-minded, had thought for only one thing: his hobby. He was an astrologer. No, not the kind you think. He didn't prepare horoscopes or make predictions. He had a strictly scientific interest. He was trying to see whether, in truth, one could correlate the signs of the zodiac with personal characteristics or with events. He was studying all the people in Leo, all the people in Capricorn, and so on, and trying to find out if a disproportionate number of Leos were athletes, or whether Capricornians were prone to be scientists, and so on. I don't think he ever found out anything useful, but it was his obsession. In his department, the standing joke was that he might not know someone's name, but he surely knew his sign. Eventually he was convinced that the recruitment was seriously meant, and he grew increasingly indignant. He told Lindstrom that the traitor would be coming to his apartment to work out the final matters, and that he, Davis, would come to Lindstrom at midnight with the full details. But Davis was not an experienced operator. The recruiter had divined the fact that Davis might be reporting to the authorities and took the most direct action to stop him. When Davis didn't keep his midnight appointment, Lindstrom went to Davis's apartment and found him there, knifed. He did not find him quite dead, however. Davis's eyes opened, and he stared glassily at Lindstrom. Davis was lying across a small table and trying feebly to reach toward some file cards resting nearby. There were 4 of them, all somewhat blood-stained. Davis mumbled, "Should have known. Misfit. Only sign doesn't fit the name." Then he died. The next day at noon I got a phone call from Lindstrom begging me to come see him at once. I was reluctant to do so because it would mean missing the first game of the World Series on my brand-new television set. But Lindstrom grew so panicky I had no choice. When I arrived, Lindstrom was in conference with a young first lieutenant who looked even more dreadfully disturbed than Lindstrom did. The entire department must have been in turmoil that day. As soon as I came, though, Lindstrom sent the lieutenant away, saying absently after him, "And happy birthday." He waited till the lieutenant was gone, then opened the door, made sure the corridor was empty, and returned. I said sardonically, "Are you sure this place isn't bugged?" "I've checked it," he said quite seriously. Then he told me what had happened. "Too bad," I said. "Worse than that," he said. "Here's a man who knew of a traitor right in our department, and I didn't force the information out of him at once. Now I've lost the man and the traitor, and McCarthy will have my head for it." "Will he find out?" I asked. "Of course. There must be at least one person in this department who reports to him regularly." "Do you have any leads?" "Not really. The 4 cards on the table were Davis's own cards, the kind he uses to file and cross-file human characteristics against astrological signs. That's his obsession. Let me explain." And he did. I said, "What were the 4 cards doing there?" "Perhaps nothing. They were 4 officers in this department, and I don't know what he was doing with them. Still, he was reaching toward them as though he wanted to take one or point to one, and he talked about someone being a misfit, with a sign that didn't fit his name." "He didn't say his name?" "No, he was dying, almost dead. His last thought was of his obsession, his damned astrological signs." "Then you don't know which of the 4 it is?" "That's right. And as long as we don't know, all 4 will be under suspicion. That will mean ruined careers if McCarthy zeroes in on it, and for at least 3 of them, possibly all 4, it would be an incredible injustice. Listen, do you know the astrological signs?" "Yes, certainly. Aries the ram, Taurus the bull, Gemini the twins, Cancer the crab, Leo the lion, Virgo the virgin,
Libra, the scales, Scorpio, the scorpion, Sagittarius, the archer, Capricorn, the goat, Aquarius, the water-bearer, and Pisces, the fish. 12 of them, in that order. Aries governs the month beginning March 21st, and the rest follow, month by month.
"All right," said Lindstrom. "And the English names are all direct translations of the Latin. I checked that. So Davis's remark about the sign not fitting the name doesn't refer to that. The only alternative is that the name of the sign doesn't fit the name of the officer. The cards had each the name of an officer, and, among other personal data, the sign he was born under."
Any obvious misfits?
No, the 4 names happen, by a miserable chance, to be utterly common: Joseph Brown, John Jones, Thomas Smith, and William Clark. And not one of the names, first, last, or in combination, seems to either fit or not fit the person's sign in any way.
Does each have a different sign?
Yes.
And what do you want me to do?
Lindstrom looked at me out of a face twisted in misery. "Help me. I have the cards. They've been checked for fingerprints, and only Davis's have been found. Look them over and see if you can see anything in them that will make sense to you in the light of Davis's final remark."
I said, "I may have the answer now. That first lieutenant who was here when I came in, you wouldn't talk until you were sure he was gone. You even looked out in the hall to make sure he wasn't hanging about near the door. Was his one of the names on the list?"
"Yes, as a matter of fact. He's Lieutenant Tom Smith."
"Then I think he's your man. Judging by his face, he was in a bad way. Call him in, with a witness, and tackle him hard, and I'm sure he'll break."
He did break. We had the traitor, and 3 innocent men, 4, counting Lindstrom, were saved.
Griswold looked smug and self-satisfied, and I said, "Griswold, you've made that up. There's no way you could have gotten the answer on the information you had." Griswold looked at me haughtily.
"No way you could have. I said I was called in the first day of the World Series. That meant early October. Count the astrological signs from Aries, which governs the month beginning March 21st, and you'll find that 6 months afterward comes Libra, which governs the month beginning September 22nd. Lindstrom wished the lieutenant a happy birthday, so he was born in early October, under the sign of Libra."
"So?" I said, with a sarcastic inflection.
"So Davis said the sign doesn't fit the name, not his name. It wasn't the man's name being referred to. The signs are all part of the zodiac, and in Greek, zodiac means circle of animals. You don't have to know Greek to see that the beginning zo is in zoo and zoology." "Well, look at the list of signs. Ram, bull, crab, lion, scorpion, goat, and fish. 7 animals. If you remember that human beings are part of the animal kingdom, there are 4 more. A pair of twins, a virgin, an archer, and a water-bearer. 11 animals altogether. One and only one sign is not an animal, or even alive. It is the only sign that doesn't fit the name of Zodiac. Since the 4 names were all officers in the department, and I met one officer who looked miserable and who was a Libra, I thought that if he was one of the 4, he was also the supposed misfit, and the murderer. Well, he was one of the 4, and he was the murderer. So I paid Baranov the $50, and the bum took it." 20. Getting the combination. I ought to go through my mysteries and count up all the times I've had my characters choose a particular combination out of a number of alternatives. It just fascinates me, and I'm not very good at it in real life. Intelligence tests frequently stick you with a series of numbers and ask you to reason out what the next number ought to be. This is Mensa stuff, and Mensa is an organization of high IQ people. To be sure, I'm a member of Mensa, the international vice president, in fact, a purely honorary position. But I still have trouble with it. In any case, I suppose all my Mensa readers will solve the following puzzle immediately. But I don't care. Baranov arrived when the rest of us were already at the Union Club. He sat down with a triumphant air. "Is Griswold asleep?" I looked in Griswold's direction and shrugged. "As asleep as he ever is." "Well, forget him. Remember the time when he told us about solving a mystery by knowing that there was no number under 1,000 which, when spelled out, contains the letter A?" Jennings and I both nodded. "That got me to thinking.
Look, there is an infinite array of numbers. Suppose you spell them out, the whole infinite array. Can't be done, said Jennings. How can you spell out every one of an infinite number? In imagination, said Baranov impatiently. Now arrange them all, the whole infinite set of them in alphabetical order. Which number is first in line? Jennings said, How can you tell unless you look at all the numbers, and how can you look at all of an infinite number? Because there's a pattern to number names, said Baranov. There may be an infinite set of numbers, but there are only a small number of ways in which their names are formed. The number first in line, alphabetically, is 8. Nothing comes ahead of it. There's no number in the entire infinite array that starts with A, B, C, or D. And how do you like that? What about billion? I said. Baranov sneered at me elaborately. That's not a number name. If you write the number 1, followed by 9 zeros, that's not billion starting with B, that's 1 billion starting with O. And at this point Griswold, without seeming to interrupt his soft snore, said, And what's the last number in line? I thought rapidly, and was the first to answer. 2. There are no numbers starting with any letter after T, and nothing past the W in second place. The other TWs, like 12 and 20, have an E in third place and come ahead of 2. I felt that to be an excellent analysis, considering that I did it so rapidly. But Griswold's eyes opened, and he looked at me with infinite contempt. You get 0, he said. Let me tell you a story. I have a friend, said Griswold, who likes to play with numbers. He's not a mathematician and has no talent for mathematics any more than I have. Still, playing with numbers is fun, even if you have no talent for it. This friend of mine, his name is Archie Bates, used his hobby in part as a defense against boredom. All of us, I suppose, have been trapped in an audience with a speaker delivering a particularly boring address, or with an orchestra playing some piece that does not grip us, or with a play turning out to be unexpectedly maladroit. What do you do in such a case? You might fall asleep, but that could be fraught with embarrassment if you are with others before whom you don't want to seem a clod. You might think deep thoughts, but suppose none come to mind. Well, then you might do as Bates would, and play with numbers. He would count the chandeliers, or the lights, or the ornamental repetitions on the walls and ceilings, and ring all the permutations upon the matter that he could. He found, he frequently told me, the perfect antidote to boredom. Or he would work up odd sequences of numbers according to some system, and ask people to work out the system and predict the next number. He was never profound, you understand, but he was sometimes amusing. For instance, he once presented me with a series of Arabic digits, 8, 5, 4, 9, 7, 6, 3, 2, 0. He pointed out that every digit was included except 1, and asked me where 1 rightfully belonged. It took me a while to realize he had placed the digits in alphabetical order, if each was spelled out, and that meant 1 belonged between 9 and 7. That was how I could so easily improve on Baranov's puzzle. It was also possible for Bates's hobby to bring about discomfort and embarrassment, and at one time it did so, which brings up an important fact. Most of the little cases I have presented you with are examples of high crimes, murder, espionage, and so on. It is possible, however, to puzzle over something very small and insignificant, and even so that might annoy you and occupy your mind every bit as much as murder might. And, given friendship or interest, I have no objection of being of service in such cases, however minute in importance they might seem to outsiders. Mrs. Bates called me one day in some agitation, and asked me if I would be so kind as to come over at once. She had a problem, and thought I might be able to help her. She doubted that anyone else could. I am not proof against that kind of invitation. When I arrived, she took me into Bates's study, and showed me a safe. It was moderately large, strongly and sturdily made, and had a combination lock that included 4 dials, each with all the digits from 0 to 9. If each dial were turned so that the central row of the 3 that were exposed read some appropriate number,
one to which the safe was keyed, the door will open. Otherwise it would not. I said, "What is the problem, Mrs. Bates?" Mrs. Bates said, "Archie got this safe last week. Why he wants it is more than I know, unless it amuses him to play with the combination. We have no valuables that wouldn't be better off in a bank vault, and we have no secrets that must be hidden away, but there it is." "Well?" "He has all our family records inside. I have to make out a check for something I should have made out a check for a month ago, but forgot. I have to get the check into the mail and postmarked by midnight, or we will be involved in serious complications. The trouble is that I don't know the exact amount, or even the name and address of the people I must make it out to, not offhand. For that matter, the checkbook is in the safe, too." "Why is everything in the safe?" "Because he's safe-happy, that's why. He's got the safe, and he has to use it. It's so embarrassing." "You've forgotten the combination, I suppose." "I never knew it. He never told me. I can't even call the company that made the safe because Archie set up the combination himself." "Why don't you telephone Archie?" "I would if I knew where he was. He's in Baltimore, but I don't know where. He usually writes up his itinerary and gives it to me, but this time I think he just shoveled it into the safe along with everything else." "Well, what can I do, Mrs. Bates? I don't know the combination." She said, "There's a hint. On the floor, right next to the safe, was a slip of paper. He must have dropped it and didn't notice that he had. On it is one of those series of numbers he plays with. You know the way he does that?" "Yes, I do." "Here it is, then." She handed me a slip of paper on which 7 numbers were written in a vertical column. 1, 2, 6, 12, 60, 420, and 840. Underneath the 840 was an asterisk, and I knew that it was Bates's habit to use an asterisk to indicate the number that was to be guessed. "What I think," said Mrs. Bates, "is that the next number in the series is the combination to the safe. He was probably working out one of his series, you know the way he is. That gave him the idea of making the next number, whatever it is, the combination. The trouble is I don't know the next number. If you start with 1, you must multiply it by 2 to get 2, and that by 3 to get 6, then 2 again to get 12, then 5, then 7, then 2 again. I don't know what you're supposed to multiply 840 by." I smiled a little and said, "It doesn't matter, Mrs. Bates. Just multiply 840 by each number from 2 to 9, and then try each product. It will take you only a few minutes. In fact, if you start with 0000 and try each number in order up to 9999, you will surely open the door eventually. If you try only one combination each second, you will go through the entire list in 2 3/4 hours, and will probably open the door within an hour and a half. Then you can make out the check. This combination system is not a very good one, you see." Mrs. Bates looked exasperated. "Oh, yes, it is. Archie explained that to me. In this make, he said, if you set any combination except the right one, and try to open the door, the little number things freeze and can't be moved again until they are unfrozen with a special magnetic key. Archie says that without the key the safe has to be blown open with an explosive." I said, "And your husband has the key with him wherever he is, I suppose?" She nodded. "That's right, so I have to figure out the correct combination right off. I just don't have the nerve to make a guess and try. If I'm wrong, then I have to call a locksmith, and even if a locksmith is willing to come right over and blow it open and I make out the check, which I should have done a month ago, the safe will be destroyed. I guess Archie would just about kill me." "But then what do you expect me to do?" She sighed. "But isn't it obvious? You're always telling Archie about all the clever ways in which you solve crimes when the police and FBI are stuck. So can't you just look at the series of numbers and tell me what the combination is?" "But suppose I'm wrong. I may be clever, but I'm not a Superman," I said, "for as you gentlemen all know, if I have a fault at all, it is the possession of a certain excess of diffidence and modesty." "I'm certain you're not," said Mrs. Bates coolly. "If you freeze it, however, Archie will have to take it out on you, and what do you care?" I wasn't at all sure that it was safe for me not to care. Bates is a large man with a hair-trigger temper. I doubted that he would actually strike his wife, though he would surely storm at her and berate her mercilessly. I was not at all sure, however, that he might not grant me less consideration, and black my eye for me. I will admit, however, that Mrs. Bates's apparent certainty that I was not a Superman rankled. I might say so, but I saw no reason for having her take the privilege. So I merely adjusted the 4 dials to the appropriate number, turned the handle, and opened the door for her. Then, with a rather chilly bow, I said, "Your husband will have no occasion for anger with either of us now," and left. Griswold snorted grimly at the conclusion of the tale and sipped gently at a Scotch and soda. "I suspect you all saw the proper combination long before I completed the story." "Not I," I said. "What is the combination, and how did you get it?" Griswold snorted again. "Look at those numbers," he said. "The larger ones look easy to divide evenly in a number of different ways. The first number, 1, can of course be divided only by 1 itself. The second number, 2, can be divided by 1 and 2. The third number, 6, can be divided evenly by 1, 2, and 3. In fact, it is the smallest number that can be divided by 1, 2, and 3, so you can easily check for yourself." "It can be divided by 6, I pointed out. "Irrelevant," said Griswold. "I am speaking of the consecutive digits, beginning with 1, that will serve as divisors. The fourth number, 12, is the smallest number that can be divided by each of the first 4 digits, 1, 2, 3, and 4. It can also be divided by 6 and 12, but that is irrelevant. You see that the fifth number is 60. It can be divided evenly by 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And, as it happens, by 6 also. It is the smallest number that can be divided by each of the first 6 digits. The next number is divided evenly by all the digits from 1 through 7, and the final number 840 by all the digits from 1 through 8. The next number, which would be the combination, should therefore be the smallest number that can be divided by all the digits from 1 through 9. If you multiply 840 by 3, the product is divisible by 9 and stays divisible by all the smaller digits. Since 840 multiplied by 3 is 2520, that is the combination. The number 2520 is the smallest number divisible by all the digits, 1 through 9, and, as a matter of fact, it happens to be divisible by 10 as well. And there you are. 21. The Library Book. When I was young, my family could not afford to buy books. Consequently, they managed to get me a library card when I was 6 years old, and for about 20 years or so I visited the library regularly. After that, I found I had a respectable income and could afford to buy books. Now my abode is simply littered with books in every room, to the point where one of my big problems is to decide which books to give away and whom to give them to. And yet somehow I miss the old days. There was something so delightful about going to the library. The anticipation of wandering through the stacks was so exciting. So was walking home with one book under each arm and a third open in my hands. I've never figured out how I avoided being run over while crossing a street. Anyway, this story is, in a way, a tribute to the old days. I looked about at the other 3 at the Union Club library. Griswold had smoothed his white moustache, taken up his Scotch and soda, and settled back in his tall armchair, and said rather triumphantly, "I've got a word processor now, and by golly, I can use it." Jennings said, "One of those typewriter keyboards with a television screen attached?" "That's right," I said. "You type your material onto a screen, edit it there, adding, subtracting, changing, then print it up, letter-perfect, at the rate of 400+ words per minute." "No question," said Baranov, "that if the computer revolution can penetrate your stick-in-the-mud way of life, it is well on the way to changing the whole world." "And irrevocably," I said. "The art part of it, too, is that there's no one man to whom we can assign the blame. We know all about James Watt and the steam engine, or Michael Faraday and the electric generator, or the Wright brothers and the airplane, but to whom do we attribute this new advance?" "There's William Shockley and the transistor," said Jennings. "Or Vannevar Bush and the beginnings of electronic computers," I said. "But that's not satisfactory. It's the microchip that's putting the computer onto the assembly line into the home. And who made that possible?" It was only then that I was aware that for once Griswold had not closed his eyes, but was staring at us,
as clearly wide awake as if he were a human being.
"I, for one,"
he said. "You, for one, what?" I demanded.
"I, for one, am responsible for the microchip," he said haughtily. "It was back in the early 1960s, said Griswold, when I received a rather distraught phone call from the wife of an old friend of mine, who, the morning's obituaries told me, had died the day before. Oswald Simpson was his name. We had been college classmates and had been rather close. He was extraordinarily bright, was a mathematician, and after he graduated went on to work with Norbert Weiner at MIT. He entered computer technology at its beginnings. I never quite lost touch with him, even though, as I need not tell you, my interests and his do not coincide at all. However, there is a kinship in basic intelligence, however differently it might express itself from individual to individual. This I do have to tell you three, as otherwise you would have no way of telling. Simpson had suffered from rheumatic fever as a child, and his heart was damaged. It was a shock, but no real surprise to me, therefore, when he died at the age of 43. His wife, however, made it clear that there was something more to his death than mere mortality, and I therefore drove upstate to the Simpson home at once. It only took 2 hours. Olive Simpson was rather distraught, and there is no use in trying to tell you the story in her words. It took her a while to tell it in a sensible way, especially since, as you can well imagine, there were numerous distractions in the way of medical men, funeral directors, and even reporters. For Simpson, in a limited way, had been well known. Let me summarize, then. Simpson was not a frank and outgoing person, I recall. Even in college, he had a tendency to be secretive about his work, and suspicious of his colleagues. He has always felt people were planning to steal his ideas. That he trusted me, and was relaxed with me, I attribute entirely to my non-mathematical bent of mind. He was quite convinced that my basic ignorance of what he was doing made it impossible for me to know what notions of his to steal, or what to do with them after I had stolen them. He was probably right, though he might have made allowance for my utter probity of character as well. This tendency of his grew more pronounced as the years passed, and actually stood in the way of his advancement. He had a tendency to quarrel with those about him, and to make himself generally detestable in his insistence on maintaining secrecy over everything he was doing. There were even complaints that he was slowing company advances by preventing a free flow of ideas. This apparently did not impress Simpson, who also developed a steadily intensifying impression that the company was cheating him. Like all companies, they wished to maintain ownership of any discoveries made by their employees, and one can see their point. The work done would not be possible without previous work done by other members of the company, and was the product of the instruments, the ambience, the thought processes of the company generally. Nevertheless, however much this might be true, there were occasionally advances made by particular persons which netted the company hundreds of millions of dollars, and the discoverer mere thousands. It would be a rare person who would not feel ill-used as a result, and Simpson felt more ill-used than anybody. His wife's description of Simpson's state of mind in the last few years made it clear that he was rather over the line into a definite paranoia. There was no reasoning with him. He was convinced he was being persecuted by the company, that all its success could be attributed to his own work, but that it was intent on robbing him of all credit and financial reward. He was obsessed with that feeling. Nor was he entirely wrong in supposing his own work to be essential to the company. The company recognized this, or they would not have held on so firmly to someone who grew more impossibly difficult with each year. The crisis came when Simpson discovered something he felt to be fundamentally revolutionary. It was something that he was certain would put his company into the absolute forefront of the international computer industry. It was also something which he felt was not likely to occur to anyone else for years, possibly for decades. Yet it was so simple,
that the essence of it could be written down on a small piece of paper. I don't pretend to understand what it was, but I am certain now it was a forerunner of microchip technology. It occurred to Simpson to hold out the information until the company agreed to compensate him amply, with a sum many times greater than was customary, and with other benefits as well. In this one can see his motivation. He knew he was likely to die at any time, and he wanted to leave his wife and 2 children well provided for. He kept a record of the secret at home, so that his wife would have something to sell to the company in case he did die before the matter was settled. But it was rather typical of him that he did not tell her where it was. His mania for secrecy passed all bounds. Then one morning, as he was getting ready to get to work, he said to her in an excited way, "Where's my library book?" She said, "What library book?" He said, "Exploring the Cosmos. I had it right here." She said, "Oh, it was overdue. I returned a whole bunch of them to the library yesterday." He turned so white she thought he was going to collapse then and there. He screamed, "How dare you do that? It was my library book. I'll return it when I please. Don't you realize that the company is quite capable of burglarizing the home and searching the whole place? But they wouldn't think of touching a library book. It wouldn't be mine." He managed to make it clear, without actually saying so, that he had hidden his precious secret in the library book, and Mrs. Simpson, frightened to death at the way he was gasping for breath, said distractedly, "I'll go right off to the library, dear, and get it back. I'll have it here in a minute. Please quiet down. Everything will be all right." She repeated over and over again that she ought to have stayed with him, and seen to it that he was calmed, but that would have been impossible. She might have called a doctor, but that would have done no good, even if he had come in time. He was convinced that someone in the library, someone taking out the book, would find his all-important secret and make the millions that should go to his family. Mrs. Simpson dashed to the library, had no trouble in taking out the book once again, and hurried back. It was too late. He had had a heart attack. It was his second, actually, and he was dying. He died, in fact, in his wife's arms, though he did recognize that she had the book again, which may have been a final consolation. His last words were a struggling inside, as he pointed to the book. And then he was gone. I did my best to console her, to assure her that what had happened had been beyond her power to control. More to distract her attention than anything else, I asked her if she had found anything in the book. She looked up at me with eyes that swam in tears. "No," she said, "I didn't. I spent an hour. I thought it was one thing I could do for him, his last wish, you know. I spent an hour looking. But there's nothing in it." "Are you sure?" I asked. "Do you know what it is you're looking for?" She hesitated. I thought it was a piece of paper with writing on it. Something he said made me think that. I don't mean that last morning, but before then. He said many times, "I've written it down, but I don't know what the paper would look like, whether it was large or small, white or yellow, smooth or folded, anything." Anyway, I looked through the book. I turned each page carefully, and there was no paper of any kind between any of them. I shook the book hard, and nothing fell out. Then I looked at all the page numbers to make sure there weren't 2 pages stuck together. There weren't. Then I thought that it wasn't a paper, but that he had written something in the margin. That didn't seem to make sense, but I thought maybe. Or perhaps he had written between the lines or underlined something in the book. I looked through all of every page. There were 1 or 2 stains that looked accidental, but nothing was actually written or underlined. I said, "Are you sure you took out the same book you had returned, Mrs. Simpson? The library might have had 2 copies of it or more." She seemed startled. I didn't think of that.
She picked up the book and stared at it, then said, "No, it must be the same book. There's that little ink mark just under the title. There was the same ink mark on the book I returned. There couldn't be two like that." "Are you sure?" I said. "About the ink mark, I mean?"
"Yes," she said flatly. "I suppose the paper fell out in the library, or someone took it out and probably threw it away. It doesn't matter. I wouldn't have the heart to start a big fight with the company with Oswald dead, though it would be nice not to have money troubles and to be able to send the children to college."
"Wouldn't there be a pension from the company?"
"Yes, the company's good that way, but it wouldn't be enough, not with inflation the way it is, and Oswald could never get any reasonable insurance with his history of heart trouble."
"Then let's get you that piece of paper, and we'll find you a lawyer, and we'll get you some money. How's that?"
She sniffed a little, as though she were trying to laugh. "Well, that's kind of you," she said, "but I don't see how you're going to do it. You can't make the paper appear out of thin air, I suppose."
"Sure I can," I said, though I admit I was taking a chance in saying so. I opened the book, holding my breath, and it was there all right. I gave it to her and said, "Here you are." What followed was long, drawn-out and tedious, but the negotiations with the company ended well. Mrs. Simpson did not become a trillionaire, but she achieved economic security, and both children are now college graduates. The company did well, too, for the microchip was on the way. Without me, it wouldn't have gotten the start it did, and so, as I told you at the beginning, the credit is mine.
And to our annoyance, he closed his eyes. I yelled sharply, "Hey!" and he opened one of them. "Where did you find this slip of paper?" I said.
"Where Simpson said it was. His last words were, 'Inside, inside.'"
"Inside the book, of course," I said.
"He didn't say, 'inside the book,'" said Griswold. "He wasn't able to finish the phrase. He just said, 'inside,' and it was a library book."
"Well?"
"Well, a library book has one thing an ordinary book does not have. It has a little pocket in which a library card fits. Mrs. Simpson described all the things she did, but she never mentioned the pocket. Well, I remembered Simpson's last words and looked inside the pocket, and that's where it was."
22. Never out of sight. Innumerable mysteries have involved the breaking of a perfect alibi. Dorothy Sayers once had the solution to a mystery depend on the meshing together of railroad timetables to make it possible for some character to be at a spot where it seemed he could not possibly be. It was one of her duller stories. Every other writer has attempted to produce ingenious ways of showing that a character supposed to be in one place could actually be in another. And that in itself poses a pretty problem. Can a writer think of a way of breaking an alibi that has never been used? Not having read every mystery ever written, I can't be sure I found a new way, but certainly I have one that's not like any I've ever come across. And here it is. I had arranged it with the other two just to see what would happen. I walked into the Union Club library that Tuesday night with my copy of John Collier's Fancies and Goodnights, which I was rereading attentively, with a view to sharpening my style. Jennings arrived next with copies of Time and of Newsweek, sat back, crossed his legs, and began to read in competition with me. Finally, Baranov showed up with a small chess set and took to working out combinations. Not one of us said a word. Neither did we acknowledge each other's presence. Griswold was there before any of us arrived, of course, as he always was. Sometimes I think he lives in that library. He was already dozing, and his hand, holding its scotch and soda, was resting on the arm of his tall armchair. I watched out of the corner of my eye as he grew increasingly restless in the silence. There was no bet that he would speak, even though not one of us gave him a lead-in. We were all sure of that. The bet was, which one of us would be the occasion? Finally, Griswold cleared his throat interminably, opened his piercing blue eyes wide, and said in his deep voice,
Conducting espionage operations is of course like chess.
And Baranov won the $5. As agreed, we continued our silence, and as we were certain, that did not stop Griswold.
As a case in point, said Griswold, we might consider the case of Sanford Brown. That is not his real name, of course, for I would not want to add to his troubles. He was a minor functionary in a particular government bureau, but even minor functionaries, by virtue of being on the spot, can become privy to matters that are not really for their eyes and ears, and can therefore become of interest to the other side. The claim made by those who later dealt with the case was that he was recruited by the other side. Exactly what it was that gave the other side its handle, I'm not certain. Brown was underpaid, naturally, as are most government employees. It was possible he had grievances against those he worked with. He was out of sympathy with many of the stands taken by the government, as are all of us. That, however, is all rationalization. You must also allow for impulse, and for the kind of motive that is best described by, "I don't know why I did it," which often enough is literally true. In any case, the department put him under observation. Exactly what it was that first roused suspicion against Brown, I don't know. I was never told, and I never bestirred myself to find out. But agents began to investigate his background, to question in discreet fashion those who knew him, and to make sure they knew exactly where he was at all times and whom he talked to. It was about this time that the department became aware of a new enemy agent, a woman who was quite attractive and who spoke English perfectly. They wondered if this were a matter of sexual recruitment. That happens, too. It became clear, however, that the two had not ever met, and yet they might possibly meet in the future. The department went to great pains to give her full leeway, to make her seem free of all surveillance, but both were watched. And then Sanford Brown spent a day at an amusement park, which seemed out of character to him. The enemy agent entered the amusement park, and after a few hours left the amusement park. It was difficult to keep both under constant watch at all times in the moving crowds, and although it was possible that the two had met, no one actually saw them together. However, she was arrested on emerging, and she was not quick enough to destroy what she was carrying. It was microfilm that Brown was in a position to get, and that she was otherwise in no position to have. Brown was suspended from his post, and the enemy agent was ordered out of the country. Brown, of course, denied everything, and found himself in limbo. The department could not prove wrongdoing. There was no real evidence the microfilm had been in his possession, or that he had transferred it to the enemy agent, but the circumstances of the case were too strong to allow him to continue in his position. His lawyer came to visit me, and brought with him a strikingly beautiful young woman, rather smoulderingly Mediterranean in appearance. The lawyer was an old friend of mine, and I felt I had to disabuse him at once. I said, "My friend, I have no influence with the department. I am in their perennial bad book, even though they come to me in an occasional emergency. They have not done so in connection with your client." The lawyer said, "I have not come to you for influence, but for advice. If this thing comes to trial, he cannot be convicted, and the department knows it, so they won't bring him to trial. They will simply allow him to rest under suspicion and ruin his career, and quite possibly his life. I want to prove his innocence." "How? Is there someone else from whom the enemy agent could have obtained the microfilm? And can you demonstrate that?" "No, but I can prove that she could not have obtained it from Brown." "How?" "This young lady is Carla Fuentes, and she is his fiancée. She was with him in the amusement park that day." Carla spoke for the first time. Her soft voice had no accent, but rather the shadow of one. It sounded as though there were a faint, distant echo of Spanish that could not quite be heard by the ear. I found it exceedingly attractive. She said, "And I was with him all day. All day. He was never out of my sight." "Indeed," I said. "When did you enter the amusement park?" "At 10 a.m. when it opened." "And how long were you there?" "Till about 8 p.m. We had lunch there and dinner there, and then we left.
We arrived together, we left together. In between arriving and leaving, we remained together.
And in all this time, Mr. Brown never spoke to anyone else?
He might say, "I beg your pardon," when we bumped someone, or ask, "Where is the shooting gallery?" But I'm told that the person with whom he is suspected of having dealt was a fine-looking woman.
I've heard that, I said cautiously. I haven't seen her.
Well, you can be quite certain he spoke to no fine-looking woman. Had he done so, I assure you I would have been aware of it. From 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. he was never out of my sight, and he spoke to no woman at all, especially no fine-looking woman.
Tell me, I said, why were you at an amusement park for 10 hours? Is that a usual way of spending the day for either of you?
Of course it isn't, but we had just gotten engaged. We were in love. For a day we were mad, and we spent it madly, rides and games, and trying to win foolish prizes, and walking hand in hand, and laughing our way through the tunnel of love. For one day we were children, and it was marvelous. We would never have such a day again, and on that day his life was blasted.
She looked uncommonly close to tears. I had to go on, however. The tunnel of love. Darkness. Could it be that your fiancé used the day for another purpose as well?
A quick transfer in the dark? Something disposed on his person in such a way that his pocket might be picked?
The lawyer said quickly, "That is not likely.
The government itself admits that the enemy agent and Mr. Brown had never met. She would have to identify herself.
Brown, if he were guilty, could scarcely allow a transfer to anyone but a known and identified agent, and for that there was no opportunity."
"None," said the young lady flatly. "I have asked for a lie detector test and have passed."
"That is correct," said the lawyer. "Then what is the problem?" I asked.
"The government will not accept it," said the lawyer. "Their attitude is that Miss Fuentes, as the accused man's fiancée, is not a trustworthy witness, that she would lie to save him."
"Wouldn't you?" I asked her, point blank.
Her chin lifted. "Whether I would or would not is not in question. The fact is, I am telling the truth, and the lie detector bears me out."
The lawyer said, "If the matter came to trial, we are convinced the jury would believe Miss Fuentes. Her background, her character, her manner would all speak for her. We cannot force a trial, however. Mr. Brown is not being punished. He is merely being relieved of his position and is left under a cloud."
"That is punishment. You could sue, could you not?" "It would take years. The expense would be inordinate. Reinstatement by that means would come too late."
"What can I do?"
"Griswold, you are a clever man. Can you think of no way that would convince the government that Miss Fuentes is telling the truth, that her account should be accepted, that Mr. Brown should be reinstated now?"
I leaned back in my chair. My sympathies were entirely with Miss Fuentes. I believed that she was dreadfully in love, and I envied young Brown, who, I felt very strongly, did not deserve her. I believed that she believed her story, and that the lie detector had correctly recorded her belief. But what could I do?
I said, "Miss Fuentes, you were at the amusement park from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m.
"Yes."
"You did not, in this interval, leave the park?"
"No."
"You did not at any time go to your apartment or to his?"
"No."
"You did not go to any private home?"
"No."
"And he was in your sight during all this time?" "Not only in my sight, but in my grasp, almost all the time. I do not recall even letting go of his arm or his hand or his waist for more than a moment or two. On the carousel, to be sure, we were on separate but adjacent horses."
"Miss Fuentes," I said, "there is nothing I can do. The alibi you offer, though sincere, and apparently airtight, can be broken easily by any lawyer who thinks a bit, by your own even."
She and her lawyer asked simultaneously, and with equal indignation, "How?"
I had to tell them.
It was no pleasure for me.
And of course it broke them. My feeling is that Brown was guilty, but the government never pursued it, and he is fortunate to be left merely under a cloud. I remain terribly sorry for Miss Fuentes, however, who, thanks to social convention, did not realize her testimony was patently false."
I said indignantly,
How did you know her testimony was false, you old fraud?
Griswold said calmly, I don't expect you to see that, but bend your feeble brain to the matter. Miss Fuentes was in a public place for 10 consecutive hours. One doesn't speak about such things in polite society, so one forgets, honestly forgets. Did she never have to urinate? Did she never visit the ladies' room in the course of the 10 hours?
Oh, I said, abashed.
Of course she did, said Griswold, and perhaps more than once. And he visited the men's room, though that's less important. When Miss Fuentes was forced to the ladies' room in a public place, he simply could not accompany her. They had to be separated. She was young. She was in love. She wanted to look lovely and lovable. She adjusted her makeup. She fiddled with her hair. She would take 10 minutes. In that time, if the enemy agent kept him in view, she could approach him, identify herself, and make off with the microfilm. Our own agent might miss that meeting, and there you are.
There was silence, and then Baranov said, But how does that illustrate the fact that conducting espionage operations is like chess? And Griswold said haughtily,
Who said anything about chess?
23. The Magic Umbrella. Some years back I bought a cheap umbrella that was so small I could put it into my raincoat pocket. After a year or so I couldn't help but notice that whenever I carried this umbrella, it never rained. It rained when I didn't carry it, or when I had another umbrella, but not when I carried it. I took to calling it my magic umbrella, and boasted about it in a manner entirely unsuitable to someone who was as proud of his rationalist philosophy as I am. Eventually, of course, I did get rained on, and after withstanding the raindrops for quite a while because I didn't want to spoil my magic umbrella's record, I was forced to open it up. I made up for the disappointment, however, by writing a story about a magic umbrella. Jennings was the last to arrive, and he shook his hat with an air of disgust. Water sprayed this way and that. "It started raining just 3 minutes ago," he said. "It was just in time to catch me in the last couple of blocks." Naturally it was when I decided to walk, and naturally I didn't have my umbrella. I had looked out the tall windows of the Union Club library just before he had walked in. In fact, I saw him making the last block in an undignified run, and I said, "It's just a shower, it won't last long." I was hoping I was right, for I didn't have an umbrella either. Baranov said with disgusting smugness, "I always carry a folding umbrella at the least sign of rain. It fits into my raincoat pocket, and is no trouble at all. It's small, of course, and just fits one, so I can't offer either of you a corner." He sounded exactly like Aesop's ant, admonishing the grasshoppers for having loafed away the summer. Jennings, still brooding on the injustice of the universe, said, "I swear that there's a full-time flunky in heaven who has nothing to do but notice when I leave home without an umbrella, so that he can make it rain." That gave me a chance to take out my irritation on him. "Have you kept a statistical account? I'm sure you didn't carry an umbrella yesterday when you left your place, and it was brilliant sunshine all day." At that moment Griswold stirred in his tall winged armchair, brought his scotch and soda to his lips, wiped his moustache, and said,
"I knew of a magic umbrella once."
"A magic umbrella?" I said. His ice-blue eyes pierced me, and he said,
"I see you are all dying to hear the story of the umbrella that kept off the rain and never had to be opened."
"Actually, we aren't," said Baranov.
"Since you insist," said Griswold, "let me tell you the story of the umbrella that kept off the rain and never had to be opened. Actually, it is the story of 2 old men who had been fast friends for 40 years, and who quarrelled unreasonably over a petty matter with the unforgiving fury that only those who have been fast friends for 40 years could show. And one of them came to me. This was not surprising. In those days I was much more active than I am now, and it somehow became well known that I was helpful to the police now and then. One wonders how such news manages to leap mysteriously from person to person. Certainly I never said anything." Some even thought I was a detective myself, and would come to me with some small problem, and when I helped them, as I sometimes did, the tale would spread, and my reputation would become even more exalted. I was sitting on a park bench, reading, on a late autumn day when the air was unseasonably mild and the sun's warmth was welcome, and then one of the old men took his seat next to me. It was Mr. Levy. I knew him well. We had encountered each other in the park often, and on occasion I had watched him playing at chess with his perennial opponent, the other old man. They kept meticulous records, and I think the score at that time was something like 1234 to 1205. I don't remember in whose favour. They were very well matched, and though they were not very good chess players, they played with the concentration and ferocity of grand masters, so that it did one's heart good to watch them and to listen to their picturesque threats of chessboard slaughter as they moved their pieces. Levy said diffidently, "Mr. Griswold, I have a problem. Maybe you could help me." "I can try," I said cautiously, putting down my book. "What's the problem?" "It's Myerson, that idiot, that bum." "You mean your friend? The one you've played thousands of chess games with?" "For years we've been playing chess. Why I wasted my time on him I'll never know. A foolish person, you have no idea. How his two sons can both be doctors is a mystery." "Well, what has Myerson done?" "He's got a magic umbrella, can you imagine? That's what he calls it, a magic umbrella. Last spring, this is what he says. He was going somewhere, and it suddenly looked like rain, and he didn't have an umbrella, so he bought a small, cheap folding umbrella with an aluminum handle, and it cost only $4. So it kept on looking like rain, but it didn't rain, and he never had to open the umbrella. A clear waste of $4, it sounds like to me." "At least he had a feeling of security. That's worth something."
"Security! Listen, that idiot is so insecure that— But never mind. I'm talking about the umbrella. He carried it a few more times when it looked like rain, and it never rained, and finally he began talking about it. It was a magic umbrella, he said. It kept off the rain. He said he never had to open it. He just put it in his pocket or under his arm, and it didn't rain. Never, he said. It was all he would talk about, day and night. Such a bore. Sometimes it would get cloudy when we were playing chess in the park. Some dinky little cloud would get in the way of the sun. Right away he would say, "It's all right, Levy, I've got my magic umbrella. Don't try to get out of this game because it's not going to rain. Stay right here and be slaughtered." Magic umbrella here, magic umbrella there. He would get me so nervous with this silly talk I would lose the game sometimes, just from nervousness. That's why he did it. He has no decency, that Myerson.
I said, "Sometimes when you played and it got cloudy, did it actually start to rain even though he had this umbrella of his?"
Levy looked chafed. "No, not actually. It encouraged his foolishness each time that happened."
"Surely there are times when it actually does rain. We haven't been suffering any drought, you know."
"Of course it rains. So when it rains, Myerson doesn't go out of the house, or if he does, he carries a regular umbrella. I saw him once in the rain with a regular umbrella, and I said to him, 'Ah, Myerson, and what's with the magic umbrella? It's certainly not magic.' And he said, 'It's magic to keep the rain away, not to stop it after it has started to rain.'"
"Actually," I said, "there's no magic involved. You are old and experienced men who have been living in the city all your lives. You know when it looks sure that it will rain, and when it looks as though, even with clouds, it won't rain. What's more, there are weather reports to listen to. I'm sure that Myerson only carries his magic umbrella in cloudy weather, when he is quite certain it won't rain."
Levy shook his head. "You know that, and I know that, but how are you going to explain to Myerson? Anyway, I'll tell you what I did. A few weeks ago I came across umbrellas exactly like Myerson's in a department store, so I bought one. And it only cost me $3.50, a clear saving of $half. After that I had a magic umbrella too. And listen, I've never had to open it. I never even touched it. I made them put it into my portfolio, where I keep my chessboard. And it's been there ever since. I haven't even looked at it. It's just there. And to tell you the truth, I haven't been caught in the rain since I bought it. So I tell Myerson I have a magic umbrella too. Naturally, it irritates him. And good, he should be irritated."
"So what is the problem, Mr. Levy?"
"So last week Myerson was caught in the rain."
"When he was carrying his magic umbrella?"
Absolutely. That stubborn idiot wouldn't open it, and he got good and soaked, and when I found out I laughed. Wouldn't you have laughed, Mr. Griswold?
Possibly,
I said. So he got mad, very mad. Listen what he says. He says I bought the umbrella, and when he wasn't looking, I switched them, so that now I have the magic umbrella, and he has a piece of trash. He won't speak to me now, he won't play chess, and good riddance, except— he looked to the right and left to make sure he wouldn't be overheard— except I missed the chess. And him too, the idiot he is.
Did you, by any chance, switch umbrellas? I asked.
He stared at me with a hurt expression. Mr. Griswold, my word of honor, the same umbrella I bought is in my portfolio right now. I haven't even looked at it, let alone touched it. For all I know, I can't even open it, or it will fall apart if I lift it out. I did not switch.
And you're sure it's the same umbrella in appearance?
Yes, that's why I bought it. They're precisely the same. How can one be magic and the other not? That Meyerson is a foolish man.
Is it possible that Meyerson stained his, or tore it, or put a chip in the handle, something that can distinguish between the two?
Levy shook his head. I don't think so. He never opened his either, not even when he was caught in the rain, that stupid moron.
Well, what is it you would like me to do, Mr. Levy?
Explain to him somehow I didn't switch, and let's be friends again. It's my curse. With him I have to be friends.
If he doesn't want to believe it, Mr. Levy, if his feelings are badly hurt, there may be nothing we can do. Perhaps you should just say you switched them and then exchange umbrellas. Then he'd be happy and—
But Levy's eyes opened wide, and he said,
Never! I wouldn't give in like that. I did not switch, and I will not say I did. You don't know the man. He will hold it over my head for the next 50 years. We should only live so long. I sighed. Well, let's try. There's one chance. Is he in the park?
What else? He sits here, so when I pass he can move to one side like he doesn't want my shadow should fall on him. If I believed in the evil eye—
We found Meyerson without trouble. He looked at Levy with contempt and said,
Watch out, Mr. Griswold. If you deal with certain people in this park, you better count your change when you're finished.
I had a hand on Levy's elbow, and a tightening of pressure kept him from answering hotly. I said, Mr. Meyerson, I am told by Mr. Levy that you suspect him of switching his umbrella with yours.
Suspect? He did.
Suppose I prove to you that he did not switch. Will you both dismiss the whole matter, promise never to refer to it, and be friends again? It is silly to abandon 40 years of friendship over such a small matter.
It's not a small matter, said Meyerson intransigently. And how are you going to prove he didn't switch?
I leave it to you, I said. Mr. Levy says he has never touched his umbrella from the moment that he bought it.
Not even when I bought it. Plain and simple, I never touched it. I have no fingerprint on it, said Levy.
I said, so you take it out, Mr. Meyerson, and look at it. If you're satisfied it is Mr. Levy's umbrella, let that be the end of it. Meyerson sneered.
So let me see the Nudnik's portfolio.
I handed it to him. It was a gamble, of course, but it paid off. Meyerson had no choice but to admit error, and it did my heart good to see them shaking hands while trying to hide their tears. When I left, Levy had taken out his chessboard, and they were setting up their pieces, and each was vowing checkmate in 10 moves. I believe they remained fast friends till their dying day, and neither ever referred to a magic umbrella again.
Baranov said, I thought you said both umbrellas were identical.
They were,
said Griswold. Then how could Meyerson tell they weren't switched?
Griswold finished his scotch and soda and shook his head pityingly. I told you that Levy had sworn he had never touched the umbrella, even when he bought it. The salesman had placed it in his portfolio. I took the chance that he was telling the truth. In that case, it was very likely that the price tag was still on it. I told you that Meyerson had spent $4 for his umbrella, but that Levy had managed to get his for $3.50. When Meyerson took it out and found a $3.50 price tag on it, he had to admit it wasn't his umbrella. Could anything be simpler?
24. The Speck.
Altogether, Gallery published 37 of my Union Club mysteries in 37 months, but then there was a change of editor and of publisher, and the new people knew not Joseph. They decided they had had enough of me and said they didn't want any more. It didn't matter to me. I could go back to my Black Widowers, which I had neglected because of the necessity of turning out a monthly mystery, and I could even continue to write an occasional Union Club mystery and sell it to EQMM also. This I did. I have now sold no fewer than 9 Union Club mysteries to EQMM, and the following is one of them, written, as you can guess, after I had visited Montreal on a speaking engagement. Jennings pointed it out within 5 minutes of my arrival at the Union Club that night.
You've got a speck on your shirt, he said. Looks like tomato sauce. It's right in front. Your jacket doesn't hide it, he added gratuitously. I scowled at him. I know, it's there. Fresh shirt, too. I put it on just before going to dinner this evening. And I've had comments on the matter from my wife, thank you. She wanted me to change again. Baranov said, And you very rightly told her that you were going to spend your usual evening with your friends, and it didn't matter how filthy sloppy you were, and of course she agreed. They were baiting me, obviously. I knew they were. And yet I couldn't help responding. It's a tiny speck, I said heatedly, lost amid acres and acres of fresh and gleaming shirt front. Why the devil make a fuss about it? Even with the speck, my shirt is probably cleaner than any other in the room. Look at Griswold, I said, pointing to where the old man nodded in his chair, his scotch and soda held firmly in his hand by reflex action. He must have a pint of scotch and soda soaking various parts of his shirt. That was pure slander, of course, since no one had ever seen Griswold spill a drop of any drink he held, but I had to strike out, if only because I was furious with myself. Could I never eat dinner without sending a droplet of sauce or gravy flying in my own direction? Griswold, to my total lack of surprise, had heard it all. One blue eye opened under its shaggy white eyebrow, and he said to me,
A speck, however small, can be of key importance. Not in your case, of course, for you probably have on your clothes the finest collection of gravy drenchings in the world. One more doesn't matter. In other cases, however— He shrugged, sipped with exaggerated care at his drink, and composed himself as though to sleep again. "Are you thinking of something specific?" said Jennings unwarily, and both Griswold's eyes snapped open at once. "Since you ask and seem interested," said Griswold, "let me tell you the matter I have in mind. It dates back to the year after World War II, when in the first flush of enthusiasm the victorious Allies were trying to find various people who had been involved in the slaughter of the innocents. Not all the villains were Germans as it happened, and not all the victims were Jews. With a stretch of the imagination and allowance for ingrained bitterness, one could even understand the motivation for the villainy in some cases. The British had on their list, for instance, someone who had brought about the deaths of several dozen British prisoners of war. That villain had been smuggled into the camp as a French prisoner with the rank of lieutenant, a part he apparently played to perfection. He initiated the plan for escape and played a leading part in it all the way through while keeping the Germans completely informed. The escape was entirely unsuccessful, and the supposed Frenchman actually shot a few of the British himself. The Nazis had what they wanted. So spectacular was the failure that there were no further attempts at escape from that particular camp for the remainder of the war. Identifying the villain, this Lieutenant Nobody, as he was called, was not easy. He had been removed from the camp after the aborted escape. Descriptions were vague, and he had been, in any case, disguised. The records uncovered at the camp were incomplete, naturally, between the ravages of war and the deliberate destruction by those in charge who wanted no trouble with vengeful victors. About all that could be found out as it happened was that the supposed Frenchman was not a Frenchman, but a Canadian, a French-Canadian, of course, who had lived most of his life in Montreal. There was no more than that. We had no record of his actual name, no photograph, not even a blurred snapshot of his face, no details of any kind. It made sense, you see. As a Montrealer, it was quite possible he was thoroughly bilingual.
He could pass as a Frenchman who could speak enough English to communicate, and he could also speak English well enough to pass as an American. There was some evidence of a rather feeble nature that he had indeed served the Nazis in the role of an American among American prisoners of war. What's more, as a French-Canadian, it was quite possible that he had resented the ruling Anglo-majority, who in those days controlled the Quebec economy totally, to the point of casting his lot in with the Germans. The Americans were rather in a quandary then, when an American non-com of superlatively innocent appearance was identified as Lieutenant Nobody. It was not much of an identification. The accuser was a British soldier who had been a prisoner at the camp in question, and who had been one of the very few who had survived the attempted escape. 2 years had elapsed since he had last seen the man, and all he could say in support of his contention was essentially, "I tell you, that's the face. That's the face." It could have been the face, of course, since it's not uncommon for one person to resemble another. But it was not anything one could sensibly use. The American was questioned, of course. He, too, had been a prisoner of war, so that the accuser might possibly have seen him quite innocently at one time or another. People were occasionally shifted from one camp to another to break up any groupings that might be troublesome. The American had his dog tags, had a history, both military and pre-military, which he could reel off. It checked with Army records as far as they went. But it was always possible that Lieutenant Nobody had been fitted out with the personality and records of a real American non-com who had died in combat. Just enough of a possibility to make some people uneasy. In the ordinary course of affairs, the non-com was sent back stateside. Yet, though the accusation was insufficient to warrant his being detained overseas, it was enough to worry the department here in the United States. They called me in. I was a young fellow then, and a civilian, but I already had a reputation for being able to see the horizon on a clear day, which made me rather a phenomenon among the usual cloudy-eyed individuals that filled the army then, as they do now. I was called before a colonel who, generally speaking, had no use for me, which didn't bother me, since I had no use for him. He said, "See here, Griswold, you speak to this guy and tell us whether he's an American or a Canadian." I had been told the story, so I said, why not just take him back to the hometown and check with his relatives? The colonel said he doesn't have any close relatives. He was brought up by an uncle who was a recluse and who is dead now. He claims he doesn't know anyone out there very closely and vice versa. We checked him, and that's so. Of course, it's possible that he had met a look-alike some years ago, found out that the background was sufficiently obscure, and then took it over. Take him back to the hometown and see if he knows his way around. He'd know where the town drugstore was, wouldn't he? The colonel looked impatient. That takes time and money, and I need both for better things than this, unless you can give me reason to believe there's something to this accusation. I said with just a touch of sarcasm, "Does he know who won the World Series in 1941? The colonel said, "Listen, Griswold, I don't know who won the World Series in 1941, so don't waste my time. You just do what I say. Talk to him, and look for a speck, just one speck of Canadian in him. If you come back with that, we'll see to it that he's turned inside out and emptied. But we need that speck to justify the trouble, you understand?" I understood. "Yes, sir," I said. I knew how those things worked. If I found out something useful, the colonel would use it and take the credit. Still, I had no choice but to go ahead. The non-com was a Sergeant Drysack. He had the kind of beaten, anxious look you would expect in a long-time prisoner who suddenly found himself under suspicion after his release for something he couldn't understand. Yet it seemed to me that underneath that there was a vein of hard shrewdness, which didn't really show. I knew very well it might be my imagination. There was nothing to do but engage him in conversation. I said, "Do you remember your address in Iowa, Sergeant?"
"Ohio, sir."
"Sorry. Do you remember the address?"
Yes, sir. You know how to write, of course. Yes, sir. I placed a piece of paper before him, then handed him a pencil, putting it near his left hand, but he reached over with his right hand and took it. Just write it for me, will you? He did, and I took the paper from him and looked at it. It was the kind of writing one would expect of someone with a sixth-grade education, which was all that Drysack had had, if he were Drysack. I said, "Can you write Des Moines?" He looked puzzled. "How do you spell it?" "Oh, yes," I said. "You're not from Iowa." It seemed to me he looked amused, though I could see no clear sign of it. "Have you traveled much?" He shook his head. "Only while I was in the army. They took me to France. Then I got captured, and the Krauts took me to Germany." "Can you speak German?" "I can say halt or marschieren, like that." "Can you speak French?" "Parlez-vous, that's all." "Ever been to Mexico?" "No, sir." I shoved the paper at him. "Write Guadalajara." "What?" He looked completely blank, but his eyes seemed to glitter, or so it seemed to me. "Well, write Mexico." He did, quite quickly. He was not stupid, only uneducated, or appearing so. "Ever been to Canada?" "No, sir." "You sure now? You never lived in Canada?" He looked startled and shook his head. "You never lived in Montreal?" He shook his head. "No, sir." "You've heard of it, haven't you?" "Yes, sir. It's in Canada, isn't it?" "You never lived at 721 Sherwood Street in Montreal?" He hesitated. "No, sir." "Well, is there a Sherwood Street in Montreal?" "I don't know, sir," he said humbly. I shoved a new piece of paper at him. "Write 721 Sherwood Street, Montreal. Go ahead." He looked utterly confused, but did so. As soon as he had finished, I took the paper and pencil from him and nodded to the guard, who took him away. I then went to Colonel and said in a leisurely way, "I found the Speck, Colonel, and I explained." Our so-called American non-com was Lieutenant Nobody, of course, as a thoroughgoing investigation eventually proved, and the British hung him about 6 months later. I said suspiciously, "What gave him away, if anything?" "You ought to be able to figure that out," said Griswold austerely. "I had him write Montreal, didn't I?" "So?" "So it has two pronunciations, totally different with respect to all three vowels. The O is short to English-speaking Canadians, long to French-speaking Canadians. The E is a long E to the English, a long A to the French. The A is pronounced like aw to the English, but is short to the French." "Yes, but he wrote the word. He didn't pronounce it." "Well, I acted like such a jackass in the interrogation. I was so bumbling and transparent in my questions that he couldn't help but relax. So he lost that fine grip on himself and wrote as though he were a French-Canadian. When an E in French is pronounced A, it has an acute accent above it, a straight line moving from lower left to upper right, so that you have a Montreal. The supposed non-com couldn't keep himself from making a speck over the E in Montreal, and that speck gave him away. No uneducated American could have done it. Part 3. Miscellaneous Mysteries. 25. The Key. In the 1960s, I was deeply involved in non-fiction and wrote very little fiction. However, the magazine of fantasy and science fiction, F&SF, was planning a special Isaac Asimov issue, and they wanted to include a new, original story by me. I was not proof against flattery, and so I wrote the fourth and last of the Wendell Earth stories, and the most elaborate of them. In fact, it is the longest story in this book. I was very pleased, and more than a little relieved, that I could still write fiction, and I am celebrating that great discovery by including the story here. Carl Jennings knew he was going to die. He had a matter of hours to live and much to do.
There was no reprieve from the death sentence, not here on the Moon. Not with no communications in operation. Even on Earth there were a few fugitive patches where, without radio handy, a man might die without the hand of his fellow man to help him, without the heart of his fellow man to pity him, without even the eye of his fellow man to discover the corpse. Here on the Moon there were few spots that were otherwise. Earthmen knew he was on the Moon, of course. He had been part of a geological expedition. No, selenological expedition. Odd how his Earth-centered mind insisted on the geo. Wearily he drove himself to think, even as he worked. Dying though he was, he still felt that artificially imposed clarity of thought. Anxiously he looked about. There was nothing to see. He was in the dark of the eternal shadow of the northern interior of the wall of the crater, a blackness relieved only by the intermittent blink of his flash. He kept that intermittent, partly because he dared not consume its power source before he was through, and partly because he dared not take more than the minimum chance that it be seen. On his left hand, toward the south, along the nearby horizon of the Moon, was a crescent of bright white sunlight. Beyond the horizon, and invisible, was the opposite lip of the crater. The sun never peered high enough over the lip of his own edge of the crater to illuminate the floor immediately beneath his feet. He was safe from radiation, from that at least. He dug carefully but clumsily, swathed as he was in his spacesuit. His side ached abominably. The dust and broken rock did not take up the fairy castle appearance characteristic of those portions of the Moon's surface exposed to the alternation of light and dark, heat and cold. Here, an eternal cold. The slow crumbling of the crater wall had simply piled fine rubble in a heterogeneous mass. It would not be easy to tell there had been digging going on. He misjudged the unevenness of the dark surface for a moment, and spilled a cupped handful of dusty fragments. The particles dropped with the slowness characteristic of the Moon, and yet with the appearance of a blinding speed, for there was no air resistance to slow them further still, and spread them out into a dusty haze. Jennings' flash brightened for a moment, and he kicked the jagged rock out of the way. He hadn't much time. He dug deeper into the dust. A little deeper, and he could push the device into the depression and begin covering it. Strauss must not find it. Strauss, the other member of the team, half share in the discovery, half share in the renown. If it were merely the whole share of the credit that Strauss had wanted, Jennings might have allowed it. The discovery was more important than any individual credit that might go with it. But what Strauss wanted was something far more, something Jennings would fight to prevent. One of the few things Jennings was willing to die to prevent. And he was dying. They had found it together. Actually, Strauss had found the ship, or better, the remains of the ship, or better still, what just conceivably might have been the remains of something analogous to a ship. "Metal," said Strauss, as he picked up something ragged and nearly amorphous. His eyes and face could just barely be seen through the thick lead glass of the visor, but his rather harsh voice sounded clearly enough through the suit radio. Jennings came drifting over from his own position half a mile away. He said, "Odd. There is no free metal on the Moon. There shouldn't be. But you know well enough they haven't explored more than 1% of the Moon's surface. Who knows what can be found on it?" Jennings grunted assent and reached out his gauntlet to take the object. It was true enough that almost anything might be found on the Moon, for all anyone really knew. Theirs was the first privately financed selenographic expedition ever to land on the Moon. Till then, there had been only government-conducted shotgun affairs, with half a dozen ends in view. It was a sign of the advancing space age that the Geological Society could afford to send 2 men to the Moon for selenological studies only. Strauss said, "It looks as though it once had a polished surface." "You're right," said Jennings. "Maybe there's more about." They found 3 more pieces, 2 of trifling size and 1 a jagged object that showed traces of a seam. Let's take them to the ship, said Strauss.
They took the small skim boat back to the mothership. They shucked their suits once on board, something Jennings, at least, was always glad to do. He scratched vigorously at his ribs and rubbed his cheeks till his light skin reddened into welts. Strauss eschewed such weakness and got to work. The laser beam pock-marked the metal, and the vapor recorded itself on the spectrograph. Titanium steel, essentially, with a hint of cobalt and molybdenum.
"That sounds official, all right," said Strauss. His broad-boned face was as dour and as hard as ever. He showed no elation, although Jennings could feel his own heart begin to race. It may have been the excitement that trapped Jennings into beginning, "This is a development against which we must steel ourselves," with a faint stress on steel to indicate the play on words. Strauss, however, looked at Jennings with an icy distaste, and the attempted set of puns was choked off. Jennings sighed. He could never swing it, somehow. Never could. He remembered at the university. Well, never mind. The discovery they had made was worth a far better pun than any he could construct for all Strauss's calmness. Jennings wondered if Strauss could possibly miss the significance. He knew very little about Strauss, as a matter of fact, except by selenological reputation. That is, he had read Strauss's papers, and he presumed Strauss had read his. Although their ships might well have passed by night in their university days, they had never happened to meet until after both had volunteered for this expedition and had been accepted. In the week's voyage, Jennings had grown uncomfortably aware of the other's stocky figure, his sandy hair and china-blue eyes, and the way the muscles over his prominent jawbones worked when he ate. Jennings, himself much slighter in build, also blue-eyed, but with darker hair, tended to withdraw automatically from the heavy exudation of the other's power and drive. Jennings said, "There's no record of any ship ever having landed on this part of the moon. Certainly none has crashed."
"If it were part of a ship," said Strauss, "it should be smooth and polished. This is eroded, and without an atmosphere here, that means exposure to micrometeor bombardment over many years."
Then he did see the significance. Jennings said, with an almost savage jubilation, "It's a non-human artifact. Creatures not of Earth once visited the moon. Who knows how long ago?"
"Who knows?"
agreed Strauss dryly.
"In the report."
"Wait,"
said Strauss imperiously.
"Time enough to report when we have something to report. If it was a ship, there will be more to it than what we now have."
But there was no point in looking further just then. They had been at it for hours, and the next meal and sleep were overdue. Better to tackle the whole job fresh and spend hours at it. They seemed to agree on that without speaking. The earth was low on the eastern horizon, almost full in phase, bright and blue-streaked. Jennings looked at it while they ate and experienced, as he always did, a sharp homesickness. "It looks peaceful enough," he said. "But there are 6 billion people busy on it." Strauss looked up from some deep inner life of his own and said,
6 billion people ruining it."
Jennings frowned. "You're not an ultra, are you?"
Strauss said, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Jennings felt himself flush. A flush always showed against his fair skin, turning it pink at the slightest upset of the even tenor of his emotions. He found it intensely embarrassing. He turned back to his food without saying anything. For a whole generation now, the Earth's population had held steady. No further increase could be afforded. Everyone admitted that. There were those, in fact, who said that no higher wasn't enough. The population had to drop. Jennings himself sympathized with that point of view. The globe of the Earth was being eaten alive by its heavy freight of humanity. But how was the population to be made to drop? Randomly, by encouraging the people to lower the birth rate still further, as and how they wished? Lately there had been the slow rise of a distant rumble, which wanted not only a population drop, but a selected drop, the survival of the fittest, with the self-declared fit choosing the criteria of fitness. Jennings thought, "I've insulted him, I suppose."
Later, when he was almost asleep, it suddenly occurred to him that he knew virtually nothing of Strauss's character. What if it were his intention to go out now on a foraging expedition of his own so that he might get sole credit for it? He raised himself on his elbow in alarm, but Strauss was breathing heavily, and even as Jennings listened, the breathing grew into the characteristic burr of a snore. They spent the next 3 days in a single-minded search for additional pieces. They found some. They found more than that. They found an area glowing with a tiny phosphorescence of lunar bacteria. Such bacteria were common enough, but nowhere previously had their occurrence been reported in concentrations so great as to cause a visible glow.
Strauss said, "An organic being, or his remains, may have been here once. He died, but the microorganisms within him did not. In the end, they consumed him."
"And spread, perhaps," added Jennings. "That may be the source of lunar bacteria generally. They may not be native at all, but may be the result of contamination instead, eons ago."
"It works the other way, too," said Strauss. "Since the bacteria are completely different in very fundamental ways from any earthly form of microorganism, the creatures they parasitized, assuming this was their source, must have been fundamentally different, too. Another indication of extraterrestrial origin."
The trail ended in the wall of a small crater. "It's a major digging job," said Jennings, his heart sinking. "We had better report this and get help."
"No," said Strauss somberly. "There may be nothing to get help for. The crater might have formed 1,000,000 years after the ship had crash-landed."
"And vaporized most of it, you mean? And left only what we found?" Strauss nodded. Jennings said, "Let's try anyway. We can dig a bit. If we draw a line through the finds we've made so far and just keep on—" Strauss was reluctant and worked half-heartedly, so that it was Jennings who made the real find. Surely that counted. Even though Strauss had found the first piece of metal, Jennings had found the artifact itself. It was an artifact, cradled 3 feet underground under the irregular shape of a boulder which had fallen in such a way that it left a hollow in its contact with the moon's surface. In that hollow lay the artifact, protected from everything for 1,000,000 years or more, protected from radiation, from micrometeors, from temperature change, so that it remained fresh and new forever. Jennings labeled it at once the device. It looked not remotely similar to any instrument either had ever seen, but then, as Jennings said, why should it? "There are no rough edges that I can see," he said. "It may not be broken."
"There may be missing parts, though."
"Maybe," said Jennings. "But there seems to be nothing movable. It's all one piece, and certainly oddly uneven." He noted his own play on words, then went on with a not altogether successful attempt at self-control. "This is what we need. A piece of worn metal, or an area rich in bacteria, is only material for deduction and dispute. But this is the real thing, a device that is clearly of extraterrestrial manufacture." It was on the table between them now, and both regarded it gravely. Jennings said, "Let's put through a preliminary report now."
"No," said Strauss,
in sharp and strenuous dissent.
"Hell no."
"Why not?"
"Because if we do, it becomes a society project. They'll swarm all over it, and we won't be as much as a footnote when all is done. No."
Strauss looked almost sly.
"Let's do all we can with it, and get as much out of it as possible before the harpies descend."
Jennings thought about it. He couldn't deny that he, too, wanted to make certain that no credit was lost, but still. He said, "I don't know that I like to take the chance, Strauss." For the first time he had an impulse to use the man's first name, but fought it off. "Look, Strauss," he said, "it's not right to wait. If this is of extraterrestrial origin, then it must be from some other planetary system. There isn't a place in the solar system outside the Earth that can possibly support an advanced life form."
"Not proven, really," grunted Strauss. "But what if you're right?"
"Then it would mean that the creatures of the ship had interstellar travel, and therefore had to be far in advance technologically of ourselves. Who knows what the device can tell us about their advanced technology? It might be the key to who knows what. It might be the clue to an unimaginable scientific revolution.
That's romantic nonsense. If this is the product of a technology far advanced over ours, we'll learn nothing from it. Bring Einstein back to life and show him a micro-proto-warp, and what would he make of it?
We can't be certain that we won't learn.
So what even so? What if there's a small delay? What if we assure credit for ourselves? What if we make sure that we ourselves go along with this, that we don't let go of it?
But Strauss— Jennings felt himself moved almost to tears in his anxiety to get across his sense of the importance of the device. What if we crash with it? What if we don't make it back to Earth? We can't risk this thing. He tapped it then, almost as though he were in love with it. We should report it now and have them send ships out here to get it. It's too precious to— At the peak of his emotional intensity, the device seemed to grow warm under his hand. A portion of its surface, half hidden under a flap of metal, glowed phosphorescently. Jennings jerked his hand away in a spasmodic gesture, and the device darkened. But it was enough. The moment had been infinitely revealing. He said, almost choking, "It was like a window opening into your skull. I could see into your mind."
"I read yours," said Strauss, "or experienced it, or entered into it, or whatever you choose."
He touched the device in his cold, withdrawn way, but nothing happened. "You're an ultra," said Jennings angrily. "When I touched this—" And he did so. "It's happening again, I see it. Are you a madman? Can you honestly believe it is humanly decent to condemn almost all the human race to extinction and destroy the versatility and variety of the species?" His hand dropped away from the device again, in repugnance at the glimpses revealed, and it grew dark again. Once more Strauss touched it gingerly, and again nothing happened.
Strauss said, "Let's not start a discussion, for God's sake. This thing is an aid to communication, a telepathic amplifier. Why not? The brain cells have each their electric potentials. Thought can be viewed as a wavering electromagnetic field of micro-intensities."
Jennings turned away. He didn't want to speak to Strauss. He said, "We'll report it now. I don't give a damn about credit. Take it all. I just want it out of our hands." For a moment Strauss remained in a brown study. Then he said,
"It's more than a communicator. It responds to emotion, and it amplifies emotion."
"What are you talking about?"
"Twice it started at your touch just now, although you'd been handling it all day with no effect. It still has no effect when I touch it."
"Well?"
"It reacted to you when you were in a state of high emotional tension. That's the requirement for activation, I suppose. And when you raved about the ultras while you were holding it just now, I felt as you did for just a moment."
"So you should."
"But listen to me. Are you sure you're so right? There isn't a thinking man on Earth that doesn't know the planet would be better off with a population of 1 billion rather than 6 billion. If we used automation to the full, as now the hordes won't allow us to do, we could probably have a completely efficient and viable Earth with a population of no more than, say, 5 million. Listen to me, Jennings. Don't turn away, man."
The harshness in Strauss's voice almost vanished in his effort to be reasonably winning.
"But we can't reduce the population democratically. You know that. It isn't the sex urge, because uterine inserts solved the birth control problem long ago. You know that. It's a matter of nationalism. Each ethnic group wants other groups to reduce themselves in population first, and I agree with them. I want my ethnic group, our ethnic group, to prevail. I want the Earth to be inherited by the elite, which means by men like ourselves. We are the true men, and the horde of half-apes who hold us down are destroying us all. They're doomed to death anyway. Why not save ourselves?"
"No," said Jennings strenuously. "No one group has a monopoly on humanity. Your 5 million, trapped in a humanity robbed of its variety and versatility, would die of boredom, and serve them right."
"Emotional nonsense, Jennings. You don't believe that. You've just been trained to believe it by our damn fool equalitarians. Look, this device is just what we need. even if we can't build any others or understand how this one works. This one device might do. If we could control or influence the minds of key men, then little by little we can superimpose our views on the world. We already have an organization. You must know that, if you've seen my mind. It's better motivated and better designed than any other organization on Earth. The brains of mankind flock to us daily. Why not you too? This instrument is a key, as you see, but not just a key to a bit more knowledge. It is a key to the final solution of men's problems. Join us! Join us!
He had reached an earnestness that Jennings had never heard in him. Strauss's hand fell on the device, which flickered a second or two, and went out. Jennings smiled humorlessly. He saw the significance of that. Strauss had been deliberately trying to work himself into an emotional state intense enough to activate the device and had failed. "You can't work it," said Jennings. "You're too darned supermanishly self-controlled and can't break down, can you?" He took up the device with hands that were trembling, and it phosphoresced once. "Then you work it. Get the credit for saving humanity." "Not in 100 million years," said Jennings, gasping and barely able to breathe in the intensity of his emotion. "I'm going to report this now." "No," said Strauss. He picked up one of the table knives. "It's pointed enough, sharp enough." "You needn't work so hard to make your point," said Jennings, even under the stress of the moment, conscious of the pun. "I can see your plans. With a device you can convince anyone that I never existed. You can bring about an ultra-victory." Strauss nodded. "You read my mind perfectly." "But you won't," gasped Jennings. "Not while I hold this." He was willing Strauss into immobility. Strauss moved raggedly and subsided. He held the knife out stiffly, and his arm trembled, but he did not advance. Both were perspiring freely. Strauss said between clenched teeth, "You can't keep it up all day." The sensation was clear, but Jennings wasn't sure he had the words to describe it. It was, in physical terms, like holding a slippery animal of vast strength, one that wriggled incessantly. Jennings had to concentrate on the feeling of immobility. He wasn't familiar with the device. He didn't know how to use it skillfully. One might as well expect someone who had never seen a sword to pick one up and wield it with the grace of a musketeer. "Exactly," said Strauss, following Jennings' train of thought. He took a fumbling step forward. Jennings knew himself to be no match for Strauss's mad determination. They both knew that. But there was the skim-boat. Jennings had to get away, with the device. But Jennings had no secrets. Strauss saw his thought and tried to step between the other and the skim-boat. Jennings redoubled his efforts. Not immobility, but unconsciousness. "Sleep, Strauss," he thought desperately. "Sleep." Strauss slipped to his knees, heavy lidded eyes closing. Heart-pounding, Jennings rushed forward. If he could strike him with something, snatch the knife. But his thoughts had deviated from their all-important concentration on sleep, so that Strauss's hand was on his ankle, pulling downward with raw strength. Strauss did not hesitate. As Jennings tumbled, the hand that held the knife rose and fell. Jennings felt the sharp pain, and his mind reddened with fear and despair. It was the very excess of emotion that raised the flicker of the device to a blaze. Strauss's hold relaxed as Jennings silently and incoherently screamed fear and rage from his own mind to the other. Strauss rolled over, face distorted. Jennings rose unsteadily to his feet and backed away. He dared do nothing but concentrate on keeping the other unconscious. Any attempt at violent action would block out too much of his own mind force, whatever it was, too much of his unskilled, bumbling mind force that could not lend itself to really effective use. He backed toward the skim-boat. There would be a suit on board. Bandages. The skim-boat was not really meant for long-distance runs. Nor was Jennings any longer. His right side was slick with blood despite the bandages. The interior of his suit was caked with it. There was no sign of the ship itself on his tail, but surely it would come sooner or later. Its power was many times his own. It had detectors that would pick up the cloud of charge concentration left behind by his ion drive reactors. Desperately, Jennings had tried to reach Luna Station on his radio, but there was still no answer, and he stopped in despair. His signals would merely aid Strauss in pursuit. He might reach Luna Station bodily, but he did not think he could make it. He would be picked off first. He would die in crash first. He wouldn't make it. He would have to hide the device, put it away in a safe place, then make for Luna Station. The device. He was not sure he was right. It might ruin the human race, but it was infinitely valuable. Should he destroy it altogether? It was the only remnant of non-human intelligent life. It held the secrets of an advanced technology. It was an instrument of an advanced science of the mind. Whatever the danger, consider the value, the potential value. No, he must hide it, so that it could be found again. But only by the enlightened moderates of the government, never by the ultras. The skim-boat flickered down along the northern inner rim of the crater. He knew which one it was, and the device could be buried there. If he could not reach Luna Station thereafter, either in person or by radio, he would have to at least get away from the hiding spot, well away, so that his own person would not give it away. And he would have to leave some key to its location. He was thinking with an unearthly clarity, it seemed to him. Was it the influence of the device he was holding? Did it stimulate his thinking and guide him to the perfect message? Or was it the hallucination of the dying, and would none of it make any sense to anyone? He didn't know, but he had no choice. He had to try. For Carl Jennings knew he was going to die. He had a matter of hours to live and much to do. H. Seaton Davenport of the American Division of the Terrestrial Bureau of Investigation rubbed the star-shaped scar on his left cheek absently.
"I'm aware, sir, that the ultras are dangerous."
The division head, M.T. Ashley, looked at Davenport narrowly. His gaunt cheeks were set in disapproving lines. Since he had sworn off smoking once again, he forced his groping fingers to close upon a stick of chewing gum, which he shelled, crumpled, and shoved into his mouth morosely. He was getting old, and bitter too, and his short, iron-grey moustache rasped when he rubbed his knuckles against it.
He said, "You don't know how dangerous. I wonder if anyone does. They are small in numbers, but strong among the powerful who, after all, are perfectly ready to consider themselves the elite. No one knows for certain who they are or how many.
Not even the Bureau?
The Bureau is held back. We ourselves aren't free of the taint, for that matter, are you?"
Davenport frowned.
"I'm not an ultra." "I didn't say you were," said Ashley. "I asked if you were free of the taint. Have you considered what's been happening to the Earth in the last 2 centuries? Has it never occurred to you that a moderate decline in population would be a good thing? Have you never felt that it would be wonderful to get rid of the unintelligent, the incapable, the insensitive, and leave the rest?" "I have, damn it."
"I'm guilty of thinking that sometimes, yes. But considering something as a wish-fulfillment idea is one thing, but planning it as a practical scheme of action to be Hitlerized through is something else."
"The distance from wish to action isn't as great as you think. Convince yourself that the end is important enough, that the danger is great enough, and the means will grow increasingly less objectionable. Anyway, now that the Istanbul matter is taken care of, let me bring you up to date on this matter. Istanbul was of no importance in comparison. Do you know Agent Ferrand?"
"The one who's disappeared?"
"Not personally." "Well, 2 months ago, a stranded ship was located on the moon's surface. It had been conducting a privately financed selenographic survey. The Russo-American Geological Society, which had sponsored the flight, reported the ship's failure to report. A routine search located it without much trouble within a reasonable distance of the site from which it had made its last report. The ship was not damaged, but its skim-boat was gone, and with it 1 member of the crew, name Carl Jennings. The other man, James Strauss, was alive but in delirium. There was no sign of physical damage to Strauss, but he was quite insane. He still is, and that's important."
"Why?" put in Davenport.
"Because the medical team that investigated him reported neurochemical and neuroelectrical abnormalities of unprecedented nature. They'd never seen a case like it.
Nothing human could have brought it about. A flicker of a smile crossed Davenport's solemn face. You suspect extraterrestrial invaders?
Maybe, said the other, with no smile at all. But let me continue. A routine search in the neighborhood of the stranded ship revealed no signs of the skimboat. Then Luna Station reported receipt of weak signals of uncertain origin. They had been tabbed as coming from the western rim of Mare Imbrium, but it was uncertain whether they were of human origin or not, and no vessel was believed to be in the vicinity. The signals had been ignored. With the skimboat in mind, however, the search party headed out for Imbrium and located it. Jennings was aboard, dead. Knife wound in one side. It's rather surprising he had lived as long as he did. Meanwhile, the medicos were becoming increasingly disturbed at the nature of Strauss's babbling. They contacted the Bureau, and our 2 men on the moon, one of them happened to be Ferrand, arrived at the ship. Ferrand studied the tape recordings of the babblings. There was no point in asking questions, for there was and is no way of reaching Strauss. There is a high wall between the universe and himself, probably a permanent one. However, the talk in delirium, although heavily repetitious and disjointed, can be made to make sense. Ferrand put it together like a jigsaw puzzle. Apparently Strauss and Jennings had come across an object of some sort which they took to be of ancient and non-human manufacture, an artifact of some ship wrecked eons ago. Apparently it could somehow be made to twist the human mind. Davenport interrupted. And it twisted Strauss's mind, is that it? That's exactly it. Strauss was an ultra. We can say was, for he is only technically alive. And Jennings did not wish to surrender the object. Quite right, too. Strauss babbled of using it to bring about the self-liquidation, as he called it, of the undesirable. He wanted a final ideal population of 5 million. There was a fight in which only Jennings apparently could handle the mind thing, but in which Strauss had a knife. When Jennings left, he was knifed, but Strauss's mind had been destroyed. And where was the mind thing? Again Ferrand acted decisively. He searched the ship and the surroundings again. There was no sign of anything that was neither a natural lunar formation nor an obvious product of human technology. There was nothing that could be the mind thing. He then searched the skimboat and its surroundings. Again, nothing. Could the first search team, the ones who suspected nothing, could they have carried something off? They swore they did not. And there is no reason to suspect them of lying. Then Ferrand's partner— Who was he? Gorbansky, said the district head. I know him. We've worked together. I know you have. What do you think of him? Capable and honest? All right. Gorbansky found something. Not an alien artifact. Rather something most routinely human indeed. It was an ordinary white 3x5 card with writing on it, spindled, and in the middle finger of the right gauntlet. Presumably Jennings had written it before his death, and also presumably it represented the key to where he had hidden the object. What reason is there to think he had hidden it? I said we had found it nowhere. I mean, what if he had destroyed it, as something too dangerous to leave intact? That's highly doubtful. If we accept the conversation as reconstructed from Strauss's ravings, and Ferrand built up what seems a tight word-for-word record of it, Jennings thought the mind thing to be of key importance to humanity. He called it the clue to an unimaginable scientific revolution. He wouldn't destroy something like that. He would merely hide it from the ultras and try to report its whereabouts to the government. Else, why leave a clue to its whereabouts? Davenport shook his head. You're arguing in a circle, Chief. You say he left a clue because you think there is a hidden object. And you think there is a hidden object because he left a clue. I admit that. Everything is dubious. Is Strauss's delirium meaningful? Is Ferrand's reconstruction valid? Is Jennings' clue really a clue? Is there a mind thing, or a device, as Jennings called it, or isn't there? There's no use asking such questions. Right now we must act on the assumption that there is such a device, and that it must be found.
Because Ferrand disappeared?
Exactly.
Kidnapped by the ultras?
Not at all. The card disappeared with him.
Oh, I see.
Ferrand has been under suspicion for a long time as a secret ultra. He's not the only one in the Bureau under suspicion either. The evidence didn't warrant open action. We can't simply lay about on pure suspicion, you know, or we'll gut the Bureau from top to bottom. He was under surveillance.
By whom?
By Gorbansky, of course. Fortunately, Gorbansky had filmed the card and sent the reproduction to the headquarters on Earth, but he admits he considered it as nothing more than a puzzling object, and included it in the information sent to Earth only out of a desire to be routinely complete. Ferrand, the better mind of the two, I suppose, did see the significance and took action. He did so at great cost, for he has given himself away, and has destroyed his future usefulness to the Ultras. But there is a chance that there will be no need for future usefulness. If the Ultras control the device...
Perhaps Ferrand has the device already.
He was under surveillance, remember. Gorbansky swears the device did not turn up anywhere.
Gorbansky did not manage to stop Ferrand from leaving with the card. Perhaps he did not manage to stop him from obtaining the device unnoticed either. Ashley tapped his fingers on the desk between them in an uneasy and uneven rhythm. He said at last,
I don't want to think that. If we find Ferrand, we may find out how much damage he's done. Till then, we must search for the device. If Jennings hid it, he must have tried to get away from the hiding place. Else why leave a clue? It wouldn't be found in the vicinity.
He might not have lived long enough to get away. Again, Ashley tapped.
The skimboat showed signs of having engaged in a long, speedy flight and had all but crashed at the end. That is consistent with the view that Jennings was trying to place as much space as possible between himself and some hiding place.
Can you tell from what direction he came?
Yes, but that's not likely to help. From the condition of the side vents, he had been deliberately tacking and veering.
Davenport sighed. I suppose you have a copy of the card with you?
I do. Here it is.
He flipped a 3x5 replica toward Davenport. Davenport studied it for a few moments. It looked like this. Narrator's note. The card had on it a column of figures, beginning from the top down, XY squared, PC/2, equals sign, F/A, SU, C-C, an H with an extra vertical line through the crossbar attached to a small circle on its bottom. Next to this column of figures is a vertical arrow pointing upwards, at the top of which is a quartered circle. End of note. Davenport said, I don't see any significance here.
Neither did I, at first, nor did those I first consulted. But consider. Jennings must have thought that Strauss was in pursuit. He might not have known that Strauss had been put out of action, at least not permanently. He was deadly afraid, then, that an ultra would find him before a moderate would. He dared not leave a clue to open. This, and the division head tapped the reproduction, must represent a clue that is opaque on the surface but clear enough to anyone sufficiently ingenious.
Can we rely on that? Asked Davenport doubtfully. After all, he was a dying, frightened man, who might have been subjected to this mind-altering object himself. He need not have been thinking clearly, or even humanly. For instance, why didn't he make an effort to reach Luna Station? He ended half a circumference away, almost. Was he too twisted to think clearly? Too paranoid to trust even the station? Yet he must have tried to reach them at first, since they picked up signals. What I'm saying is that this card, which looks as though it is covered with gibberish, is covered with gibberish. Ashley shook his head solemnly from side to side like a tolling bell.
He was in panic, yes, and I suppose he lacked the presence of mind to try to reach Luna Station. Only the need to run and escape possessed him. Even so, this can't be gibberish, and hangs together too well. Every notation on the card can be made to make sense, and the whole can be made to hang together.
Where's the sense, then? Asked Davenport.
You'll notice that there are 7 items on the left side and 2 on the right. Consider the left-hand side first. The third one down looks like an equals sign. Does an equals sign mean anything to you, anything in particular?
An algebraic equation.
That's general. Anything particular?
No.
Suppose you consider it as a pair of parallel lines.
Euclid's 5th postulate? Suggested Davenport, groping.
Good. There is a crater called Euclides on the moon, the Greek name of the mathematician we call Euclid.
Davenport nodded. I see your drift. As for F/A, that's force divided by acceleration, the definition of mass by Newton's second law of motion.
Yes, and there is a crater called Newton on the moon also.
Yes, but wait a while. The lowermost item is the astronomic symbol for the planet Uranus, and there's certainly no crater, or any other lunar object, so far as I know, that is named Uranus.
You're right there. But Uranus was discovered by William Herschel, and the H that makes up part of the astronomic symbol is the initial of his name. As it happens, there is a crater named Herschel on the moon. 3 of them, in fact, since one is named for Caroline Herschel, his sister, and another for John Herschel, his son.
Davenport thought a while, then said, PC/2. Pressure times half the speed of light. I'm not familiar with that equation.
Try craters. Try P for Ptolemaeus and C for Copernicus.
And strike an average? Would that signify a spot exactly between Ptolemaeus and Copernicus?
I'm disappointed, Davenport,
said Ashley sardonically.
I thought you knew your history of astronomy better than that. Ptolemy, or Ptolemaios in Latin, presented a geocentric picture of the solar system, with the Earth at the center, while Copernicus presented a heliocentric one, with the sun at the center. One astronomer attempted a compromise, a picture halfway between that of Ptolemy and Copernicus.
Tycho Brahe, said Davenport.
Right. And the crater Tycho is the most conspicuous feature on the moon's surface.
All right, let's take the rest. The C-C is a common way of writing a common type of chemical bond, and I think there is a crater named Bond.
Yes, named for an American astronomer, W.C. Bond.
The item on top, XY squared. X, Y, Y. An X and 2 Ys. Wait! Alfonso X. He was the royal astronomer in medieval Spain who was called Alfonso the Wise. X the Wise. X, Y, Y. The crater Alphonsus.
Very good. What's SU?
That stumps me, Chief.
I'll tell you one theory. It stands for Soviet Union, the old name for the Russian region. It was the Soviet Union that first mapped the other side of the moon, and maybe it's a crater there. Tsiolkovsky, for instance. You see, then, the symbols on the left can each be interpreted as standing for a crater. Alphonsus, Tycho, Euclides, Newton, Tsiolkovsky, Bond, Herschel.
What about the symbols on the right-hand side?
That's perfectly transparent. The quartered circle is the astronomic symbol for the Earth. An arrow pointing to it indicates that Earth must be directly overhead.
Ah, said Davenport. The Sinus Medii, the middle bay, over which the Earth is perpetually at zenith. That's not a crater, so it's on the right-hand side away from the other symbols.
All right, said Ashley. The notations all make sense, or they can be made to make sense, so there's at least a good chance that this isn't gibberish, and that it is trying to tell us something. But what?
So far, we've got 7 craters and a non-crater mentioned. And what does that mean? Presumably, the device can only be in one place.
Well, said Davenport heavily, a crater can be a huge place to search. Even if we assume he hugged the shadow to avoid solar radiation, there can be dozens of miles to examine in each case. Suppose the arrow pointing to the symbol for the Earth defines the crater where he hid the device, the place from which the Earth can be seen nearest the zenith.
That's been thought of, old man. It cuts out one place and leaves us with 7 pinpointed craters, the southernmost extremity of those north of the lunar equator, and the northernmost extremity of those south. But which of the 7?
Davenport was frowning. So far, he hadn't thought of anything that hadn't already been thought of.
Search them all,
he said brusquely. Ashley crackled into brief laughter.
In the weeks since this has all come up, we've done exactly that.
And what have you found?
Nothing. We haven't found a thing. We're still looking there.
Obviously, one of the symbols isn't interpreted correctly.
Obviously.
You said yourself there were 3 craters named Herschel. The symbol SU, if it means the Soviet Union, and therefore the other side of the moon, can stand for any crater on the other side. Lomonosov, Jules Verne, Joliot-Curie, any of them. For that matter, the symbol of the Earth might stand for the crater Atlas, since he is pictured as supporting the Earth in some versions of the myth. The arrow might stand for the Straight Wall.
There's no argument there, Davenport. But even if we get the right interpretation for the right symbol, how do we recognize it from among all the wrong interpretations, or from among the right interpretations of the wrong symbols? Somehow there's got to be something that leaps up at us from this card and gives us so clear a piece of information that we can tell it at once as the real thing from among all the red herrings. We've all failed, and we need a fresh mind, Davenport. What do you see here?
I'll tell you one thing we could do, said Davenport reluctantly. We can consult someone Oh, my God. He half rose. Ashley was all controlled excitement at once.
What do you see?
Davenport could feel his hand trembling. He hoped his lips weren't. He said, Tell me, have you checked on Jennings' past life?
Of course.
Where did he go to college?
Eastern University.
A pang of joy shot through Davenport, but he held on. That was not enough.
Did he take a course in extraterrology? Of course he did. That's routine for a geology major.
All right, then. Don't you know who teaches extraterrology at Eastern University? Ashley snapped his fingers.
That oddball, what's his name? Wendell Earth.
Exactly. An oddball who is a brilliant man in his way. An oddball who has acted as a consultant for the Bureau on several occasions and given perfect satisfaction every time. An oddball I was going to suggest we consult this time, and then noticed that this card was telling us to do so. An arrow pointing to the symbol for the Earth. A rebus that couldn't mean more clearly, Go to Earth, written by a man who was once a student of Earth and would know him. Ashley stared at the card.
My God, it's possible. But what could Earth tell us about the card that we can't see for ourselves?
Davenport said with polite patience, I suggest we ask him, sir. Ashley looked about curiously, half wincing as he turned from one direction to another. He felt as though he had found himself in some arcane curiosity shop, darkened and dangerous, from which at any moment some demon might hurtle forth, squealing. The lighting was poor, and the shadows many. The walls seemed distant and dismally alive with book films from floor to ceiling. There was a galactic lens in soft three-dimensionality in one corner, and behind it were star charts that could dimly be made out. A map of the moon in another corner might, however, possibly be a map of Mars. Only the desk in the center of the room was brilliantly lit by a tight-beamed lamp. It was littered with papers and opened printed books. A small viewer was threaded with film, and a clock with an old-fashioned round-faced dial hummed with subdued merriment.
Ashley found himself unable to recall that it was late afternoon outside, and that the sun was quite definitely in the sky. Here within was a place of eternal night. There was no sign of any window, and the clear presence of circulating air did not spare him a claustrophobic sensation. He found himself moving closer to Davenport, who seemed insensible to the unpleasantness of the situation. Davenport said in a low voice, "He'll be here in a moment, sir."
"Is it always like this?"
asked Ashley. "Always. He never leaves this place, as far as I know, except to trot across the campus and attend his classes."
"Gentlemen, gentlemen," came a reedy tenor voice. "I am so glad to see you. It is good of you to come."
A round figure of a man bustled in from another room, shedding shadow and emerging into the light. He beamed at them, adjusting round, thick-lensed glasses upward so that he might look through them. As his fingers moved away, the glasses slipped downward at once to a precarious perch upon the round nubbin of his snub nose.
"I am Wendell Earth," he said.
The scraggly grey Van Dyke on his pudgy round chin did not in the least add to the dignity which the smiling face and the stubby ellipsoidal torso so noticeably lacked.
"Gentlemen, it is good of you to come,"
Earth repeated as he jerked himself backward into a chair from which his legs dangled with the toes of his shoes a full inch above the floor.
"Mr. Davenport remembers, perhaps, that it is a matter of some importance to me to remain here. I do not like to travel except to walk, of course, and a walk across the campus is quite enough for me."
Ashley looked baffled as he remained standing, and Earth stared at him with a growing bafflement of his own. He pulled a handkerchief out and wiped his glasses, then replaced them and said,
"Oh, I see the difficulty. You want chairs. Yes, well, just take some. If there are things on them, just push them off. Push them off! Sit down, please."
Davenport removed the books from one chair and placed them carefully on the floor. He pushed the chair toward Ashley. Then he took a human skull off a second chair and placed the skull even more carefully on Earth's desk. Its mandible, insecurely wired, unhinged as he transferred it, and sat there with jaw askew.
"Never mind," said Earth affably. "It will not hurt. Now, tell me what is on your mind, gentlemen."
Davenport waited a moment for Ashley to speak, then rather gladly took over. "Dr. Earth, do you remember a student of yours named Jennings? Carl Jennings?" Earth's smile vanished momentarily with the effort of recall. His somewhat protuberant eyes blinked.
"No," he said at last. "Not at the moment."
"A geology major. He took your extraterrology course some years ago. I have his photograph here, if that will help." Earth studied the photograph handed him with near-sighted concentration, but still looked doubtful. Davenport drove on. "He left a cryptic message, which is the key to a matter of great importance. We have so far failed to interpret it satisfactorily, but this much we see. It indicates we are to come to you."
"Indeed? How interesting. For what purpose are you to come to me?"
"Presumably for your advice on interpreting the message."
"May I see it?"
Suddenly, Ashley passed the slip of paper to Wendell Earth. The extraterrologist looked at it casually, turned it over, and stared for a moment at the blank back. He said,
"Where does it say to ask me?"
Ashley looked startled, but Davenport forestalled him by saying, "The arrow pointing to the symbol of the Earth. It seems clear."
"It is clearly an arrow pointing to the symbol for the planet Earth. I suppose it might literally mean go to the Earth if this were found on some other world."
"It was found on the moon, Dr. Earth, and it could, I suppose, mean that. However, the reference to you seemed clear once we realized that Jennings had been a student of yours."
"He took a course in extraterrology here at the university?"
"That's right."
"In what year, Mr. Davenport?"
"In 18.
"Ah, the puzzle is solved."
"You mean the significance of the message?" said Davenport.
No. The message has no meaning to me. I mean the puzzle of why it is that I did not remember him, for I remember him now. He was a very quiet fellow, anxious, shy, self-effacing, not at all the sort of person anyone would remember. Without this, and he tapped the message, I might never have remembered him.
Why does the card change things? Asked Davenport.
The reference to me is a play on words. Earth, earth. Not very subtle, of course, but that is Jennings. His unattainable delight was the pun. My only clear memory of him is his occasional attempts to perpetrate puns. I enjoy puns. I adore puns, but Jennings, yes, I remember him well now, was atrocious at it. Either that or distressingly obvious at it, as in this case. He lacked all talent for puns, yet craved them so much.
Ashley suddenly broke in.
This message consists entirely of a kind of wordplay, Dr. Earth. At least we believe so. And that fits in with what you say.
Ah.
Earth adjusted his glasses and peered through them once more at the card and the symbols it carried. He pursed his plump lips, then said cheerfully,
I make nothing of it.
In that case,
began Ashley, his hands balling into fists.
But if you'll tell me what it's all about, Earth went on, then perhaps it might mean something.
Davenport said quickly, May I, sir? I am confident that this man can be relied on, and it may help.
Go ahead, muttered Ashley. At this point, what can it hurt?
Davenport condensed the tale, giving it in crisp, telegraphic sentences, while Earth listened carefully, moving his stubby fingers over the shining, milk-white desktop, as though he were sweeping up invisible cigar ashes. Toward the end of the recital, he hitched up his legs and sat with them crossed like an amiable Buddha. When Davenport was done, Earth thought a moment, then said,
Do you happen to have a transcript of the conversation reconstructed by Ferrand?
We do, said Davenport. Would you like to see it?
Please.
Earth placed the strip of microfilm in a scanner and worked his way rapidly through it, his lips moving unintelligibly at some points. Then he tapped the reproduction of the cryptic message.
And this, you say, is the key to the entire matter? The crucial clue?
We think it is, Dr. Earth.
But it is not the original. It is a reproduction.
That is correct.
The original has gone with this man Ferrand, and you believe it to be in the hands of the ultras?
Quite possibly. Earth shook his head and looked troubled.
Everyone knows my sympathies are not with the ultras. I would fight them by all means. So I don't want to seem to be hanging back, but what is there to say that this mind-affecting object exists at all? You have only the ravings of a psychotic, and your dubious deductions from the reproduction of a mysterious set of marks that may mean nothing at all.
Yes, Dr. Earth, but we can't take chances.
How certain are you that this copy is accurate? What if the original has something on it that this lacks, something that makes the message quite clear, something without which the message must remain impenetrable?
We are certain the copy is accurate.
What about the reverse side? There's nothing on the back of this reproduction. What about the reverse of the original?
The agent who made the reproduction tells us that the back of the original was blank.
Men can make mistakes.
We have no reason to think he did, and we must work on the assumption that he didn't, at least until such time as the original is regained.
Then you assure me, said Earth, that any interpretation to be made of this message must be made on the basis of exactly what one sees here.
We think so. We are virtually certain, said Davenport, with a sense of ebbing confidence. Earth continued to look troubled. He said,
Why not leave the instrument where it is? If neither group finds it, so much the better. I disapprove of any tampering with minds and would not contribute to making it possible.
Davenport placed a restraining hand on Ashley's arm, sensing the other was about to speak. Davenport said, Let me put it to you, Dr. Earth, that the mind-tampering aspect is not the whole of the device. Suppose an Earth expedition to a distant primitive planet had dropped an old-fashioned radio there, and suppose the native population had discovered electric current, but had not yet developed the vacuum tube. The population might discover that if the radio was hooked up to a current, certain glass objects within it would grow warm and would glow, but of course they would receive no intelligible sound, merely, at best, some buzzes and crackles. However, if they dropped the radio into a bathtub while it was plugged in, a person in that tub might be electrocuted. Should the people of this hypothetical planet therefore conclude that the device they were studying was designed solely for the purpose of killing people?
I see your analogy, said Earth. You think that the mind-tampering property is merely an incidental function of the device.
I'm sure of it, said Davenport earnestly. If we can puzzle out its real purpose, earthly technology may leap ahead centuries.
Then you agree with Jennings when he said, here Earth consulted the microfilm, it might be the key to who knows what. It might be the clue to an unimaginable scientific revolution.
Exactly.
And yet the mind-tampering aspect is there, and is infinitely dangerous. Whatever the radio's purpose, it does electrocute.
Which is why we can't let the Ultras get it.
Or the government either, perhaps?
But I must point out that there is a reasonable limit to caution. Consider that men have always held danger in their hands. The first flint knife in the old Stone Age, the first wooden club before that could kill. They could be used to bend weaker men to the will of stronger ones under threat of force, and that too is a form of mind-tampering. What counts, Dr. Earth, is not the device itself, however dangerous it may be in the abstract, but the intentions of the men who make use of the device. The Ultras have the declared intention of killing off more than 99.9% of humanity. The government, whatever the faults of the men composing it, would have no such intention.
What would the government intend?
A scientific study of the device. Even the mind-tampering aspect itself could yield infinite good. Put to enlightened use, it could educate us concerning the physical basis of mental function. We might learn to correct mental disorders or cure the Ultras. Mankind might learn to develop greater intelligence generally.
How can I believe that such idealism will be put into practice?
I believe so. Consider that you face a possible turn to evil by the government if you help us, but you risk the certain and declared evil purpose of the Ultras if you don't. Earth nodded thoughtfully.
Perhaps you're right. And yet I have a favor to ask of you. I have a niece who is, I believe, quite fond of me. She is constantly upset over the fact that I steadfastly refuse to indulge in the lunacy of travel. She states that she will not rest content until some day I accompany her to Europe or North Carolina or some other outlandish place.
Ashley leaned forward earnestly, brushing Davenport's restraining gesture to one side.
Dr. Earth, if you help us find the device, and if it can be made to work, then I assure you that we will be glad to help you free yourself of your phobia against travel and make it possible for you to go with your niece anywhere you wish.
Earth's bulging eyes widened, and he seemed to shrink within himself. For a moment he looked wildly about as though he were already trapped.
"No," he gasped. "Not at all. Never."
His voice dropped to an earnest, hoarse whisper.
"Let me explain the nature of my fee. If I help you, if you retrieve the device and learn its use, if the fact of my help becomes public, then my niece will be on the government like a fury. She is a terribly headstrong and shrill-voiced woman who will raise public subscriptions and organize demonstrations. She will stop at nothing. And yet you must not give in to her. You must not. You must resist all pressures. I wish to be left alone exactly as I am now. That is my absolute and minimum fee."
Ashley flushed.
Yes, of course, since that is your wish.
"I have your word?"
You have my word.
"Please remember. I rely on you too, Mr. Davenport."
"It will be as you wish," soothed Davenport. "And now I presume you can interpret the items?"
"The items?"
asked Earth, seeming to focus his attention with difficulty on the card. "You mean these markings, x, y squared, and so on?" "Yes. What do they mean?" "I don't know. Your interpretations are as good as any, I suppose." Ashley exploded.
Do you mean that all this talk about helping us is nonsense? What was this maundering about a fee, then?
Wendell Earth looked confused and taken aback.
"I would like to help you."
"But you don't know what these items mean."
I don't. But I know what this message means."
You do? Cried Davenport. Of course. Its meaning is transparent. I suspected it halfway through your story. And I was sure of it once I read the reconstruction of the conversations between Strauss and Jennings. You would understand it yourself, gentlemen, if you would only stop to think.
See here, said Ashley in exasperation. You said you don't know what the items mean.
I don't. I said I know what the message means.
What is the message if it is not the items? Is it the paper, for heaven's sake?
Yes, in a way.
You mean invisible ink or something like that?
No. Why is it so hard for you to understand when you yourself stand on the brink?
Davenport leaned toward Ashley and said in a low voice, Sir, will you let me handle it, please? Ashley snorted, then said in a stifled manner,
Go ahead.
Dr. Earth, said Davenport, will you give us your analysis?
Well, all right.
The little extraterrologist settled back in his chair and mopped his damp forehead on his sleeve.
Let's consider the message. If you accept the quartered circle and the arrow as directing you to me, that leaves 7 items. If these indeed refer to 7 craters, 6 of them at least must be designed merely to distract, since the device surely cannot be in more than one place. It contained no movable or detachable parts. It was all one piece. Then, too, none of the items are straightforward. SU might, by your interpretation, mean any place on the other side of the moon, which is an area the size of South America. Again, PC/2 can mean Tycho, as Mr. Ashley says, or it can mean halfway between Ptolemaios and Copernicus, as Mr. Davenport thought, or, for that matter, halfway between Plato and Cassini. To be sure, XY squared could mean Alphonsus, very ingenious interpretation, that. But it could refer to some coordinate system in which the y-coordinate was the square of the x-coordinate. Similarly, C-C would mean Bond, or it could mean halfway between Cassini and Copernicus. F/A could mean Newton, or it could mean between Fabricius and Archimedes. In short, the items have so many meanings that they are meaningless. Even if one of them had meaning, it could not be selected from among the others, so that it is only sensible to suppose that all the items are merely red herrings. It is necessary, then, to determine what about the message is completely unambiguous, what is perfectly clear. The answer to that can only be that it is a message, that it is a clue to a hiding place. That is the one thing we are certain about, isn't it?
Davenport nodded, then said cautiously, At least we think we are certain of it.
Well, you have referred to this message as the key to the whole matter. You have acted as though it were the crucial clue. Jennings himself referred to the device as a key or a clue. If we combine this serious view of the matter with Jennings' penchant for puns, a penchant which may have been heightened by the mind-tampering device he was carrying... So let me tell you a story. In the last half of the 16th century there lived a German Jesuit in Rome. He was a mathematician and astronomer of note, and helped Pope Gregory XIII reform the calendar in 1582, performing all the enormous calculations required. This astronomer admired Copernicus, but he did not accept the heliocentric view of the solar system. He clung to the older belief that the earth was the center of the universe. In 1650, nearly 40 years after the death of this mathematician, the moon was mapped by another Jesuit, the Italian astronomer Giovanni Battista Riccioli. He named the craters after astronomers of the past, and since he too rejected Copernicus, he selected the largest and most spectacular craters for those who placed the earth at the center of the universe, for Ptolemy, Hipparchus, Alfonso X, Tycho Brahe. The biggest crater Riccioli could find he reserved for his German Jesuit predecessor. This crater is actually only the second largest of the craters visible from Earth. The only larger crater is Bailey, which is right on the moon's limb and is therefore very difficult to see from the Earth. Riccioli ignored it, and it was named for an astronomer who lived a century after his time and who was guillotined during the French Revolution.
Ashley was listening to all this restlessly.
But what has this to do with the message?
Why, everything, said Earth with some surprise. Did you not call this message the key to the whole business? Isn't it the crucial clue?
Yes, of course.
Is there any doubt that we are dealing with something that is a clue or key to something else?
No, there isn't,
said Ashley.
Well, then, the name of the German Jesuit I have been speaking of is Christoph K-L-A-U, pronounced Klau. Don't you see the pun? Klau? Clue?
Ashley's entire body seemed to grow flabby with disappointment.
Far-fetched,
he muttered. Davenport said anxiously, Dr. Earth, there is no feature on the moon named Klau, as far as I know.
Of course not, said Earth excitedly. That is the whole point. At this period of history, the last half of the 16th century, European scholars were Latinizing their names. Klau did so. In place of the German U, he made use of the equivalent letter, the Latin V. He then added an IUS ending typical of Latin names, and Christoph Klau became Christopher Clavius. And I suppose you are all aware of the giant crater we call Clavius.
But, began Davenport.
Don't but me, said Earth. Just let me point out that the Latin word clavis means key. Now, do you see the double and bilingual pun? Clau, clue. Clavius, clavis. Key. In his whole life, Jennings could never have made a double bilingual pun without the device. Now he could. And I wonder if death might not have been almost triumphant under the circumstances. And he directed you to me, because he knew I would remember his penchant for puns, and because he knew I loved them too.
The two men of the bureau were looking at him wide-eyed. Earth said solemnly,
I would suggest you search the shaded rim of Clavius, at that point where the Earth is nearest the zenith.
Ashley rose.
Where is your videophone?
In the next room.
Ashley dashed. Davenport lingered behind. Are you sure, Dr. Earth?
Quite sure. But even if I am wrong, I suspect it doesn't matter.
What doesn't matter?
Whether you find it or not. For if the Ultras find the device, they will probably be unable to use it.
Why do you say that?
You asked me if Jennings had ever been a student of mine, but you never asked me about Strauss, who was also a geologist. He was a student of mine a year or so after Jennings. I remember him well.
Oh?
An unpleasant man, very cold. It is the hallmark of the Ultras, I think. They are all very cold, very rigid, very sure of themselves. They can't empathize, or they wouldn't speak of killing off billions of human beings. What emotions they possess are icy ones, self-absorbed ones, feelings incapable of spanning the distance between two human beings.
I think I see.
I'm sure you do. The conversation reconstructed from Strauss's ravings showed us he could not manipulate the device. He lacked the emotional intensity, or the type of necessary emotion. I imagine all Ultras would. Jennings, who was not an Ultra, could manipulate it. Anyone who could use the device would, I suspect, be incapable of deliberate, cold-blooded cruelty. He might strike out of panic fear, as Jennings struck at Strauss, but never out of calculation, as Strauss tried to strike at Jennings. In short, to put it tritely, I think the device can be actuated by love, but never by hate. And the Ultras are nothing if not haters.
Davenport nodded. I hope you're right. But then, why were you so suspicious of the government's motives if you felt the wrong men could not manipulate the device?
Earth shrugged. I wanted to make sure you could bluff and rationalize on your feet, and make yourself convincingly persuasive at a moment's notice. After all, you may have to face my niece.
26. A Problem of Numbers. This is the first mystery story I ever sold to EQMM. I had received 1 or 2 rejections from the magazine, but I had shrugged them off. After all, I was a science fiction writer, not a mystery writer.
However, by 1969 I had written enough mysteries of one sort or another to feel like a mystery writer, too. In November of that year I was going through the magazine and read one of their first stories. EQMM routinely had one or two stories representing the first sale of a particular author, and they were usually pretty good, too. And I said in exasperation, well, if they can sell a story to EQMM, then I can too, or what's the use of being Asimov? So I sat down without delay and wrote a story, and had it in the mail within an hour of having walked to the typewriter. The story was accepted, and the year after it appeared the magazine asked me for another one, and I wrote my first Black Widower, and was off and running. Professor Nedring looked mildly at his graduate student. The young man sat there at ease. His hair was a little on the reddish side, his eyes were keen but calm, and his hands rested in the pockets of his lab coat. Altogether a promising specimen, the professor thought. He had known for some time that the boy was interested in his daughter. What was more to the point, he had known for some time his daughter was interested in the boy. The professor said, "Let's get this straight, Hal. You've come to me for my approval before you propose to my daughter?" Hal Kemp said, "That's right, sir."
"Granted that I'm not up on the latest fads of youth, but surely this can't be the new in thing?"
The professor thrust his hands into his lab coat pockets and leaned back in his chair.
"Surely young people aren't taking to asking permission these days. Don't tell me you'll give up my daughter if I turn you down."
"No, not if she'll still have me, and I think she will. But it would be pleasant
if you had my approval." "Why?"
Hal said, "For very practical reasons. I don't have my doctor's degree yet, and I don't want it said that I'm dating your daughter to help me get it. If you think I am, say so, and maybe I'll wait till after I get my degree. Or maybe I won't, and take my chances that your disapproval will make it that much harder for me to get my degree."
"So, for the sake of your doctorate, you think it would be nice if we were friends about your marriage to Janice?"
"To be honest, yes, Professor." There was silence between them. Professor Nedring thought about the matter with a certain creakiness. His research work for some years now had dealt with the coordination complexes of chromium, and there was a definite difficulty in thinking with some precision about anything as imprecise as affection and marriage. He rubbed his smooth cheek. At the age of 50, he was too old for the various beard styles affected by the younger members of the department, and said,
"Well, Hal, if you want a decision from me, I'll have to base it on something. And the only way I know how to judge people is by their reasoning powers. My daughter judges you in her way, but I'll have to judge you in mine."
"Certainly," said Hal.
"Then let me put it this way."
The professor leaned forward, scribbled something on a piece of paper, and said,
"Tell me what this says, and you will have my blessing."
Hal picked up the paper. What was written on it was a series of numbers. 6966 371 726 337 683 3047. He said, "A cryptogram?"
"You can call it that."
Hal frowned slightly. "You mean you want me to solve a cryptogram, and if I do, then you'll approve the marriage?"
"Yes."
"And if I don't, then you won't approve the marriage?"
"It may sound trivial, I admit, but this is my criterion. You can always marry without my approval. Janice is of age."
Hal shook his head. "I'd still rather have your approval. How much time do I have?"
"None." "Tell me what it says now. Reason it out."
"Now?" The professor nodded. Hal Kemp shifted in his chair and stared at the row of numbers in his hand. "Do I figure it out in my head, or can I use pencil and paper?"
"Just do it. Talk. Let me hear how you think. Who knows, if I like the way you think, I may give my approval even if you don't solve it."
Hal said. Well, all right. It's a challenge. In the first place, I'll make an assumption. I'll assume you're an honorable man and would not set me a problem that you knew in advance I couldn't solve. Therefore, this is a cryptogram which, to the best of your judgment, is one I can solve sitting in this chair and almost on the spur of the moment. Which in turn means that it involves something I know well. That sounds reasonable, agreed the professor. But Hal wasn't listening. He continued deliberately. I know the alphabet well, of course, so this could be an ordinary substitution cipher. Numbers for letters. Presumably it would have to have some subtlety if it were, or it would be too easy. But I'm an amateur at that sort of thing, and unless I can see at once some peculiar pattern in the numbers that gives the whole thing meaning, I'd be lost. I notice there are 5 6s and 5 3s, and not a single 5. But that means nothing to me. So I'll abandon the possibility of a generalized cipher and move on to our own specialized field. He thought again and went on. Your specialized field, Professor, is inorganic chemistry, and that certainly is what mine is going to be. And to any chemist, numbers immediately suggest atomic numbers. Every chemical element has its own number, and there are 104 elements known today, so the numbers involved would be 1 to 104. You haven't indicated how the numbers are divided up. There are the 1-digit atomic numbers from 1 to 9, the 2-digit ones from 10 to 99, and the 3-digit ones from 100 to 104. This is all obvious, Professor, but you wanted to hear my reasoning, so I'm giving it to you in full. We can forget the 3-digit atomic numbers, since in them a 1 is always followed by a 0, and the single 1 in your cryptogram is followed by a 7. Since you've given me 20 digits altogether, it is at least possible that only 2-digit atomic numbers are involved. 10 of them. There might be 9 2-digit ones and 2 1-digit ones, but I doubt it. Even the presence of 2 1-digit atomic numbers could result in hundreds of different combinations of places in this list, and that would surely make things too difficult for an instant or even a quick solution. It seems certain to me, then, that I am dealing with 10 2-digit numbers, and we can therefore turn the message into 69, 66, 37, 17, 26, 33, 76, 83, 30, 47. These numbers seem to mean nothing in themselves, but if they are atomic numbers, then why not convert all of them into the names of the elements they represent? The names might be meaningful. That's not so easy offhand because I haven't memorized the list of elements in order of their atomic numbers. May I look them up in a table? The professor was listening with interest.
I didn't look up anything when I prepared the cryptogram.
All right, then. Let's see, said Hal slowly. Some are obvious. I know that 17 is chlorine, 26 is iron, 83 is bismuth, 30 is zinc. As for 76, that's somewhere near gold, which is 79. That would mean platinum, osmium, iridium. I'd say it means osmium. The other 2 are rare earth elements, and I can never get those straight. Let's see. All right, I think I have them. He wrote rapidly and said, the list of the 10 elements in your list is thulium, dysprosium, rubidium, chlorine, iron, arsenic, osmium, bismuth, zinc, and silver. Is that right? No, don't answer. He studied the list intently. I see no connections among those elements. Nothing that seems to give me any hint. Let's pass on, then, and ask if there is anything besides the atomic number that is so characteristic of elements that it would spring to any chemist's mind at once. Obviously, it would be the chemical symbol, the 1-letter or 2-letter abbreviation for each element that becomes second nature to any chemist. In this case, the list of chemical symbols is, he wrote again, TM, DY, RB, CL, FE,
Asosbiznag. These might form a word or sentence, but they don't, do they? So it would have to be a little more subtle than that. If you make an acrostic out of it and read just the first letters, that doesn't help either. So if we try the next most obvious step and read the second letters of each symbol in order, we come out with my blessing. I presume that's the solution, Professor.
It is,
said Professor Nedring gravely.
You reasoned it out with precision, and you have my permission, for what that's worth, to propose to my daughter.
Hal rose, turned to leave, hesitated, then turned back. He said, On the other hand, I don't like to take credit that's not mine. The reasoning I used may have been precise, but I offered it to you only because I wanted you to hear me reason logically. Actually, I knew the answer before I began, so in a way I cheated, and I've got to admit that.
Oh? How so?
Well, I know you think well of me, and I guessed you would want me to come up with a solution, and that you wouldn't be above giving me a hint. When you handed the cryptogram to me, you said, Tell me what this says, and you will have my blessing. I guessed that you might mean that literally. My blessing has 10 letters, and you handed me 20 digits, so I broke it down into 10 pairs at once. Then, too, I told you I hadn't memorized the list of elements. The few elements I did remember were enough to show me that the second letters of the symbols were spelling out my blessing. So I worked out the others from among those few that had the proper second letters in their symbols. Do I still make it? Professor Nedring finally smiled. He said,
Now, my boy, you really make it. Any competent scientist can think logically. The great ones use intuition.
27. The Little Things. The New York Times asked me for a short mystery for an experimental page they were planning to start in their magazine section. I wrote the following story, and they rejected it. I was astonished. I thought it was a sure sale, and as it happened, EQMM took it at once when I sent it to them. It would have made more of a splash in the New York Times if it had appeared there, but I'm philosophical about such things. There's no accounting for tastes. Besides, if I don't get a rejection every year or so, I'm liable to become conceited, and I wouldn't want that to happen to a wonderful fellow like me. Mrs. Clara Bernstein was somewhat past 50, and the temperature outside was somewhat past 90. The air conditioning was working, but though it removed the fact of heat, it didn't remove the idea of heat. Mrs. Hester Gold, who was visiting the 21st floor from her own place in 4C, said, "It's cooler down on my floor." She was over 52, and had blonde hair that didn't remove a single year from her age. Clara said, "It's the little things, really. I can stand the heat. It's the dripping I can't stand. Don't you hear it?" "No," said Hester, "but I know what you mean. My boy Joe has a button off his blazer, $72, and without the button it's nothing. A fancy brass button on the sleeve, and he doesn't have it to sew back on." "So what's the problem? Take one off the other sleeve also." "Not the same. The blazer just won't look good. If a button is loose, don't wait, get it sewed. 22 years old, and he still doesn't understand. He goes off, he doesn't tell me when he'll be back." Clara said impatiently, "Listen, how can you say you don't hear the dripping? Come with me to the bathroom. If I tell you it's dripping, it's dripping." Hester followed and assumed an attitude of listening. In the silence it could be heard. Drip, drip, drip. Clara said, "Like water torture. You hear it all night. 3 nights now." Hester adjusted her large, faintly tinted glasses, as though that would make her hear better, and cocked her head. She said, "Probably the shower dripping upstairs in 22G. It's Mrs. McLaren's place, I know her. Listen, she's a good-hearted person. Knock on her door and tell her. She won't bite your head off."
Clara said. "I'm not afraid of her. I banged on her door 5 times already. No one answers. I phoned her. No one answers." "So she's away," said Hester. "It's summertime. People go away." "And if she's away for the whole summer, do I have to listen to the dripping the whole summer?" "Tell the super. That idiot. He doesn't have the key to her special lock, and he won't break in for a drip. Besides, she's not away. I know her automobile, and it's downstairs in the garage right now." Hester said uneasily, "She could go away in someone else's car." Clara sniffed. "That I'm sure of. Mrs. McLaren." Hester frowned. "So she's divorced. It's not so terrible. And she's still maybe 30, 35, and she dresses fancy. Also not so terrible." "If you want my opinion, Hester," said Clara, "what she's doing up there I wouldn't like to say. I hear things." "What do you hear?" "Footsteps. Sounds. Listen, she's right above, and I know where her bedroom is." Hester said tartly, "Don't be so old-fashioned. What she does is her business." "All right. But she uses the bathroom a lot, so why does she leave it dripping? I wish she would answer the door. I'll bet anything she's got a decor in her apartment like a French I don't know what." "You're wrong if you want to know. You're plain wrong. She's got regular furniture and lots of houseplants." "And how do you know that?" Hester looked uncomfortable. "I water the plants when she's not home. She's a single woman. She goes on trips, so I help her out." "Oh? Then you would know if she was out of town. Did she tell you she'd be out of town?" "No, she didn't." Clara leaned back and folded her arms. "And you have the keys to her place, then?" Hester said, "Yes, but I can't just go in." "Why not? She could be away. So you have to water her plants." "She didn't tell me to." Clara said, "For all you know, she's sick in bed and can't answer the door." "She'd have to be pretty sick not to use the phone when it's right near the bed." "Maybe she had a heart attack. Listen, maybe she's dead, and that's why she doesn't shut off the drip. She's a young woman. She wouldn't have a heart attack. You can't be sure. With the life she lives, maybe a boyfriend killed her. We've got to go in." "That's breaking and entering," said Hester. "With a key? If she's away, you can't leave the plants to die. You water them, and I'll shut off the drip. What harm? And if she's dead, do you want her to lie there till who knows when?" "She's not dead," said Hester, "but she went downstairs to the 4th floor for Mrs. McLaren's keys." "No one in the hall," whispered Clara. "Anyone could break in anywhere, any time." "Shh," whispered Hester. "What if she's inside and says, 'Who's there?'" "So say you came to water the plants, and I'll ask her to shut off the drip." The key to one lock and then the key to the other turned smoothly and with only the tiniest click at the end. Hester took a deep breath and opened the door a crack. She knocked. "There's no answer," whispered Clara impatiently. She pushed the door wide open. "The air conditioner isn't even on. It's legitimate. You want to water the plants." The door closed behind them. Clara said, "It smells stuffy in here. Feels like a damp oven." They walked softly down the corridor. Empty utility room on the right. Empty bathroom. Clara looked in. "No drip. It's in the master bedroom." At the end of the corridor there was the living room on the left with some plants. "They need water," said Clara. "I'll go into the master bath." She opened the bedroom door and stopped. No motion, no sound. Her mouth opened wide. Hester was at her side. The smell was stifling. "What?" "Oh, my God!" said Clara, but without breath to scream. The bed coverings were in total disarray. Mrs. McLaren's head lolled off the bed, her long brown hair brushing the floor, her neck bruised, one arm dangling on the floor, hand open, palm up. "The police," said Clara. "We've got to call the police." Hester, gasping, moved forward. "You mustn't touch anything," said Clara. The glint of brass in the open hand. Hester had found her son's missing button. 28. Halloween. This was written on order. I do a regular column for American Way, the in-flight magazine of American Airlines, on what the future might be like in one way or another. I have done 160 of these articles so far, but every once in a long while the magazine asks for a piece of fiction from me. This is the mystery story I wrote for them. This was written before I had begun my Union Club mysteries, but in my opinion this could have become one of them, with very little in the way of change.
Sanderson looked troubled and grew sulky. "That was a mistake on our part. We took him so for granted that we didn't see him. Human error."
He shook his head.
"And what was the motive?" "Ideology," Sanderson said. "He got the job just to do this. We know because he left a note behind, couldn't resist crowing over us. He was one of those who feel that nuclear fission is deadly, that it will lead to the big-time theft of plutonium, to the making of homemade bombs, to nuclear terrorism and blackmail."
"I take it he was out to show it could be done?"
"Yes. He was going to publicize it and rouse public opinion."
"How dangerous is the plutonium he stole?" Haley asked.
"Not at all dangerous. It's a small amount. You could hold the case in your hand. It wasn't even meant for the fissioning core. We were doing other things with it. There's certainly not enough to build a bomb with, I assure you."
"Could there be possible danger to the individual holding it?"
"None if it's left in its case. If you took it out, there would be damage eventually to anyone coming in contact with it."
"I could see where public alarm would be justified," Haley said. Sanderson frowned. "But it proves nothing. It was a mistake that will never happen again, and in any case the alarm system worked. We were after him at once. If he hadn't managed to get to this hotel, if we didn't fear alarming the people here, why didn't you inform the Bureau at once?"
"If we could have gotten him ourselves," Sanderson mumbled, "then the whole thing could have been hidden even from the Bureau, mistakes and all. Well, but you did inform us in the end, after he died. I take it, therefore, you don't have the plutonium." Sanderson's eyes drifted furtively away from Haley's steady glance. "No, we don't." Then, defensively, "We couldn't operate too openly. There were thousands of people here, and if the notion arose that there was trouble, if it were pinned to the station—" "Then you would have lost and he would have won, even if you caught him and retrieved the plutonium. I understand that. How long was he here, then?" Haley looked at his watch. "It's 3:57 a.m. now." "All day. It was only when it got late enough to allow us to work more openly that we trapped him on the stairs. We tried to rush him, and he tried to run. He slipped, hit his head against the railing after tumbling a flight, and fractured his skull." "And he didn't have the plutonium on him. How do you know he had it with him when he entered the hotel?" "It was seen. One of our men almost had him at one point." "So during the hours he managed to evade you in this hotel, he could have hidden this thing, a small box, anywhere on the 29 floors, in the 90 rooms on each floor, or in the corridors, offices, utility sections, basement, roof. And we have to have it back, don't we? We can't allow plutonium to float about the city, however small the amount. Is that right?"
"Yes," Sanderson said unhappily. "One alternative is to take 100 men and search the hotel, floor by floor, room by room, square inch by square inch, until we find it." "We can't do that," Sanderson said. "How would we explain it?"
"And what is the alternative?" Haley asked. "Do we have a hint? The thief said something. Halloween?" Sanderson nodded. "He was conscious a few moments before he died. We asked him where the plutonium was, and he said Halloween." Haley took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "Is that all he said?" "That's all. 3 of us heard him." "And it was definitely Halloween you heard? He didn't say Hollow Ring
for instance.
No, Halloween. We all agree.
Has the word any significance to you? Is there a Project Halloween at the station? Is the word used to mean something in an in way?
No, nothing like that.
Do you think he was trying to tell you where the plutonium was?
We don't know, said Sanderson agonizingly. His eyes were unfocused. It was a dying whisper. We don't even know if he heard our question.
Haley was silent for a moment. Yes, it could have been a last fugitive thought of anything at all. A childhood memory, anything. Except that yesterday was Halloween. The day on which he hid in this hotel and tried to evade you for long enough to get the story to the newspapers was Halloween. It could have had some significance to him.
Sanderson shrugged.
Haley was thinking out loud. Halloween is the day on which the forces of evil are abroad, and he must surely have been considering himself to be fighting those forces.
We are not evil, Sanderson said.
What counts is what he thought. And he didn't want himself caught, and the plutonium too. So he hid it. Every room is vacuumed, every room has its sheets and towels changed at some time during the day, and when that is happening, the door is open. He would pass an open door and step in. One step and a quick placing of the box where it wouldn't be readily seen. Then he could come back later to retrieve it, or if he was caught, the box would eventually be noticed by some guest or some employee, taken to the management and recognized with or without having done damage.
But what room? Sanderson agonized.
We can try one room, Haley said, and if that doesn't work, we will have to search the hotel.
He left.
Haley was back in half an hour. The body had been removed, but Sanderson was still there, deep in dejection. There were 2 people in the room, Haley said. We had to wake them. I found something on top of the shelf above the coat rack. Is this it?
It was a small cube, gray in color, heavy in the hand, the top held down by wing nuts. That's it, Sanderson said with barely controlled excitement. He loosened the wing nuts, lifted the top a crack, and put a small probe near the opening. The sound of crackling could be heard at once. That's it! But how did you know where it was?
Just a chance, said Haley, with a shrug. The thief had Halloween on his mind, judging from his last word. When he saw a particular hotel room open and being cleaned, perhaps it seemed like an omen to him.
What hotel room?
Room 1031,
Haley said.
October the 31st. Halloween. 29. The 13th Day of Christmas. I also write a series of mystery stories for young people, stories in which my detective is a junior high school student named Larry. I don't do them often and have only 11 of them so far. Usually they run in Boy's Life magazine. This one, however, was rejected by them for some reason, but it was snapped up by EQMM, even though it was patently a juvenile. It was my favorite Larry story, and I had even been so vain as to read it aloud to my daughter. Ordinarily, I never let anyone see my stories before acceptance, which meant I was all the more taken aback at its rejection. However, it is still my favorite, and here it is. This was one year, and we were glad when Christmas Day was over. It had been a grim Christmas Eve, and I had stayed awake as long as I could, half listening for bombs. And Mom and I stayed up until midnight on Christmas Day, too. Then Dad called and said, "Okay, it's over. Nothing's happened. I'll be home as soon as I can." Mom and I danced around as if Santa Claus had just come, and then, after about an hour, Dad came home, and I went to bed and slept fine. You see, it's special in our house. Dad's a detective on the force, and these days, with terrorists and bombings, it can get pretty hairy. So when, on December 20th, warnings reached headquarters that there would be a Christmas Day bombing at the Soviet offices and the United Nations, it had to be taken seriously. The entire force was put on the alert, and the FBI came in too. The Soviets had their own security, I guess, but
None of it satisfied Dad. The day before Christmas was the worst. If someone is crazy enough to want to plant a bomb, and if he's not too worried about getting caught afterward, he's likely to be able to do it no matter what precautions we take. Dad's voice had a grimness we rarely heard. "I suppose there's no way of knowing who it is," Mom said. Dad shook his head.
"Letters from newspapers pasted on paper, no fingerprints, only smudges. Common stuff we can't trace, and a threat that it would be the only warning we'd get. What can we do?"
"Well, it must be someone who doesn't like the Russians, I guess," Mom said.
Dad said, "That doesn't narrow it much. Of course the Soviets say it's a Zionist threat, and we've got to keep an eye on the Jewish Defense League."
"Gee, Dad," I said, "that doesn't make much sense. The Jewish people wouldn't pick Christmas to do it, would they? It doesn't mean anything to them. And it doesn't mean anything to the Soviet Union either. They're officially atheistic."
"You can't reason that out to the Russians," Dad said. "Now, why don't you turn in, because tomorrow may be a bad day all round, Christmas Day or not."
Then he left. He was out all Christmas Day, and it was pretty rotten. We didn't even open any presents, just sat listening to the radio, which was tuned to the news station. Then at midnight, when Dad called and nothing had happened, we could breathe again, but I still forgot to open my presents. That didn't come till the morning of the 26th. We made that day Christmas. Dad had a day off, and Mom roasted the turkey a day late. It wasn't till after dinner that we talked about it at all. Mom said, "I suppose the person, whoever it was, couldn't find any way of planting the bomb once the department drew the security strings tight." Dad smiled, as if he appreciated Mom's loyalty.
"I don't think you can make security that tight," he said. "But what's the difference? There was no bomb. Maybe it was a bluff. After all, it did disrupt the city a bit, and it gave the Soviet people at the United Nations some sleepless nights, I'll bet. That might have been almost as good for the bomber as letting the bomb go off."
"If he couldn't do it on Christmas," I said, "maybe he'll do it another time. Maybe he just said Christmas to get everyone keyed up, and then, after they relax, he'll—" Dad gave me one of his little pushes on the side of my head.
"You're a cheerful one, Larry. No, I don't think so. Real bombers value the sense of power. When they say something is going up at a certain time, it's got to be that time, or it's no fun for them."
I was still suspicious, but the days passed and there was no bombing, and the department gradually went back to normal. The FBI left, and even the Soviet people seemed to forget about it, according to Dad. On January 2nd, the Christmas-New Year vacation was over, and I went back to school. We started rehearsing our Christmas pageant. We made an elaborate show out of the song The 12 Days of Christmas, which doesn't have any religion to it, just presents. There were 12 of us kids, each one singing a particular line every time it came up, and then coming in all together on the Partridge in a Pear Tree. I was number 5, singing 5 Gold Rings, because I was still a boy soprano, and I could hit that high note pretty nicely, if I do say so myself. Some kids didn't know why Christmas had 12 days, but I explained that if we count Christmas Day as one, the 12th day after, it is January 6th, when the 3 wise men arrived with gifts for the Christ child. Naturally, it was on January 6th that we put on the show in the auditorium, with as many parents there as wanted to come. Dad got a few hours off and was sitting in the audience with Mom. I could see him getting set to hear his son's high note for the last time, because next year my voice changes, or I'll know the reason why. Did you ever get an idea in the middle of a stage show and have to continue no matter what? We were only on the 2nd day with its 2 turtle doves, when I thought, oh my, it's the 13th day of Christmas. The whole world was shaking around me, and I couldn't do a thing but stay on the stage and sing about 5 gold rings. I didn't think they'd ever get to those stupid 12 drummers drumming. It was like having itching powder on instead of underwear. I couldn't stand still. Then, when the last note was out, while they were still applauding, I broke away, went jumping down the steps from the platform and up the aisle, calling, "Dad!" He looked startled, but I grabbed him, and I think I was babbling so fast he could hardly understand. I said, "Dad, Christmas isn't the same day everywhere. It could be one of the Soviets' own people. They're officially atheists, but maybe one of them is religious, and he wants to place the bomb for that reason. Only he would be a member of the Russian Orthodox Church. They don't go by our calendar." "What?" said Dad, looking as if he didn't understand a word I was saying. "It's so, Dad. I read about it. The Russian Orthodox Church is still on the Julian calendar, which the West gave up for the Gregorian calendar centuries ago. The Julian calendar is 13 days behind ours. The Orthodox Christmas is on their December 25th, which is our January 7th. It's tomorrow. He didn't believe me just like that. He looked it up in the almanac. Then he called up someone in the department who was Russian Orthodox. He was able to get the department moving again. They talked to the Soviets, and once the Soviets stopped talking about Zionists and looked at themselves, they got the man. I don't know what they did with him, but there was no bombing on the 13th day of Christmas either. The department wanted to give me a new bicycle for Christmas after that, but I turned it down. I was just doing my duty. 30. The key word. This is another Larry story. Some reviewers seem to think that Larry is an insufferable kid and wonder how his father can stand him. As a matter of fact, anyone that's smart is bound to be insufferable, and I make it quite plain that his father, in between being proud of him, tends to get exasperated with him. It doesn't bother me. I was that bright when I was a kid and quite insufferable, and I managed to survive. And my father even liked me part of the time, I think. Ordinarily, Dad keeps his temper pretty well around the house, and he never loses it with me. Almost never. I like to think it's because I'm a good kid, but he says it's because I'm smart enough to stay out of his way when he's mad. I sure didn't stay out of his way this time. He swooped down on me, all red in the face, and snatched the New York Times right out from under my hand. "What do you think you're doing?" he said. "Don't you have any brains?" I just stood there with my pencil in my hand. I wasn't doing anything. I said, "What's the matter, Dad?" I was just plain astonished. Mom was hurrying over, too. I guess she wanted to make sure her one and only son wasn't smashed beyond repair. "What's the matter?" she asked. "What's he done?" Dad stood there getting even redder. It was as if he couldn't think what I had done. Then he said, "Doesn't he know better than to touch the paper? That's not our paper." By that time, I sort of got indignant. "Well, how am I supposed to know that, Dad?" And Mom said, "How is he supposed to know? If that's something important, dear, you might have said so. You needn't have left it on the dining room table." Dad looked as if he wanted to back down, but didn't know how. He said to me, "You didn't tear anything, throw anything away." I guess he had become so angry when he saw me at the Times that he didn't see what I was doing. "It's in perfect shape," I said. He walked back and forth in the room, breathing hard, and we just watched him. I figured he must be on a hard case, and when a detective is on a difficult case, you can't blame him for breathing hard. Then he stopped. He had worked it all out of his system, and he was himself again when he turned to me.
"I'm sorry, Larry," he said. "I was wrong. It wasn't important. We have the paper microfilmed anyway. I just can't make anything out of it."
Mom sat down and didn't say anything, because Dad isn't really supposed to talk about his cases at home. I knew that. But I just put a blank look on my face and said, "Out of what, Dad?" And I sat down, too. Dad looked at us, and he sat down and threw the paper back on the table. "Out of that. The paper." I could tell he wanted to talk, so I kept quiet and let him. After a while, he said,
Well, never mind what there is, but it's pretty worrisome, and there's a code involved, and we can't break it."
"That's not really your job, is it?" Mom asked. "You don't know anything about codes?"
"There's something I might do."
I said, "All codes can be broken, can't they?"
"Some not as easily as others, Larry," he said. "Sometimes a code is based on a key word that changes every once in a while, maybe every day. That makes it hard unless we can find what the key word is, or, better yet, what system they use to change the key word."
"How do you do that?" said Mom. With a grim look on his face, Dad said, "One way is to pick up somebody's notebook." "Surely no one would put it in a notebook for people to find," she said. I butted in. "They would, Mom. You can't rely on remembering a complicated system, and you can't take chances on forgetting. Right, Dad?"
"Right," he said. "But no one has found a notebook or anything else, and that's it."
The tone of his voice told me that was the end of the discussion.
"Have you done your homework, Larry?"
all except some of the geography. Then, to keep from being chased out of the room, I said, "What's the New York Times got to do with it?" That took Dad's mind off the homework.
"One of the men we had our eyes on was mugged last night. He managed to fight off the mugger, but he was hurt, and we brought him to the hospital. That made it easy to search him very carefully without getting anyone suspicious and scaring them into changing their system or lying low. We got nowhere. No notebook."
"Maybe the mugger got away with—" I said.
Dad shook his head. "We had a good man following him. He saw the whole thing. But the man being mugged had a New York Times on him, and he held on to it while he was fighting. I thought that was suspicious, so I had the paper microfilmed and brought it home. I thought there might be some system of picking out one of the words. In a headline on some particular page, last word in some particular column. Who knows? Anyone can carry the Times. It's not like a notebook. There's nothing suspicious about it."
"How could you tell from the paper what the system was?" I said. Dad shrugged.
"I thought there might be a mark on it. He might look at the key word and just automatically, without even thinking, check it off. No use. There's not a word in the paper that's marked in any way."
I got excited. "Yes, there are." Dad gave me that look I always get when he thinks I don't know what I'm talking about.
"What do you mean?"
"That's what I was doing when you yelled and grabbed the paper," I said, showing him the pencil I was still holding. "I was doing a crossword puzzle. Don't you see, Dad, it was partly worked out. That's why I started on it, to finish it off."
Dad rubbed his nose. "We noticed that, but what makes you think that has any meaning? Lots of people work on crossword puzzles. It's natural enough."
"Sure, that's why it's a safe system. This one was worked out in the middle, Dad. Just a little patch in the middle. No one just does a part in the middle. They start at the upper left corner with number 1.
If it's a hard puzzle, you might not get a start till you reach the middle."
"It was an easy puzzle, Dad. One across was a 3-letter word meaning presidential nickname, and that's got to be Ike or Abe, and one down. Anyway, this guy just went straight to that part and didn't bother with anything else. 27 across was one of the words he worked out, and the paper is for yesterday, which is the 27th of the month."
Dad waited a long while before answering. Then he said, "Coincidence."
"Maybe not," I said. "The Times crossword puzzle always has at least 60 numbers every day, twice as many on Sunday. Every day of the month has a number, and for that day the key word is the one in that number in the crossword puzzle. If there are 2 words, across and down, maybe you always take the across."
Said Dad.
"How much simpler can it be? Anyone can remember that, and all you have to do is to be able to work out crossword puzzles. You can get all kinds of words, long or short, even phrases, even foreign words." Mom said, "What if a crossword puzzle happens to be too hard to work out just in the crucial spot?"
Now Dad got excited. They could use each day's puzzle for the day after, and check with the solution to make sure. He had his coat on. "Except Sunday, for which the solution comes the next Sunday. I hope the pencil you used made a different mark from his, Larry."
"He used a pen," I said. That wasn't all there was to the case, but they did break the code. Dad got a bonus, and he put it in the bank toward my college education. He said it was only fair. 31. Nothing might happen. Sometimes a mystery story isn't a mystery story in the literal sense of the word. There is no puzzle, merely the outline of some criminal or near-criminal course of behavior. You might call it simply a crime story. Alfred Hitchcock's mystery magazine, AHMM, is very strong on that sort of story, and it occurred to me to write a story for them because, for one thing, the editor, Kathleen Jordan, is one of my favorite people. Naturally, I had to write a crime story, which is atypical for me, but I'm sort of pleased with the way it turned out, and here it is. Samuel Gelderman had been working quite diligently for 5 years toward the goal of becoming a millionaire. Many people do so with varying degrees of hope, some in one way, some in another. Sam's hope was high, but his method of achieving his goal was exceptionally tedious, for he served as secretary and odd jobs man to his uncle, the well-known writer of espionage suspense novels, Ralph Gelderman. Ralph was not a flashy, best-selling writer.
His books did not explode onto the scene in sprays of obvious money-making. He might even be considered rather obscure. This did not displease Sam, however, for Ralph was something better than a best-selling writer. He was a prolific one whose books were smooth and reliable. Each one sold moderately steadily, remaining in print for a long time and gathering paperback editions, foreign sales, and movie options along the way. If Ralph had been more obviously successful, he might have slowly collected a large staff about himself, and he might then have developed numerous ways of spending a large percentage of his money before he passed from this earthly scene. As it was, his professional advance had been so gradual that it had never occurred to Ralph to be anything but a one-man production machine, nor did it occur to him to alter his generally frugal way of life. The result was that each year the number of his books in print accumulated, and each year he made a little more than the year before, and each year his investments and assets increased appreciably. He remained a bachelor, too, showing no signs of any impatience with his marital status as his years advanced. And Sam, the orphaned son of Ralph's older brother, was Ralph's only close relative and his obvious sole heir. 5 years ago, Ralph had finally been persuaded by his accountant to form a small corporation, with himself as president and treasurer. He needed a second officer, and it was then that he asked Sam to become, officially, what he had been on and off in an informal way for quite a while, his secretary. That became Sam's corporation title. The duties were tedious, for Sam had to take care of accounts, of publishing records, of correspondence, of routine dealings with publishers, editors, and agents, and also with a certain querulousness on the part of his uncle. On the brighter side, he received a moderately decent salary, which, with the small inheritance he had received from his father, enabled him to live with his wife and teenage daughter in modest comfort, if not in splendor. Much more to the point, his position enabled Sam to know the exact nature of his uncle's income, investments, and assets, and he was astonished. It was far greater than he had imagined, and it enabled him to bear with his uncle's occasionally unreasonable whims with the patience of a saint. It was, moreover, a source of gratifying reassurance to Sam to know that, as the only other officer of the corporation, he would at once have its assets available to him on his uncle's decease, as well as inheriting, in more tedious fashion, the pre-corporation earnings. What was a source of deep chagrin to Sam, however, was that the happy denouement was not imminent. Ralph Gelderman was 60, but in robust health. He might well live on for another quarter-century. Sam himself was 42, and was, he had to admit, not in robust health. Even if he survived his uncle, he might well be an old and sickly survivor, unable to get much use out of his inheritance. To be sure, the older Ralph grew, the larger the estate would be, but what if, as senility approached, he grew suddenly enamored of some charming young lady who found his wealth and his shortening life expectancy irresistible? Sam would find himself cut off with a small legacy. Under such circumstances, Sam could not help but meditate on how convenient it would be if a kindly providence were to carry Ralph off in the very near future. If a building cornice were to fall on him, or an automobile were to collide with him, or some virus were to attack him with unaccustomed ferocity. It might have seemed logical for Sam to ruminate on the possibility of helping Providence along by some action of his own, but he did not like to think of such things. He was not a vicious man, he told himself, but above and beyond that, as sole heir, he himself would be the immediate and obvious suspect if anything untoward happened to Ralph. He could not possibly withstand that. Nor could he avoid it by faking a faultless alibi or by working out a murder method that would look like suicide or accident. He just didn't have that kind of mind. He couldn't even go through the unthinkable process of hiring a paid killer to do the job for him. Aside from lacking the funds for it, or the knowledge of how and where to find such a person, he did not wish to put his life into the hands of a potential blackmailer. He sighed and realized he would simply have to content himself with hoping that Providence would do the job for him, and to watch wistfully as the years slipped away. And then, much to his own astonishment, he thought of a perfect method for murder. The perfect murder. Not a flaw in it, not a danger, not a care. It happened this way. The intercom signal had sounded one day, 2 years ago, and Sam had picked up the receiver and said, "Yes, Uncle."
"Sam, come up here."
The voice in Sam's ear was testy, but Sam felt no cause for alarm. He had just skillfully managed to cancel a potential photography session, and Ralph had grumped his thanks for it. Ralph detested photographers and cameras, and never yielded to the necessity of having his picture taken except under conditions of overwhelming force. To Sam's gentle suggestion that this sort of personal publicity might help sales of his books, Ralph growled impatiently and said,
"I don't want that kind of sale. I want my books to be successful on their own. I want them well known, not me."
It was for that reason that Ralph Gelderman never became a household face, so to speak, and that his photographs on book jackets tended to be old ones, taken before middle age, and continued success had hardened his stubbornness. So Sam, following instructions, as he always did, had quashed the photography matter, and was surely in favor now. He climbed the flight of stairs to Ralph's neat and well-organized writing-room, always referred to as his office, and said, "Yes, Uncle." Ralph thrust the letter at him with a discontented air.
"Why am I plagued with this?"
Sam tightened his lips slightly in chagrin. It was well understood that fan mail, except for those unusually intelligent and complimentary items that Ralph rather enjoyed reading, was to be kept away from him. Sam, by long practice, could take care of it himself, knowing which should be answered and which not. Those he answered he knew exactly how to answer, and then he would take those answers to Ralph for his signature. Nor did Ralph bother to read them. He merely signed. It was not really a safe procedure, and Sam had at one time made the careful observation that it was not good practice to sign anything without reading it. Ralph had put down his pen.
"If I can't trust you, I'll have to fire you. Can I trust you?"
"Of course, Uncle. I was merely making a general statement." But for a while it had scared him out of making such general statements. And now he had accidentally allowed a fan letter to reach his uncle, and it was one of the crackpot items, a careless oversight.
"Here's a man," said Ralph, peering at the signature, "named Lawrence K. Leghorn, who seems to be convinced that there is an active communist conspiracy affecting the grade schools in his town out in Long Island somewhere, and he wants me to join him in squelching it. Apparently he confuses me with my fictional characters and wants to meet me for dinner, which, by the way, he doesn't offer to pay for."
"Am I getting many letters like this?" "1 or 2, Uncle, not many."
"Well, I don't want to see the letters. And I certainly don't want to see the writers of such letters. Just send them a polite squelch. Make sure it's polite, but make sure it's a squelch."
"That's exactly what I try to do, Uncle. This won't happen again."
"Good. See to that."
Sam nodded and turned. As always, Ralph looked depressingly vigorous and a good 10 years younger than his age. His full head of hair was dark and unfrosted, as Sam's was, and the distinct family resemblance was all in the older man's favor. Sam sighed, went to his own office on the lower floor of the duplex apartment on Manhattan's Upper East Side, and read the letter again. It was clearly the work of a paranoid personality. A surprising number of them wrote letters to Ralph Gelderman. Perhaps it was the spy suspense that drew them out of the woodwork. There was no question but that espionage tales fostered paranoia. The proper reaction to letters by such people was inaction. There was no point in replying to a paranoid personality. Any reply was a provocation. Occasionally, though, they would write again, and even again. They would complain that their letters were being stolen by post-office employees or rerouted by malign influences working through long-range radio beams. It then became necessary to send a very brief note to the effect that their letters had been received. And in the case of this Mr. Leghorn, Ralph had specifically ordered an answer to be sent, and he would expect to sign it. Sam sighed again and set himself to the job of thinking out an answer. A polite one. "Dear so-and-so, heavily overextended. Deadlines, no time whatever. Deeply regret cannot meet with you. Not a matter in which I can concern myself." It had to be done very delicately, for there was no telling what a paranoid personality might do, once affronted. If they thought you were part of the conspiracy... It was at that moment that Sam achieved his blinding insight. Of course. no telling what they might do. They might, unbribed and of their own accord, impelled by their own madness, serve the role of the falling cornice, or of any of the other convenient accidents Sam dreamed of. Why, then, be polite to this Leghorn? Why not be provocative, without being blatantly so, of course? Excitedly, he scribbled out a note in longhand. "Dear Sir, any meeting between ourselves is quite out of the question. Please do not waste your time in repeating this request, as it is clear to me that your suspicions with regard to conspiratorial activity are quite without foundation." Good. Short, even curt, and a distinct sneer, too. Uncle Ralph would sign it, and off it would go. Leghorn would then find himself with a deep grievance against Ralph Gilderman, and, in all likelihood, something of a suspicion that Ralph was himself part of the dangerous communist conspiracy. If he wrote again, Sam would answer again, appropriately. It was perfect. Sam could use similar tactics on every letter of the sort that came in, 1 or 2 a week, usually. For 2 years now, Sam had followed this procedure, and he had enjoyed it. Each day's mail was an adventure. Would a new letter come from an old name? Would a new crackpot make his appearance? Some stopped, but others started, and there were always half a dozen in being, with emotions to be played upon skillfully. Sam grew to admire his own light touch, his ability to irritate these people without seeming to be doing so deliberately. He didn't answer too soon or too harshly, and he rejoiced every time he elicited an unreasonable response. The more unreasonable, the more he could hope. Leghorn himself, the first case, was the best. There were times when for a month at a time there would be nothing from him. Sam would decide that the crackpot had tired of the game, but then eventually there would come the familiar envelope with a hand-printed address. Nor did Ralph ever read the answers. He merely signed. He was so uninterested that he spoke of having a rubber stamp designed so that Sam could manage it all. Always, though, Sam put in a quiet objection to that. After all, Sam said, the actual, authentic signature was precious to his readers. They should not be deprived of that. Ralph snorted, but complied. Sam, after all, needed the authentic signature. It must always be a reasonable assumption that Ralph had dictated the letters. There was the neatly typed R.G.S.G. at the lower left, that he read the answers once they were prepared, and that he signed them with his own hand. A stamp would ruin everything. And, after all, 99 out of every 100 letters that were sent off to readers over his signature were totally harmless. Sam made sure that, at parties, he entertained different friends with stories of the odd letters Ralph received. Such stories were authentically amusing, and the friends laughed. Then, turning sober, Sam would, ever so gently, deprecate Ralph's tendency to be cruel or cutting in his answers. He himself, he explained, did his best to soften the answers, but Ralph always objected to that. Sam did not do this too often. He did not overdo. Just once in a reasonable while, just enough to make it likely that someone would remember if the time should come when such remembering would be useful. It would all tend to indicate that it was clearly all Ralph's fault, over Sam's objections. At one time a friend said, on such an occasion, "Isn't that sort of thing dangerous? What if one of these crackpots gets mad enough to try to beat up your uncle? The return address must be on the stationery." Sam rejoiced inwardly at that. He shook his head and said, "I do worry about that on occasion, but most of them live far away, and the letters they write tend to blow off steam and reduce their internal pressure, I suppose. Just the same, I did try to warn Uncle Ralph once about that very point, and he all but bit my head off. I can't cross him too much, you know. He's the boss." It was perfect. What if someone with murder in his heart did come to see Ralph, and if Ralph were killed? How on earth could any blame be attached to Sam in that case? He could produce the entire body of correspondence, and it would all pile the guilt on Ralph himself. Sam, everyone would say, had actually tried to save Ralph from himself. It was not just his own statements to his friends, either. On several occasions Sam had written 2 letters, one blatantly and crudely provocative, and the other more diplomatic by several notches, yet not actually designed to cool the fires. Only the first was signed, but only the second, milder one, was mailed, with a scrawled initial G. Copies of both remained in the files, and Sam could explain that he had hesitated to send the first,
and had sent the second instead on his own responsibility and at the risk of his job, and that he had scrawled the G himself. Far from being blamed, Sam would be overwhelmed with assurances that it was not his fault and that he must not blame himself. Even the police would surely say so. And the best part of this plan for the perfect murder was that nothing might happen. No madman might appear with a desire to kill gnawing at his heart. Ralph might safely live on indefinitely. This meant that Sam need not live on for years with the gnawings of conscience poisoning his life. He was just playing a game, not an innocent, harmless one, perhaps, but one that would probably turn out to be so in fact, if not in intent. It had, after all, been harmless for 2 years now. Indeed, the game did Ralph a service, for it kept Sam from longing uselessly for his uncle's death, and perhaps being drawn to murder eventually. As it was, the game gave Sam the feeling of doing something about his problem, and made him happy. It made it unnecessary for him to do anything else. In a way, it might be saving Uncle Ralph's life, and it was that thought that enabled Sam to turn to the day's mail with a light heart, and to continue the game without feeling shame. He was about to turn to the mail now, when the house phone rang. Sam picked it up. Ralph was away at his publisher's office, but it would have been Sam's job to pick it up even if Ralph had been in his office upstairs.
Yes? Delivery, Mr. Gelderman, from Prime Publishers?
Sam groaned inwardly. It would be another bound galley of a book for which Ralph would be asked to compose a promotional statement. Ralph never did so, but neither did publishers ever give up, and it would be up to Sam himself to compose a tactful reply for the 100th time. It wouldn't do to irritate a publisher. "Is the delivery man still there?" "Yes, Mr. Gelderman." "Well, send him up." The doorbell sounded its subdued chime 2 minutes later, and Sam went to the door. The delivery man at the door, middle-aged, nondescript, held out the package. "Mr. Gelderman?" "Yes," said Sam impatiently. "Do you want me to sign something?" He was suddenly aware that the package, whatever it was empty. It squeezed together without resistance under his fingers. "What is this? Hey, what are you doing?" The delivery man had stepped inside, shouldering Sam to one side, and closed the door behind him. He said, "My name is Lawrence Leghorn, and I'm here to see you, Mr. Ralph Gelderman." Sam's stomach tightened. The crackpot! Possibly intent on assault and battery, he said huskily, "You're wrong. I'm not Ralph Gelderman. I'm his secretary. Mr. Gelderman is not in." Leghorn's eyes narrowed, and he seized Sam's wrist in a surprisingly strong grip. "The doorman called you Gelderman, and you just told me you were Gelderman." "I'm Sam Gelderman." "You just said you were his secretary." "I am his secretary. I'm also his nephew, so I have the same name. On the letters it says R.G., S.G. I'm S.G. Leghorn hesitated for a moment. Then he said, "It's your picture on the books." "It's an old picture, and there's a family resemblance, but he's 20 years older than I am," said Sam wildly. Leghorn thought for a moment. Then he said, "I don't believe you." He pulled a handgun out of his pocket and fired. Not at all wildly. Acknowledgments. Part 1. The Black Widower Mysteries. 1. The Obvious Factor. Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine, EQMM, May 1973, copyright 1973 by Isaac Asimov, from Tales of the Black Widowers. 2. The Pointing Finger, EQMM, July 1973, copyright 1973 by Isaac Asimov, from Tales of the Black Widowers. 3. Out of Sight, EQMM, December 1973, under the title of The Six Suspects, copyright 1973 by Isaac Asimov, from Tales of the Black Widowers. 4. Yankee Doodle Went to Town, copyright 1974 by Isaac Asimov, from Tales of the Black Widowers. 5. Quicker Than the Eye, EQMM, May 1974, copyright 1974 by Isaac Asimov, from More Tales of the Black Widowers. 6. The Three Numbers, EQMM, September 1974, under the title of All in the Way You Read It, copyright 1974 by Isaac Asimov, from More Tales of the Black Widowers. 7.
The One and Only East, EQMM, March 1975, copyright 1975 by Isaac Asimov, from More Tales of the Black Widowers. 8. The Cross of Lorraine, EQMM, May 1976, copyright 1976 by Isaac Asimov, from Casebook of the Black Widowers. 9. The Next Day, EQMM, May 1978, copyright 1978 by Isaac Asimov, from Casebook of the Black Widowers. 10. What Time Is It? Copyright 1980 by Isaac Asimov, from Casebook of the Black Widowers. 11. Middle Name. Copyright 1980 by Isaac Asimov, from Casebook of the Black Widowers. 12. 60 Million Trillion Combinations. EQMM, May 5, 1980, copyright 1980 by Isaac Asimov, from Banquets of the Black Widowers. 13. The Good Samaritan. EQMM, September 10, 1980, copyright 1980 by Isaac Asimov, from Banquets of the Black Widowers. 14. Can You Prove It? EQMM, June 17, 1981, copyright 1981 by Isaac Asimov, from Banquets of the Black Widowers. 15. The Redhead, EQMM, October 1984, copyright 1984 by Isaac Asimov, from Banquets of the Black Widowers. Part 2. The Union Club Mysteries. 16. He Wasn't There, Gallery, February 1981, under the title of The Spy Who Was Out of Focus, copyright 1980 by Montcalm Publishing Corporation, from The Union Club Mysteries. 17. Hide and Seek, Gallery, May 1981, copyright 1981 by Montcalm Publishing Corporation, from The Union Club Mysteries. 18. Dollars and Cents, Gallery, January 1982, under the title of Countdown to Disaster, copyright 1982 by Montcalm Publishing Corporation, from The Union Club Mysteries. 19. The Sign, Gallery, April 1982, under the title of The Telltale Sign, copyright 1982 by Montcalm Publishing Corporation, from The Union Club Mysteries. 20. Getting the Combination, Gallery, June 1982, under the title of Playing It by the Numbers, copyright 1982 by Montcalm Publishing Corporation, from The Union Club Mysteries. 21. The Library Book, Gallery, July 1982, under the title of The Mystery Book, copyright 1982 by Montcalm Publishing Corporation, from The Union Club Mysteries. 22. Never Out of Sight, Gallery, March 1983, under the title of The Amusement Lark, copyright 1983 by Montcalm Publishing Corporation. Note: story has not appeared in any previous collection. End of note. 23. The Magic Umbrella, Gallery, May 1983, under the title of Stormy Weather, copyright 1983 by Montcalm Publishing Corporation. Note: story has not appeared in any previous collection. End of note. 24. The Speck, EQMM, December 1983, copyright 1983 by Isaac Asimov. Note: story has not appeared in any previous collection. End of note. Part 3. Miscellaneous Mysteries. 25. The Key, October 1966. The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, copyright 1966 by Mercury Press Incorporated, from Asimov's Mysteries. 26. A Problem of Numbers, May 1970, EQMM, copyright 1970 by Isaac Asimov. Note: story has not appeared in any previous collection. End of note. 27. The Little Things, May 1975, EQMM, copyright 1975 by Isaac Asimov. Note: story has not appeared in any previous collection. End of note. 28. Halloween, October 1975, American Way, copyright 1976 by American Way. Note: story has not appeared in any previous collection. End of note. 29. The 13th Day of Christmas, July 1977, EQMM, copyright 1977 by Isaac Asimov, from The Key Word and Other Mysteries. 30. The Key Word, Copyright 1977 by Isaac Asimov, from The Key Word and Other Mysteries. 31. Nothing Might Happen. December 1973, Alfred Hitchcock's Mystery Magazine. Copyright 1983 by Davis Publications, Incorporated. Note: story has not appeared in any previous collection. End of note. End of The Best Mysteries of Isaac Asimov by Isaac Asimov. Narrated by Roy Avers, in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, February 1987. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Doubleday and Company.
End of book.